Okay, good. Just get straight up. We replied to female DMs later. Alright, alright, alright. Alright. I need to be really careful that I stream share the right thing, screen share the right thing. Here we go. Got accidentally leaked DMs or something.
We are looking for this lost paradise, but reality drags us in eternal deep. First person view, just monochromic slide. In open world we are running to infinity. To infinity.
Let's
Zombie
get
shadow.
going, please.
We are falling down. We are falling
Yo.
down. We are falling down. And rise again. And rise again.
It's like
I'm on stream, by the way, they can see this, just so you know.
And falling down.
Hmm?
You good with people seeing this or not?
Perfect world.
Oh, I don't know.
We are falling
Hang on, let me just. Okay, it's off, they can't see. Alright, alright.
and rise again.
I don't know, something like this.
Yeah. I mean, we
I don't know. We might get in trouble for using Doom font for the word Doom. I don't know.
Maybe.
I don't think we can argue transformative content on that. Sure, ID software would have a hissy fit if we ever got big enough. It's just the Starcraft font as well, maybe. Oh, I don't know. Experiment with a few other things.
It doesn't look as good without Doom's font.
I mean, you could do the Doom font. It's just if we ever got popular, there's no way we could use that same font for long. Like, I don't think.
About how popular you think you're actually gonna get. Ooh. Oh, that looks pretty good.
It's quite a thick font. I'm trying to think about colors. I was thinking originally like maybe something like orange and black or yellow and black. I don't know. What about like? I was thinking either like a black fill and like yellow or orange stroke, or other way around with the yellow fill or black stroke, but it might not look as good. With the black stroke.
Yellow fill, black stroke.
Black stroke on the font.
That looks alright.
Yeah, but I still think we need to stroke the font with black to make it pop.
Change it to black.
No. You know what I mean by stroke, where it's like an outline, not an actual fill. Like it's like the around the text is like the way it's highlighted with the blue around the outside. That's what I mean by stroke. So it's got like that, but on around the outside of the text. Yeah, but with black.
I don't know how to do that. I don't know if I can do that.
Maybe you can't do that in this program.
I need a better image editing program to upgrade.
Can you not? Yeah, I don't. Look, then Google quick, hang on. Create. Cursed, what's up, Chad? I'll show you what we're looking at right now on the YouTubes. Hang on one sec. Yeah, that. It's a chess player. It's a female master chess player. Botez, one of those, the younger Botez sisters. She's currently adjusting the fans and the thermostat of the room. But yeah, man. I don't know if we can do the stroke in Paint 3D unless there's like, I don't know, some weird way of doing it, maybe some tutorial how to do it, but couldn't find anything easy. Hmm. But yeah, we kind of need like at least a shadow. Like it needs, if even not a stroke, it needs to be a shadow. Like because the yellow needs to pop more.
Download a new program.
Weird looking oven. Chat, you funny motherfucker, dude. We got her in 4K, boys. Eminem would be like, nobody listens to techno. And here we are, listening to techno. How we doing, Sayin?
Just downloading a new program.
It's slowly dying by the sounds of it. Saying you don't have permission to die, okay? If I was some old English grandma, I'd say, die quietly, dear. Hey, Sane, if you tune into my stream real quick, I'm listening to some dark techno. It's like just chess chick Andrea Botez is DJing.
Just send me the link, man. I don't want to hear your voice double.
Why not? You can't. Why not? Why wouldn't you do that? There it is, man. It's not like anything amazing or anything, but it's a good little vibe. It's not gonna take my stream down. Are we getting started in a sec, guys? Might be mixing that person I showed you last next week. I don't know for sure.
Huh?
I might be meeting that person I showed you last. That picture.
Oh.
Might be seeing her this next week. Told her I'll DM her later though, because I want to focus on this.
Stay with me. You will feel it for a few hours.
Wow. This is gonna be quite a effort to learn this new program, so we're gonna move on.
Oh yeah, do it another time, man.
All right. Ready to go?
Yeah, let's settle down, settle in, and start getting in the Starcraft spirit.
All right, let's take a look at the lineup. Oh, wrong one. There it is. I'm really glad they're bringing Sharp on today.
Nice. I'm happy to hear it too, man. Yeah, I mean,
Sharp, yeah, coming out to face off against some of these Protoss, and the Protoss lineup's not insanely strong. They didn't bring in Bisu again, or they swapped him out for Paralyze.
well, what I can also say is like, we had someone was in the comments saying about like, oh, what do you mean about those guys? That they're all like, you know, ASL champions or blah, blah, blah. The reality is
Right.
that none of those guys were any kind of chance against the Protoss lineup, right? So it's nice to see a more dynamic lineup like this. And yeah, you still probably want Light because he's like playing out of his mind in terms of his recent records and shit. But yeah, you need like these talents like Sharp as well in the lineup, right?
Yeah, you need some like Protoss killers. We don't need like a JYJ who's really great against Zerg, but it's gonna struggle against Best or Snow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we don't have Snow in this lineup. Zerg
Paralyze.
squad's looking absolutely insane
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah, it looks like they're giving
Fact.
it looks like they're giving Paralyze a little bit of a showing because I guess like they're doing so well on points and it's like, you know, he hasn't really had a chance to come out, so it's like let's give this guy a bit of screen time. Which I can't really say I blame him.
It's so funny how like reversed this season is compared to
the other
last
one.
season.
Yeah.
Yeah, the season before when we had Race War.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's wild. There's someone in there in the comments every time talking about like how Terran needs to throw a hissy fit and not show up just like the Protoss so they can get better maps whatever. Did you have you been watching that? Oh my gosh. I don't know what happened with last season when Protoss didn't even show that one week, but I don't know. I don't think it had anything to do with the maps.
Yeah.
Just silly guy always commenting the same type of shit.
You're gonna get that no matter what. Like, and the more popular the stream becomes, or rather the channel becomes, then like yeah, for sure, like you're gonna get even more that kind of reactions and just par for the course, really. Like eventually you'll get so popular that it's like you kind of got to take a lot of the comments with a grain of salt. You get a lot of positive feedback still, but there'll be a lot of craziness as well.
Right.
I don't know what it is. I think it's also something to do about attention. I think the more popular you are, the more weirdness you're going to attract because it's like you've got a bigger platform for them to latch onto. The same as like they're going to gravitate towards the Artosis streams because it's the most popular stream that they can maybe get some kind of attention by spouting off on. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, it's understandable.
It's what it is, man. Human psychology is interesting. Yeah, I think that's a good idea for the like draft logo to begin with. We'll just start with something like that, and then we'll eventually try and get something much more nicer done eventually.
Yeah, don't worry too much about the logo and shit. Like,
yeah, it's just
all
a framework. Yeah.
bullshit.
That's all subject to change, can be updated, improved easily.
Everything should be about the content.
Yeah.
The content is all that really matters.
And after the first few episodes, we can like figure out what pieces of the puzzle we're missing and gradually start adding to it. And, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, got some soreness in my forearms. I don't know if it's from doing the exercises or if it's from laddering. I think it's probably from ladder.
Probably from ladder, but you're also
Bit of both, maybe.
Yeah, your exercises. You're getting like DOMs from the exercises as well. Delayed onset muscle soreness and shit.
Grinding hard, man. Really fucking hard lately.
But you're pushing your body to limits that you're not usually doing.
Like 7 hours.
Yeah.
Each day for the past several days.
Keep doing your exercises. Drink lots of water so that you're replacing your fluids after your sessions as well, and that'll help with the soreness a little bit.
Talk or something now, and you forgot to push.
Oh my god, yes. I literally just switched and have been talking to you for like ages. Yeah, so it's you got DOMs from the exercise and the delayed onset muscle shit. So yeah, make sure you're drinking plenty of fluids, water. I mean, after your sessions as well. And your body's not used to what you're doing. You're basically teaching your body that it's got to now perform at a higher standard each day. So your body's not used to that. So it's going to take some time for you to adjust to even handle those kinds of sessions. So yeah, you're bound. It's like going to the gym and you're doing like new routines and new like sets, and it's like, oh shit, your body's like, oh shit, I wasn't prepared to do that, and now it's got to adjust and get used to doing that, and then you'll get used to it, and then you can increase the weight or increase the amount of reps in the sets or whatever, right? You didn't have to increase the amount. In this case, you don't have to do that. You can just once you get used to it, you're just more used to it.
I'm using the massage gun and stuff to massage out the muscles. And
the only thing I worry about for you is the not having an elbow rest, because that means you might be more at risk of injury for longer sessions.
I can try using the elbow rest. It's just not. It feels like restrictive to me, like the way my arm moves.
Mm-hmm. Well, is there not any way you can like position it flush with the desk and like rest with it most of the time, and then sometimes do a little bit of a lift off where you're not using it as much for when you want to be more free and fluid?
Maybe can mess with it a bit.
I just think you should at least utilize it for some of your session. Maybe not the entire session, but you should definitely utilize it a little bit. Because that's like the number one cause of shoulder injuries, wrist injuries, any kind of injury. Like it's all down to like not having a proper desk set up and not being flush with the desk properly and having support.
Yeah, the I would say the armrest on my chair is like maybe like 1 inch below the actual desk.
Yeah, it's bad.
Perfectly flush.
It's bad. Like even if it's one inch over, 1 inch under, it doesn't matter. If it's not flush, you're gonna have problems.
Mm-hmm. I don't know what I can do about it. I can't make my chair taller. I can't make the desk shorter.
It's pillow.
A pillow on the armrest, maybe.
Either something to elevate the arm, like something attached to the wrist rest, or a pillow under you as well. That's another option.
Well, that doesn't raise the armrest.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Oh, the armrest doesn't go any higher.
No, the armrest is at max height.
Oh, my bad. Okay. Then yeah, you would have to like literally attach something to the armrest that's like 1 inch tall.
Some sort of like armrest cover.
Mm-hmm. You know those like foam noodle things. Like imagine like something like that wrapped around the wrist rest, the elbow rest. So you like had like a bit of spongy surface to like elevate it slightly, and also, yeah, something like that. I'm not saying that, but Ideally, you want something to prop it up a little bit, just so that you're slightly more flush with the desk, because that might also reduce a lot of the soreness you're getting. That's something to think about anyway. Or get a different chair which has more elevated armrests or something. I don't know.
Oh, look at that. I found one online. It's $60 though. Fuck.
No, man,
Sake.
just just experiment with your own little makeshift shit. Figure something out. Even if it's like I don't know, like a fucking sock, like with something in the sock over it, and you like tape it to the. I don't know, dude. Like, get creative, dude. Like when I was a kid, I had no money, and I broke the leg of one of my computer chairs. And the way I fixed it, because I had no money at the time, was I took an old hard drive, those really big, thick, like SATA hard drives, like indestructible. Like I basically attached that to the leg and like duct taped the hard drive to the leg to act as like a leg that didn't a foot that didn't move, because the leg had like completely snapped. And yeah, it was fucking scuffed as shit. But hey, my computer chair worked until I got my money.
Yeah. I think I might just buy something. There's some things for like $20 here.
Yeah.
You know what's funny? I was looking at microphones for you, and the microphone that I have in Japan is like $180. And if you look at it in the UK, with the exchange rate, it's like $280. Same exact one, no difference on Amazon.
Yeah, that happens a lot with
Like
shit, yeah.
$100 more expensive. It's fucking insane.
Yeah. There's a lot of tech markups like that, depending on where you live. It's rarely cheaper to buy components inside the UK, especially electronics.
Sucks balls.
Yeah, it's what it is. It's part of the issue of being a what do you call it? Like a
Island.
a small island, because like most of our shit is imported. We've got like things like steelworks and shit. We've got a few industries and things that we produce, but majority of shit's imported. We're like all about trade.
I guess also like being in Japan, China's super close. Really easy to import shit.
That's another thing, is that you're like right next to Taiwan as well, which is where they make all the computer chips. And like there's lots of factors like that go into why it's cheaper.
This is 2 inches thick. I can find
That's
like
what she
the
said.
perfect 1 inch thick. Let me see. How actually tall is this? It's like yeah, it's like more than an inch.
I was gonna say it's about 7, but it's a good shape.
Everything's about a dick to you, isn't it?
That was the joke, yeah. That was the joke.
What is this? 1.6 inches. I think it's like an inch. Maybe this is okay. Can always lower it slightly.
Yeah.
1.6 inch.
It might take you a week to get used to it or something, but it will probably get you a lot less. It will reduce the risk of injury by a huge factor, and it will also reduce things like strain and soreness and things like that. Especially for the kind of sessions you now want to do. Like if you just wanted to play for like 2-3 hours, sure, maybe you don't need it. But if you're going to really want to play for like 5 to 8 hours sessions, like you kind of need it.
Right. Yeah. See, look, I can get this for like $20. Here you go.
There you go. Oh, it's on streamer mode as well. There we go.
Oh, you know what? This might actually be better.
What's that?
Let me know what you think about this.
Yeah, link. Yeah. No, actually, yeah.
That's like now it's like locked in.
Yeah, no, I think that's better.
100%. It is exactly with the desk. Okay. It's like you now you know that it's flush 100%.
Mm-hmm. There's like a no nonsense approach to it, yeah.
You can do that. Doable.
And when you want to do like advanced micro and shit, where you're worried about fluidity, you can like just slightly lift your elbow off for like temporarily, do your micro, and then like put your arm back down after you've like done your crazy shit. You know what I mean? I do that sometimes. I'm resting my wrist. I'm not the best caster. Thank you though. I'm resting my wrist like on my arm most of the time, and then like during intense shit where I'm doing muto micro or something, I'll like ever so slightly lift off my arm just so I can get a bit more like range of motion and quickly. Wait, Paralyzed. Didn't he do the last game we saw Paralyzed, was that on Vermeer where he was top right? No. That was the game before. He that was against Scan where he was top right, Scan was bottom left, and he went carriers, and Scan killed him, free base versus free base. The next game he played was on Dark Origin. He was bottom right and Light was top left. Was it Light? It was definitely Dark Origin. He was bottom right. I think it was Light top left. Killed him before he could go into carriers. We haven't seen that much of Paralyzed.
Says that maybe this won't work for my desk, unfortunately.
Why don't you try the other ones then? Go on.
I need 2 inches of like space at the edge of the desk before there's like something blocking it. It needs space to like attach.
I just get the cushion armrest things, maybe. They got anti-slip on them as well, right? And they're not too expensive, so maybe it's like, yeah. What are you thinking?
I'm just wondering if I can actually attach, because it doesn't look that long, and like I have my microphone attached,
Mm-hmm.
and it's no problem. Like my microphone doesn't have any problem attaching, and it's like 2.36 inches. How long is that? 2.36 inches is like 6 centimeters. I think it'll work. It should be fine.
It's up to you.
Because like the little part that's actually like screwing to the desk is small. It's only it's a very small part that's screwing, and then the distance from. Oh, actually, maybe not. That's from the top to the bottom.
I guess your wrist and forearm shape does also factor a little bit. I don't know how like curved your forearm is at your wrist. If you look at your like arm and hand side on, do you have like a bit of a dip, like where your wrist meets your forearm? Is it like kind of curve in a bit, or is it like more straight?
I don't know.
Because some people have like quite a flush, like their wrists and their forearms are kind of like more flat, whereas some people have a bit of a curve to it, so it doesn't like kind of connect with the corner of the edge of the desk as much when they're laying flush.
I've got a thick forearm.
Thick forearm. Okay. The main thing is like where your. You seen the picture where her arm's on it? You see how like where the wrist is like on the table, it's like where the metal things are clamping. So if you've got like if you've got a completely flat forearm where it's connected to your wrist, you'll slightly rub against the metal clamps a little bit.
Right.
So it depends on your forearm, your wrist shape. If it's a bit curved, like mine is, it might be all right. But if you have a more flatter forearm where it meets the wrist, you might not want to get that. That's one thing to consider. Just as a bit of a advisement for you. I don't think they stick out much, but if you've got a flat forearm, you might notice it more. Light Sharp Royal, best mini paralyzed action during something. Really good Terran lineup, really good Zerg lineup. Middle road Protoss lineup because they got the ability to give paralyzed some screen time.
There's a bunch of these different ones. I can take a look later. Maybe find one that will fit and doesn't have as much of a nub. I can also put my mouse pad over top of it so it doesn't like, I don't really feel it as much.
It's optional. Again, your choice. I'll just give you an advisement. It will definitely be like a more reliable solution in terms of like making sure it's definitely flush.
Yeah, I think the like putting pads on is gonna be like
might be a bit more
not quite. Yeah.
And what's the exchange rate like for 2,000 yen?
It's half. Oh, 2,000 would be like £10.
Okay. I mean, I say it's not that big of an investment. I mean, it doesn't work out for you after trying it for a week or two. I mean, it's not like it's going to kill you, right?
No, it'll be fine.
Who knows? It might actually like teach you really good posture when you're playing, that you start playing more efficiently as well. I've definitely found that when I switched to being more caring about being flush with the desk and dialed in, like it definitely helped my ability to concentrate and play better.
Mm. Maybe like this actually might be good because it's like it's made of wood as well, and it looks like smooth. So if I get this, even though my arm is on something, maybe I can move my arm a little bit better when I micro. You know what I mean?
You mean
The
so
problem with
you're
having
wearing a
like
hoodie or
an
something, you can slide along it a bit more.
yeah, like I'm wearing my sleeve so my arm can slide.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
But like when I'm using an armrest, like my armrest for my computer chair is like dented, so it like kind of holds your arm in place. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't slide around. I don't know. I'll think about it. Anyway, I'm just gonna quickly use the washroom and we'll get started. All right. All right.
Yeah, sounds good,
Sound
man. Alright, guys, just gonna wait for Sane to get back. I'm gonna jump right on into it. We're currently looking at wrist rests. Arm rests more than wrist rests, though. Being flush with the desk is very important to prevent injury and strain. Oh, it's made of environmentally friendly wood with an exquisite appearance that adds a luxury to your desktop. Carbon black and white, high density carbon fiber wood, walnut. Uses walnut veneer. The wooden handrest is available in 3 colors: white, black, and walnut. You can choose according to your preference. Did you know that, guys? Light, sharp, royal best, mini, paralyzed, and general socky. My predictions probably. Well, it's best a mini. I think paralyzed is the best PVZ. Best has been performing better in PVZ. Still wouldn't give him like total green lights to just dominate all 3 players though, so good to see a Zerg victory here. They still got light and royal.
All right. I'm back.
Hey man.
No, it's not there.
You got back just as my last viewer got lost interest. Hey man. You got back just as the last viewer lost interest. Yo, when are we starting? We are starting in just a second. Hold on to your butts.
We're starting right now. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome to week 8, the final week of the regular season of the KCM. After this is the semifinals. We got a great lineup here, so let's jump in to game number 1. All right, as I pull up the lineup here, we are on Citadel with Royal versus Paralyze. Quite the lineup we've got today, don't you think, Sean? Pretty sick.
Oh yeah, it's really sick. I mean, we got Action Jaedong and Sulky all for the Zerg. I'm actually looking like a Zerg favored lineup right now because we do have Sharp coming in for the Terrans here, which I like to see. A little bit of a ability to fight against Protoss here, and they are bringing out Paralyze for Team Protoss, which is, a guy doesn't have as much stream time. I think the last time we saw him was on Dark Origin. He got crushed to a tank push while he was going carriers against Light. I think before that we saw him against Scan on Vermeer while he was top right, and Scan managed to Scan was top right and managed to crush the carrier threat there as well. So I'd like to see a little bit of a better showing for him this time.
Yeah, he hasn't made it into the ASL this season. Not a lot of up-and-coming Protoss players have. The lineup's definitely looking stronger for Terran and Zerg. I definitely agree with the Sharp pick here, bringing him out. He's a great versus Protoss player. He's just a great all-around player who's performing very, very well at a very high level. And we're going to have Royal come out against Paralyze. And are we going to see another carrier game? I mean, what do you think about carriers on Citadel, Shun?
I mean, I think they're good, actually, especially with vertical spawns like this, with the way you can attack on the vertical axis and use this like dead high ground space to abuse the carriers and also threaten the natural Terran third. Might even force the Terran to take a much wider third base, which is suboptimal. Could even force the Terran to take in the middle only at some point. That's also not so great. So I don't know. I kind of feel like carriers would work pretty good here. I just don't know if he's going to navigate that into a 2-base carrier or 3-base carrier timing. I imagine it'd be closer to 3-base carrier where he takes at 12 o'clock maybe.
Maybe it's a tough map for Terran, man. This map overall, and the middle of the map is very wide open. I think it favors more like shuttle-based play, but we'll see if Paralyze is feeling confident to go for that, or if he just wants to rely on carriers here. Yeah, like you said, there's a lot of dead space on the right-hand side of the map, but I can just imagine Royal snagging up a bunch of bases in the bottom left if his opponent really was going carrier.
Yeah, it's definitely a kind of game Royal can easily win. I mean, I think he's definitely the favorite to win, even in a situation where he's maybe caught with his pants down a little bit. We also saw he went for very fast CC timing, just basically like a 15 CC, like bunker expand, like not even making the Marine first. He got a nice little early SCB scout. So he kind of like has a nice little read on Paralyze now, can take this early economic advantage and then go into his gas while Paralyze tries to catch up with his own Nexus after going range.
We don't see a Zealot out here, and Paralyze just going to drop his own Nexus, and Royal's not going to have too much pressure. He will be able to grab his gas, no problem. Everything going pretty well here for Royal so far, and Paralyze is going to be playing a bit of catch-up.
Yeah, he's going to be
taking a quick third Nexus.
He's going to be playing catch-up, and Royal's already got the mustard, and right now he actually cancelled his range to throw down that Nexus a little bit earlier, 18, rather than having to wait till like a more like standard 21 kind of timing, so is going to be squeezing out Nexus as quickly as possible, but will now not be able to put on as much pressure onto this bunker and force a bit of a tax bill for Royal to have to pay as early on as he would like to.
We'll see what the follow-up here is from Royal. He's playing his game right now. He's got his game plan rolling. Vulture drop, maybe? Do you think Vulture drop would be good? I feel like this map has so much space in the main. You can already see Paralyze putting a pylon down at the very bottom of his base. Maybe he's aware of the threat of that there.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, and with the alignment of the main base as well, it's very easy for Royal to come up here and do some kind of Vulture drop play or something. So he'll be very mindful of that all game long, and he might even just keep some Dragoons back in his main base around the 6-minute mark just because it's such a common builder. The only thing is that we did see a much slower CC timing, slower tech timing out of Royal, but he is going to be getting the second gas to catch up really quick. So he's going to explode in his gas count once this comes online, just a little bit slower in his tech timing. So he might not have to commit as many forces to the anti-drop, but he knows it's still a possibility.
Oh, look at this. He only built one factory. So this is looking like a starport. There it is.
Yeah.
Vulture drop indeed. I like it from Royal, but I think it's pretty predictable here. Paralyzed should be able to figure out that this is coming.
Yeah, it's not only predictable, but it's also slightly slower timing. So Paralyze should have all the tools available to deal with this very efficiently. It's just a matter of whether or not he'll do it. Oh, he's even building the Robo support bay down here where there's spot a pylon. So could be hiding his obfuscating his attack a little bit, as well as having some more buildings down there, maybe slightly more vision, so we can definitely see this thing coming. Drop when it does arrive.
It'll be important that he reacts quickly here, but he might be out on the map, clearing mines, or we don't have mines out here yet, but we should have them soon. And taking this third, looks like he's going to go ahead and send a probe over there already, start to lay down pylons at that wall. Make sure that vultures can't, once they get out on the map, easily make their way over there and deny that. And a tank pops out first. That's not what I was expecting. I thought we were going to see straight into vulture since there's no dragoon pressure at the front, but
yeah,
looks like he wants to get the tank out and just kind of mask what he's doing here.
Yeah, he still has to take at least one tank because even he doesn't know how many gates are behind this, so he could have been like Nexus into like 2-3 gate obs, and he's worried about that. So he could have shown up with like 3-4 dragoons very soon. And he wants to make sure he's at least one tank to micro against that, and also hide the fact that he's going for his vulture drop build. It's much harder for Paralyzed to figure this out if he sees a tank.
2 tanks, all right. With the second factory done, vultures will start to increment out here, just getting rid of these eggs to free up some space. Moving between the natural and main is already hard enough on this map, but having those eggs there is just an extra encumbrance. So he gets rid of those. He has the dropship on the way here, but the shuttle is already crossing the map. It's making its way over towards this main base, and it could end up scouting here what's actually coming, although we just heard the load up, and the drop is going to head out. A little bit of a turret ring here from Royal, denying this shuttle coming in. So Paralyze has been denied. Will the same thing happen over on this side? Oh, the observer just barely not seeing this dropship coming in. And the Reavers all the way across the map. The Dragoons are not in the main. This could do a lot of damage.
Yeah, this is a lot of damage that Royal can now dish out. A lot of probes going down. There is a little bit of an evacuation going on right now. 4 probes have gone down, now 5. And he's in a little bit of panic mode right now because he loses at least 6 probes to this. And he still has these 2 vultures to maybe come around and maybe kill 1 or 2 of these gas probes as well. Really good play from Royal. Going to maybe get all 3 of these gas probes as well. Still maintaining the vulture alive. And maybe even catching 1 of these. Well, you're not going to catch another probe here, but still really great effort from him killing that amount of economy and denying that much mining time for such a low investment. Just 2 vultures with a drop. Really good play from Royal.
Yeah, saved the dropship as well. So this is a perfect situation from Royal. His game plan has gone absolutely the way that he planned it. Nothing has gone awry here just yet. Paralyzed hasn't been able to put on any pressure at all. And we've got like a minimum number of turrets on the field here. Going to sneak out with a few vultures. The nice little drop play to circumvent that Reaver pressure. And we don't have a full wall over here. Okay, we'll get the Dragons in the wall. Very important that he does not allow any more probe damage to come down. As you get more probe damage, as you get more worker damage in basically all matchups, more and more worker damage just makes the situation so much worse. It's really important that you plug up all the holes and not take any more worker damage here. Otherwise, you will just kind of fizzle out in this game.
Absolutely insane. It looks like Royal's got a good read on the game state as well, because he's going straight into 5 factory, delaying his armory and just going into academy. So his choice of tech is eBay into academy. Just got to 5 fact and put on a lot of pressure, getting more and more probes at 12 o'clock, as we can see as well. He was at one point equal on supply, around about 70. So now he's Paralyzed slightly racing ahead in supply, which is quite normal in PvT. But yeah, so far, like a great game state from Royal. He's going to get a 3rd CC behind these factories as well. He's not like going to be committed to this push that he wants to do at some point by any stretch of the word. Like he can still just attack and expand at the same time, and he's going to maybe explode onto the map in a big way. He's going to have enough tools available to him to weather any kind of storm Paralyzed can like rain down on him with.
It is still a very difficult map, so we have to see Royal slowly push out here. If we make any mistakes right now and our expansion gets shut down, all of this progress that we made by killing off probes and slowing down the economy is going to be undone. So he needs to take it slow here. Nothing is pressuring him right now. There's no 4th base on the way here for Paralyzed. He's sitting on 3 with a lot of gateway production. And he's ready to try and stomp this out. There is a shuttle here, but there are quite a few Goliaths ready to fight. I don't think we have that critical 4 Goliath count where you can 2-shot. Oh no, he does. He does have the 4. He's even got a 5th Goliath here, just in case. With 2 shots, he can take out that shuttle. So he's gonna slowly push up here and try to take this base. I guess he's going for the base, this mineral only here on the left-hand side.
Yeah, it looks like that for the time being. It could just be that he wants to secure the ridge line for the time being. But either way, it's great that he went for this 5th Goliath, because he's probably fairly certain that there's a strong likelihood he will lose one of those Goliaths to a Reaver Scarab or something, and wants to just make sure that even if that were to transpire, he does have this 4 Goliath count still available to him to shut down that shuttle play, still one-shot all these observers, and put a lot of pressure on Paralyze here, taking away the map control, starting to control the center of the board more, and now is going to enable him to come out, take this 3rd base mineral line, which is a lot safer because he can now utilize this ridge line to his advantage to try and get a little bit more cost-efficient trade. And Paralyze doesn't have the kind of production that he needs to kind of break this position right now. He is currently going up into his gateway count, but he's only got like 6 online right now, whereas we got like basically the same amount of factories for Royal, so no way could he ever produce enough units to really cost-efficiently deal with this Terran army at this point in time.
Not going to throw his army into the defensive position here of Royal. He's sufficiently slowed down enough. He's taken it slow here so that Paralyzed feels that there's no opening to actually get in and deal any damage. And it looks like Paralyzed will have to take a 4th base. Where is he going to go for that? He's actually sending his Dragoons over to the top left, and the dropship, he spotted that coming in, and he's going to take some more probe damage here, although he does have 1 cannon. Oh, there is a tank inside here, so this could actually deal a lot more. Going to fire on that cannon, not targeting down probes. Unfortunately, looks like he is going to lose the tank. He does lose that tank. Cannot deal with this dropship, though. Dropship just going to hang out over open space, it looks like. Just going to sit here in this dead area. Can't bring Dragoons over there to clear that, so that's going to be a thorn in Paralyze's side for some time now.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a thorn in the back of his mind. A Splinter just going to be annoying him. He doesn't want to have to make a Stargate or a Scout or a Corsair or anything to have to deal with that. It's just way too much of an investment. So he can just swallow that and you know, kind of just try and deal with what he's... Oh, there's so many Dragoons to these mines. Great play from Royal, pushing up the eastern flank there, getting a great body block on those goons and then killing them with the mines. Like, so far, Roy's been playing pretty flawlessly in this game. He's really showing his class and showing why people like Paralyze just aren't up to the same kind of tier as him, and I'm not able really to kind of give him much of a challenge in just being able to come out onto the map and take this 3rd base so easily.
Yeah, he's done a great job here. Ooh, that mine just about connected there. I mean, got like a couple of pros, but disaster has been averted for now, I suppose. Paralyze going to take top left, and yeah, look at the factory count now. Just looking at this factory count, you know that Paralyze is probably going to get bowled over here soon, but he's going to buy some time by dropping a bunch of units here in the back. Maybe he can kill a big chunk of supply depots and slow down Royal in a significant way here. He's got to target the center of these supply depots if he wants to get full damage onto them. And kind of not doing that right now. There we go. He's going to start to pick off a lot of supply. Royal just going across the map, though, confident that he can clear this out with rallies. He's just going to try and kill Paralyzed right now. And the position that he's got, he could absolutely do it. But if he messes up and it doesn't end up killing Paralyzed, he could be in huge trouble because so much damage is happening in his main right now.
Wow, he's really supply blocked at the moment. He's killing a lot of depots at the moment. Royal cannot produce anything. Look at his money just racking up, and he might even lose a few if he's not careful. Does lose a couple on the tail end of that transfer. Now starting to push forward to the northern threshold as he makes his way to this ridgeline. Needs to secure the high ground against these Dragoons to trade well. There's some D-Matrix units. Another couple of storms and shuttles coming in to try and bully this army back. It does force him into a tactical withdrawal. Tries to re-engage on once more, but he has finally cleared up the main base situation. But he might even lose another depot that's burning down right now. So I don't know. Royal's taking a lot of damage. He can recover. He can make a lot of depots and recover this position. But meanwhile, that'll give a little bit of time here for Paralyze to set up this northwest like rally point. He wants to just start throwing down a big amount of gateways and just go up to like 12 to 18 gateways and just start churning out units. Maybe he can come out onto the map again. But right now, Royal's setting up his 4th base at 3 o'clock. He's going to be able to attack on this vertical axis and put a lot of pressure onto Paralyze. He hasn't even started a pylon or gateways in the northwest just yet. So that means that right now Royal has a big window, just kind of stabilize a little bit, build up an army, and attack with like 170 to 180 supply, and actually just maybe potentially crush Paralyze here.
Paralyzed faltering a little bit during that. I think that the situation was actually really, really good for him. Having all of those units in the main base, dealing all that damage, and then at the same time, Royal trying to counterattack and feeding into a lot of these. Oh gosh, he's gonna lose all these shuttles so quick. That's a great defense from Royal. 2 of the shuttles do manage to survive, and we've got Storm.
Ooh.
Not bad, getting a few kills here. 6 kills on that. Definitely worth it here so far, but I mean, this is not the critical damage. We've got Royal with a 4th base already. He set that up, and Paralyzed was very slow on sending his probes all the way to the top left. He hasn't set up that rally point, as you were saying, yet. That's still kind of a vulnerable base. We've only got a few cannons over here. A tank drop could easily shut that down. Yeah, it's still a bit of a rough spot here for Paralyzed, even though he did take a good trade. Diving into the main, dealing all that damage, and stopping the counterattack, it's still a precarious situation here for him.
Yeah, I'm not sure really how he's going to navigate this going forward. I was curious if he would do a late carrier switch or something, because we haven't seen any like pylons and gateways going down on top left just yet. I'm curious what's in the main base of Paralyzed right now. It doesn't look like there's anything crazy, just a couple of forges and a few more gateways made in the main base, just one singular rally point. So it means he's kind of on the wing condition that he doesn't get contained this game, which does give a lot of wheelhouse over to Royal to kind of have a little play with. And if he wants to, he can just keep attacking Paralyzed in the coming minutes and only just contain this one rally point and then start knocking out these other bases like Whack-A-Mole. And Paralyzed is going to try and shut them down. They're coming into the 3 o'clock positions. Try and get another Storm drop here on the SCVs. There's not actually that many SCVs here to Storm anyway, so right now not a big committal of economy here for Royal to be disrupted. A lot of his minerals are coming in right now from his natural expansion, this mineral-only base, so not a high saturation of SCVs here for Paralyzed to keep exploiting for the time being. And slowly but surely, Royal is creeping out in supply, bounces 170 mark, and is finally starting to decide to attack.
Yeah, he's going to take over the center of the map here, and I don't know what Paralyzed can do about it with all of his Templar just being sniped and taken out there as he was trying to drop the center right. He doesn't have the critical splash damage necessary to break this push, and maybe having a few more Templar in these shuttles, but just 3 shuttles here. Can he break this? Can he push this back? Royal's going to get up here onto this high ground ridge, and if he does, that's going to cut off the one rally point that Paralyzed has and potentially force him out of this game. He's going for another drop here. This is really shocking to me. Trying to get in here and deal some more economic damage. There's almost no SCVs here at all, and so many vultures just clearing this up instantly. That was a very piss poor attack.
Yeah, that was really flimsy from Paralyzed. I don't know what he was thinking. I kind of get the idea, but he should have realized the execution wasn't available to him. Now, though, Royal's steaming ahead with his grades finally kicking in. 3 attack, 2 armor. That's a really big power spike for Terran, getting that +3 weapon, starting to kill Dragoons and fewer shots and cleaning up these Zealots even faster. He's having to turn around that Paralyzed going for a counterattack, trying to pull the Terran back. The Matrix comes down on the furthest south tank, but it looks like there's not enough forces to really deal with this Terran threat still. It looks like Royal's going to leave a few of his vultures behind to keep pressure on the natural expansion, force a probe transfer, start sniping some of these units coming out like the Templars and Zealots, and cause inefficient trades for Paralyzed to have to deal with while he's defending back at home, clearing up these forces nicely, not even losing his command center down here as well. I'm going to be killing some of these high Templars in the natural expansion as well. So Royal's getting so much cost efficiency right now. He's also ahead on supply by about 35 and has a tech advantage and has a grade advantage. I don't see how he's going to lose this game.
Yeah, things going about as well as they can. In a bit of a crazy move there. Paralyzed tries to get a counterattack going, but shut down completely by Royal. Now he's going to come back to this position that he was securing a little bit earlier as he was pushing across the map. He's going to come back up to this natural and close off the windpipe here of Paralyzed, putting him into a chokehold, not allowing his rally points to move forward. And yeah, we're going to have Paralyzed, I think, retreat to the main base now and just try to shuttle units out from this point. He's not going to be able to leave his natural anymore. Royal's going to siege up right on the edge of these walls here and start to shell the main.
Yeah, Royal's creating a Terran-made Grand Canyon in supply right now. Ahead of 50 supply, beautiful Mind Drags and Zealot Bombs on these 4 Siege Tanks, trying to play whack-a-mole with the expansion at 12 o'clock. The win condition for the Terran players basically contain the rally points and then start to hit these expansions. Beautiful Storm on these tanks. Royal desperately trying to unsiege his tank and reposition them, realizing they're a little bit too clumped up here and giving a little bit of breathing room for Paralyze to try and exploit had he been in a better position. But Paralyze not in a good position. He's going to just GG and tap out. Game number 1 going to the Terrans here, knocking out one of these Pros players, and surprise, surprise, it's going to be Paralyze.
Paralyze is gone.
He's out of here.
Get him out of here.
It's old boy Troy.
All right. Good to go?
Yep.
Let me just sound check us here.
Yeah, I was literally about to say the same thing. Sound check. Yeah. But I say check recording. Okay, guys in the chat. Rodrigo, I said hola earlier. I'm not sure if you heard me. Hola, mi amigo. Thank you for tuning in. Appreciate your support. And Maji, paralyzed, yeah, definitely. In fact, paralyzed does kind of sound like a Protoss ability or something. I mean, like if there was an ability that pros had that they don't, I could see it being called something like paralyze, like Maelstrom. You know, kind of a similar effect. Maybe I don't know. Maelstrom is kind of like a paralyze, right? Think of it like that. Maelstrom is the paralyze spell.
All right, we're good.
All right, let's get it.
We are good. Well, not too much of a surprise there. Game number 1, Royal able to take down Paralyze. He was brought out here as just someone that we're giving a chance, I guess, for the Protoss squad. They're so far ahead right now. It's really not even necessary to bring out the A team here, don't you think, Sean?
Oh, absolutely. They've already broke out into the stratosphere right now. They're no longer in a low Earth orbit. They're currently in satellite orbit at least, and do not need to worry about contending with the points anymore. So instead, going to be a little bit of screen time to your boy Paralyze. Give him a few games this season at least, maybe. But nonetheless, going to be eliminated quickly as we now go transition into a much more exciting game between Sulky spawning in the bottom left as the Blue Zerg and Royal the top left. And sorry, in the top left as the Blue Zerg and the bottom left Royal as the Red Terran. I'm excited for this game for sure.
Yeah, the current ASL champion here, Sulky. What's he going to bring out on Troy? Looks like a 10 pool, 11 pool, or overpool. We've got that Overlord out now. So an overpool going to be the choice for Sulky?
Yeah.
What are we going to transition into from here? Are we going to go for quicker speed, or are we just going to get our natural out and kind of circumvent an 8 racks here?
Yeah, I think it's literally just like he just wants a way of circumventing the 8 racks and just trying to optimize against the possible range of play on Troy from Royal here. And Royal wisely, though, going to be doing a very standard racks timing. Nothing too crazy here from Royal. And this is going to line up nicely with the choice of play here from Sulky, going for this earlier pool, which is going to slightly hinder his hatchery timing just a little bit, slightly 20 or so seconds slower hatchery in the natural expansion rather than going for 12 hours. So he's going to delay him a little bit here, but nonetheless, I think we'll see a very normal game despite these early weird timings. It's just a Sulky trying to min-max against the potential range of play from Royal on such a strange map.
Yeah, it almost feels like standard play as the Terran players is really, really good here because you know that the Zerg has to prepare for something like an 8 racks. They can't be allowed to occur here. There's so much buildable terrain in the middle to place that racks, and losing your natural is basically losing the game here. So there's a great I think a great game plan here from Royal is just to play it completely standard, and you know that your opponent's going to have to be forced into playing like a little bit off, a little bit of an earlier pool to try and compensate for the potential.
Yeah, it looks like we see a little bit of a mind game thing here where Sulky's making up to 6 lings. It's going to force Royal to pull 2 SCVs off the line to block the gap on the left. Just delay a little bit of mining time for the compensation of making those early lings and not getting a couple of a drone extra too there. So it's going to make Sulky really safe to any potential pressure from Royal, just running out some naked Marines right now, but also will force him to delay a little bit of mining time. So good compensation achieved from Sulky in making these early lings, and he will also catch his SCV, which will deny scouting and force Royal into an uncomfortable choice of getting a very early academy and sacrificing even more economy to confirm the Zerg tech here.
Just a 2 barracks play out of Royal, and he's going to be able to just check Sulky, make sure that he's building all of the necessary defenses by coming out with that Marine Medic push here pretty soon. And I mean, Sulky, with the high ground, it really does make a difference in how many sunken colonies you actually need to make. But you do still need to make those proper defenses. You can't just completely skimp on sunkens, but you're not likely to get broken here on high ground.
Right. I mean, you can go up to like 10, 12 speedlings and defend that way. But either way, you need to invest something in your defense, either in the way of sunkens or lots of speedlings. And depends on what kind of playstyle. You see someone like Jadong maybe making a lot more Zerglings, a lot less sunkens to try and be a bit more aggressive and utilize those lings later on in the mutaling mid-game phase. But here I think we'll see a bit of a middle ground approach from most players like Sulky, where they try and delay their sunkens as long as possible, make a couple of lings, and eventually just 1 or 2 sunkens to defend that 5-minute timing.
Well, here's something interesting, right? Well, Sulky is going to kill the assimilators here in the top right-hand corner, and he's going to take this as his 3rd base, which means that this Marine Medic army only has a single target. It can only hit the natural, and that means sunken colonies are going to be that much more effective, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to take a 3rd base and try to defend with sunken, you have to build multiple sunkens at each base. But here, we can make an island without even having drop play. We can make that island, and we can just defend at a single location. And these sunken colonies are very close to finishing. The 6 lings are going to be really key here. If he decides to commit, he does not. He backs away. And Sulky going to get away with this pretty greedy play of taking the 3rd base here while only just building a couple of sunken.
Yeah, he delayed those sunkens at the very last second, and you can see how close the timing was mapped out there. The Terran does move out 4 minutes 50 with a 2x timing if you're optimized and you've hit all your mineral boosting and everything. Probably closer to 5 minutes if you're a foreigner not able to hit your timings, but either way, he's going to just barely hold on by the skin of his teeth. Very well mapped out from him. And yeah, with the 6 speedlings, just apply a little bit of pressure and shadow the Marine Medic just to make sure they can't get away with just stimming across the map or anything too crazy. Means that there's no timing for the Terran to exploit absolutely whatsoever. So now going to be in a great position here. He's also dialed back the economy of Royal a little bit by forcing him to go for these early scanners as well. So now Royal's slightly less optimized than being able to make turrets right now. He's squeezing out everything that he can, and really Sulky's not too fussed about doing a lot of damage with these muters. So he's going to slow down the tech timing, the barracks count of Royal just ever so slightly. Take him a lot longer to get him to his 4 fracks, and that will mean that that will slow down the eventual timing that he'll be pressured out on the map, and without having to worry about defending his top right base against anything but drop. It's going to really make Sulky comfortable going forward and transitioning into a late game.
Well, look at this. He's gone straight into a factory starport off of 2 racks. So Royal is going to have the option to do some crazy stuff like drop. He could go into a very quick Valkyrie here
Tank
as
push.
well. Tank push, yeah, that's a potential as well. Look at that, armories are coming up here. Royal has a lot of options. He needs to find a way to actually put pressure on Sulky here, because he could even take more bases at this point, build more islands around the map. He could take center right, he could take bottom right, just kill the assimilators, make more expansions, and keep building Muta to defend everything. And, Royal needs some sort of response to that. So it looks like it's going to be Valkyrie. The answer here for Royal, he's going to get some Valkyries out so he can push away the Muta and then maybe go for some drops, drop around the map or go for that tank push like you were saying and just try to crush the natural.
Yeah, Sulky threw down a very standard Queen Says timing around 7 minutes. So, but because the factory was so early, there is still a window to do a little bit of a tank push. It's possible. It could also just be something like Mines or Karen Booster for a mech switch. Very unlikely though. Yeah, so it's going to be Valkyrie into tank push, or I think that's what we see, a tank just pop out now. So I imagine it's going to be tank push with Valkyrie support, using the Valkyries as point defense against the mutas to reduce the map control potential of Sulky to slow this down, while also guaranteeing a timing with the tank push at the same time. So he does need these Valkyries as point defense. He's making sure he doesn't catch his Valkyrie though. Okay, good micro from Royal. He's definitely got the slide down. If he can keep that up and keep sliding the sliding the Valkyrie like that, where it's basically running away while shooting, it'll make it much harder to be caught by Sulky, and you can get more and more value with this unit as time progresses. You kind of do need to have that micro down to utilize that unit at a pro level and get the kind of consistent value that's required to justify such a high cost.
Oh, it's going after the tank here. Can he get the tank? He's going to drop everything here to get that, and he does pick it off. That's really going to slow down this push from Royal. That's a great pick off. He's going to supplement that with some more Sunken Colony here because he lost so many mutas. He can't totally fight this Marine Medic, so he needs extra units here. He needs extra defenses. There's the second tank, but with just one tank trying to push through, it's much less effective. He's going after the tanks here. He cannot get the kills on these Valkyries, unfortunately. Trying to put some eggs out in the front, but the Lurker aspect is not ready. There's not enough Sunkens here either. Just 3 Sunkens on high ground. Not going to be enough to stop Royal. Oh, man, this is such a close hold, but Royal just going to shove right through Sulky's defenses, completely crush this natural. This is it. GG can't hold on after this. Everything's falling apart.
Yeah, this is just like Terran 101 at the highest level. You know how to exploit all the transitional weakness of Zerg players. The 9-minute mark, just as they're getting their lurkers online and they're at their weakest, relying purely on Sunkens and Mutas alone, essentially. Just able to completely pull apart the Zerg there. That really well executed attack. I'm really impressed by Royal so far.
Yeah, that's rough for Sulky, man. He should have had a few more Sunkens. It does feel so unbreakable, Sunkens on high ground, but you cannot skimp, like I was saying. And he did try to skimp there a little bit. He was trying to get into his Lurker, keeping his drone count high with just 3 Sunken Colonies there on the high ground. It's not going to be enough. You needed like 4 or 5 maybe to buy that time in order to get those Lurkers into production. And he didn't have to build any Sunkens over at a third base, right? That was an island, so
yeah,
it's just pure greed, isn't it?
It's pure greed.
From Sulky there.
Yeah, it is. It's pure greed.
That's unfortunate, man. Sulky goes down, but it's nice to see Royal on a roll here. Let's see if he can continue it. He's going to be taking on one of these 2 Protoss players that's coming up next.
I mean, I like Sulky. He's a great macro player, but he sometimes takes the piss a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, it seemed like he knew what was happening.
He knew what was happening. He was being way too greedy. He was like counting on sniping the second tank against 2 Valkyries, and he didn't have that many mutas. It's like you have to 4-volley that tank down, and he's got bio support, and he's got 2 Valkyries. Like, you're probably not getting that tank. You can't rely on that. And even then, even if you do kill the tank, you then have no mutas left over to defend your Sunkens. So it's like either way, you need more.
Yeah.
As a pro gamer, it's shocking.
On high ground. 3 Sunken on high ground.
It's shocking.
Strong, but
it's not. It's really not.
And just purely against the Marine that he had on the field, it probably would have died.
Yeah, even 4 actually struggles to hold that, even though he's got the high ground, because he has so many medics and bio. It's just like it's a 9-minute push. Like it's not something to sneeze at. He didn't even trade any bio, and he killed SUVs. You know what I mean?
Yeah. All right, you ready for this next one?
Get it.
Mini going to be sent out next year against Royal. Blitz Y is the map. Such an interesting map here. I really love the addition of these crazy 2-player maps that we've been seeing.
Absolutely, and I'm glad that they've taken the old concept of Blitz X, which came before this, which is basically this kind of the same map except like rotated 90 degrees, and now we got a much more vertical 2-player map. I think that's much easier to balance as well. It's really awkward to balance the maps where it's 1v1 and they're both in the bottom left and bottom right corner. It's just so hard to balance that. And I also really like the fact that we got this big this catwalk, which not only allows for early like shenanigans, it also allows a really nice tactical late game play with who can secure this like little island area of the extra gases and minerals. And there's also the back pocket where you can choose to prioritize more mineral income or closer to the center, which is more easily shelled from the high ground, but also gives you more access to gas. So yeah, I really like this.
It is a very interesting map, and I think it gives a great position, a jumping off position for the Terran player. Once you slowly shove out forward towards your opponent, you can take your third base, in line with your attack, but then where do you take your fourth? You really have to stretch out far into the left-hand side, and that puts a lot of vulnerability into your game here as the Terran player. So you're going to see a lot of 2-base, a lot of 3-base pushes out of the Terrans, and that'll be up to the Protoss players to prepare for that and play accordingly.
Yeah, so we're going to see a nice little gas steal here from Mini. Absolutely typical here. It would be very, very weird if he didn't try and get for the gas here, but trying to get this SCV kill with his particle beam, not quite able to do so. Quick repair, quick thinking from Royal. Going to deny that though. The SCV is still 2-shot in that mineral line, so if Mini stays on top of it, rotates around, can come back in for the kill on the SCV at a later date. Right now though, we're getting a little bit of a scout off, sees the forward gateway, understands there's going to be a little bit of zealot pressure coming from Mini before he throws down this Nexus.
Yeah, not going to be able to finish that SCV off, but is Royal going to be able to get the eBay block here? It looks like he can't quite get it. Great play by Mini to have the probe there already, blocking that from occurring, and now he's going to be able to send the Zealots straight across the map with no eBay block here. He can drop his Nexus. This is really good play from Mini, kind of predicting what Royal's response will be here.
Absolutely. Here's 3 Marines in the main base to fight this Zealot, but not the easiest to do, really, because he wants to kill this gas at the same time. A little bit of an awkward traditional point here, having to delay killing this gas to make sure he guarantees 0 damage from these Zealots. Instead, wants to try and buy time, run into the natural expansion, throw down the CC to try and race ahead in the curve just a little bit, but has to sacrifice some mining time to accomplish this. And now he's at a risk of being flanked here. 1 Zealot from the north, 1 from the south, as they try and pin some maneuver onto these 4 Marines, barely getting through the eggs, and 1 SVV is trying to block. A bit of a good block here, but still getting surface area with the Zealot. Now going to get a few punches on those Marines, but so far does lose that Zealot for nothing, and also the probe too. So far, great hold from Royal, besides having to commit these SUVs.
Yeah, that was a great defense there so far, only taking a couple of hits from the Zealot here. A lot of pressure coming out of Mini, but he didn't even slow down the CC. We're going to have no bunker here at the front for some time now. Royal, after killing that first Zealot, feeling totally comfortable here to just sit and chill with these Marines, get that gas online. He'll have to throw down the bunker soon, but there's a 3rd Zealot coming across the map, and what is this? All these SCVs being pulled here. Royal feeling himself right now. He can come across the map and actually deal some real damage here, maybe kill this Nexus. Mini, oh my gosh, he's going to see it just now. What is his response?
He needs a shield battery.
A shield battery. There it is. Shield battery at the front. Mini, he's going to have a desperate hold on his hands. That's so many SCVs to deal with. Royal really needs to make this work right now. 2 shield batteries at the front.
Yeah, this is no joke situation right now. 1 shield battery wouldn't even probably cut it. He needs at least 1. He's decided to make 2. They also would create a surface area denial for Royal to not be able to exploit. Now he's going to try and get surrounded on the Marines. He has his probes cutting off the retreat right now, but the Zealots cannot find any surface area. He's going to lose 2 Zealots before the shield batteries come online and can provide value. Starts to just try to repair that Zealot, but now the Punker's online. He can get this 3 Marines in there if he just can get through these probe lines, barely killing all these probes with the SCV's help. Does lose 1 of those Marines, so only 2 Marines left alive. Zealot's still there, going to get trapped by those SCVs, and now provide the attack to continue as these 2 Marines can get inside this bunker and try and trap this Dragoon between. Look at this beautiful trap here, using the shield battery against Mini. Double-edged sword situation. He gets the kill on this Dragoon. It's going to put a lot of pressure on Mini right now, Sam.
Oh my god, that shield battery trap is insane. It's just insane here. Oh man, Royal made a perfect little box there surrounding all of his Marines and preventing the Zealots from getting on top of them. A beautiful play from him. Really, really smart stuff. The particle beam of the probes was actually reaching over that defensive SCV formation there, but most of the Marines did survive. Like you said, he handles that perfectly. He gets the Dragoon trap. Now he's going to kill the Nexus basically for free here because there's no gateway to actually build any units to defend this. And all we've got in the main is a Robo. I guess we've got a Robo facility as well. So a Reaver should be coming out here soon. That's really Mini's last hope in this game after losing so many probes and his gateway here. Plus, he's going to go into the main. What is he doing? This is crazy.
He can get on top of the probes here. You're going to force a probe drill, get some probes at the very least. The Reaver will take at least 10 seconds to come online, get the Scarab finished. He's going to kill at least 6 to 10 probes here. It's a great little trader, but he will lose all these Marines. And the issue is that he's actually behind in tech. He delayed his gas for so long that this factory is really slow. There's actually not a lot back at home to defend against this potential Reaver and Goon play in the main base. There is a small pocket here for Mini to exploit. He can come into the main base and do a lot of damage to Royal if Royal messes up this hold. He hasn't got a lot of units available to him, but he is still waiting on his Reaver to come out. So Royal has got a tiny bit of time here to set up an adequate defense.
It looks like Royal's going to start setting up some turrets here shortly. He's got the eBay on the way, not quite ready here just yet. Looks like Mini might be able to just slip in at the very last moment here. There's the turrets on the way, but the shuttle is already halfway across the map. We got one Dragoon here going to start to harass this natural, and this is a dangerous situation. Royal, he's done a great job so far, but the Reaver is here before the turrets are done. One tank is available, but the Reaver shots are going to take that down really, really quick. Taking one shot on the Marines, but it's not the greatest hit. And the Reaver is getting low, actually, now. Getting very, very low indeed. And the Dragoon goes down. Oh, he gets the tank. Big kill there, killing off the tank, and he can juggle this Reaver forever.
Yeah, Royal messed up his micro there. He tried to turn the tank around just as the Scarab detonated, but that meant the tank took full damage and didn't survive. So a little bit of misplay there from Royal, trying to be too picture perfect with his execution, and now going to pay the price a little bit because this Reaver was probably going to go down. Now he's be careful that this Reaver doesn't. Okay, does manage to dud that Reaver Scarab on those SCVs, though. Still losing a few of these SCVs one at a time to this Reaver in the main base. There's a turret to the north that's not currently covering this pocket in the bottom right here, so Mini can kind of sit here and exploit this for a long time until more Marines and tanks are available. The Royal's going to try and come in for a trade, but now he's got a... Oh, look, he's dudding the Scarab on that. Bit of luck there for Royal, to be fair. Like, that Reaver Scarab most times probably wouldn't dud. In this case, did, and that's a little bit unfortunate. He does have 2 tanks now, so he can start to challenge this Reaver once more. He has got his turret in the natural expansion, so he shouldn't lose any more SCVs, and he has these 2 tanks to now escort the SCVs back into the main base and try to stabilize. Mini still hasn't got this expansion online, so is desperate in trying to get critical damage here.
Yeah, this is an absolutely crazy game right now. Another dudded SCV, that one supply depot worth its weight in gold. And it looks like he's going to try and fly out here. Oh, man. I think all the money that Mini's been making here back at home has been going to the Scarabs here. And he's going to head back home, maybe pick up this second Reaver and try to re-expand. But was this enough damage? I don't know. I think Royal held on pretty well, and... in the end, I think that Mini is down and out still.
He's not down and out per se, but yes, he's really behind. It's like 10% Mini and like 90% Royal. So right now, though, he does have 2 Reavers available to him. So there's a possibility that he can come in here and do some further damage to Royal. So there is a way he can turn his like low percentage into a higher percentage, but he has got a lot of work cut out for him. But so far, Royal is definitely in the driver's seat. He's ahead on supply, he's ahead in workers, he's catching up in his tech, and Mini is so far behind the curve in every other respect. The only thing he's got going for him is there's only 1 factory worth of units coming out for Royal right now, so he won't be exploding just yet. So kind of there's a little bit of window here for Mini to exploit with some fancy micro in the main base with Zealots and Reavers, but it's going to be hard.
What are we going to do here? This is really the question. Are we going to get like shuttle speed or something? Do we try, put everything on the line here, grab the shuttle speed, like go for a big dive into the main, try to get as much damage as we can? Do we, cut corners and try to get like a... Okay, that's a pretty good shot there. Dragging in the tank shots with the Zealot and then going after some SCVs is very, very nice. But Royal's still got a big advantage here. Another 2 SCVs, not bad. Not bad. Mini really at the edge of the base. He's tentatively pushing in here, trying not to lose anything more while getting as much damage as he can. That actually dudded. Wow, that's kind of crazy. Did no damage to that tank, but Mini's just going to back off for now. He's going to take a third, it looks like.
Yeah.
He's trying to play this out in a macro game, even though he's got almost no probes.
Oh, absolutely. That's why we see him doing these shenanigans right now, is because he plans on a normal game. He just wants to siphon off a little bit of Royal's economy, a little bit of his advantage, because maybe he can claw his way back. He does have 2 Reavers available to him with this shuttle, which so means he can slow down any kind of counter push from Royal. And Royal did go into Armory after eBay before his academy, so he has no scouting information available to him. So he has no idea of what he can do or what he should do right now. So instead, he's going to get into his scanners, which will slow down his economy a little bit further. And then he's going to try and identify exactly what Mini's build is right now, because he has no idea. He has no idea this third base is coming online. He doesn't know if Mini wants to bulldog him. He has absolutely zero clue what's going on. So he'll be very tentatively just building up his tank count, getting his grades online, and just sitting back until he can identify a game-winning state right now. I mean, that will give a little bit of breathing room to Mini to catch up, and he won't come out and be threatened for quite some time. Though if he does get these scanners online and scout out what is going on soon, I imagine he's going to build a lot of factories and go and kill Mini soon if he can.
That's looking very, very likely here. Royal's economy is just light years better than Mini here, and I don't know. I thought that Mini was gonna, get shuttle speed, get an extra shuttle, build an extra Reaver, put some Zealots in there, and just try to get in, deal a huge amount of damage, like a game-ending amount of damage to Royal. And if that didn't work, tap out. But here he's kind of gone middle of the road. He's really tried to macro out of this with a bunch of probes being sent to the top left. But there's look at how many probes are being sent up there. It's 6 probes being transferred. That's like a drone transfer rather than a probe transfer. Usually you're sending 12, 18 probes up to the top left, but he just does not have that economy. And Royal's going to slowly shove out here. He's not going to take any risks. He's got the full surround of these turrets in his main base, and Mini's not going to challenge that. Instead, he's just going to try and get some of his own gateways online and slow down his push as much as he can. But I don't know. I feel like this is a very low % win chance here for Mini, this strategy right now. Yeah,
it's looking pretty low. I would still say it's around 5 to 10% for Mini here. Royal, though, is going to try and change that even further by sending out this Vulture drop. He is also going to go heavy into his grades, making this science facility. So he's going to go all the way into 2-1 at least, probably out. He did sacrifice map control this game. He went for a tank Goliath unit composition initially because he wants to make sure he can shut down any of the shuttle play shenanigans from Mini. And now he's finally going to go onto the map with these Vultures. Distract him on the left with these 2 Vultures while the dropship makes its way on the vertical axis along the right side of the map here. There is a pylon and robo support base spotting this. So as long as he's got some units here to defend it, he won't lose too much, but he might still get some probe kills here soon.
Yeah, he just looks like he's going to get quite a few probes here. That Reaver is going to help to defend, and actually he's just going to pull back out. Seeing the Reaver there is going to tell Royal that he needs to bail out. I think Mini kind of missed the bag there. There was an observer spotting this over on the right-hand side, and he was kind of slow to react. He loses a couple of probes. Not the end of the world here, but like I said before, when you lose probes early on and then you start to lose more, every additional probe that you lose matters that much more here. And it looks like he's going to lose the Reavers too. Look at this.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty
Reaver's
bad
going to take a lot of damage.
Yeah, and one of them was on low HP as well, so just 2 shots from a tank will probably kill that low HP Reaver as well, because it's got 80 HP and red HP, so probably 2 tank shots will finish that off as well. It needs to be very careful not to lose that Reaver for free. It's the only thing that can really slow Royal down enough to give him any kind of fighting chance in this game. It's nearly 15 minutes. He's only just now going to be finishing the Citadel of Adun to get these Zealot leg enhancements, go into Templar Tech, maybe into Arbiters, or at least Storm Gateway Man to have some kind of splash damage to combat the huge army that Royal's going to be able to field soon.
Royal being very tentative in the way he's pushing forward here, but it is a smart play, I think. Not getting, ahead of himself here and overextending, trying to get this third base online. He's just going to slowly take that and not allow any chance that he can be broken here and that Mini can suddenly seize this game back. He's got 3 shuttles and a dream here. How many Zealots does he have piled up? He was just now getting that Citadel of Adun. So he doesn't have Zealot legs, but Zealot legs doesn't really matter if you're going to be dropping the Zealots on the tanks regardless. So maybe he can try to break through here. Maybe he can stop this third base, or is he just going to go into his own 4th and try to even extend this game longer here?
Yeah, he does definitely have to take his own 4th base for sure. Mini's going to try and play I'd say Royal's going to try and win in like 4 to 5 minutes time with his +3 weapons finishing, whereas Mini's thinking like I need to win this game in like 8 to 10 minutes time. Like he's just going to try and slow down the game state as much as he can, get all the tools that he needs while using these sort of like poor man recall styles or just speed shuttles, being annoying as possible. We see now 2 Reavers coming out in the natural expansion of Royal here, forcing an SCV transfer, killing a few of these turrets, opening up this position to further harass, while also now going to try and make his way into the main base if he can. But this turret on the high ground in the main might dissuade him, so instead might have to just pull back to safety. Maybe kill these 2 depots would be a nice little compensation for his efforts as well, though. Maybe supply blocking Royal a little bit, forcing him to make more and more depots will slow down his economy just a tiny bit. Every 100 mineral depot you're making will make it slightly harder for you to churn out units, so will delay his push ever so slightly. Every little helps in this situation for Mini. He's got everything up against it, but he's slightly now pulling ahead in supply for the first time, which is kind of what you need as pros. You should be ahead in supply. He's only just barely ahead in supply by 7, so really, really behind the game still is Mini.
Well, yeah, he's been just barely ahead in bases here throughout this game. He's going to get his 4th base online here, but after the 3rd has already been established for Royal, and just a little bit behind the curve here. It's totally understandable considering what happened in the early game. And I mean, it's impressive that Mini's even managed to sort of stabilize here, that he's managed to make this into a real game. But this is about as hard as it gets here. This is the ultimate challenge for Mini right now, if he can actually bring this one back or not.
Yeah, it comes down to Terran execution as well. So what Mini's also counting on is some kind of fumble from Royal. Right now the ball is firmly in Royal's hands, but there's a chance that Royal fumbles it. It's very taxing on the Terran player to methodically push across the map and control this amount of army this late in the game. It's very easy to find weaknesses in the Terran to exploit as Protoss, and that's what kind of Mini's gambling on. He's trying to say, right, the biggest win percentage for me here is to drag this game out and try and wait for you to fumble the ball a bit. Because if I attack into you, there's no way I can ever trade efficiently and win. So instead, I'm going to stay out on the map, build up as much of an economy, get my infrastructure going online as much as I can while slowing you down with these Reavers, going into my Gateway Man Templar tech, and hopefully can catch you with your pants down as you start to move out.
Royal, he's going to slowly push here towards the center left. It looks like he actually wants to take another base right now. Ooh, picking up the Reaver. Very nicely done. Diving on top of that. And he's going to get a drop here in the center left. That is huge. That's going to slow down Mini even further here. He's like scrambling to deal with not only Royal pushing forward here and fighting against his Reavers, but also this base over here. Oh man, losing 2 Dragoons without having an observer there to clear the mines. He will be taking that extra damage, and Royal just kind of outdoing him here. I mean, this is just pure Royal. This is Royal playing a normal game. He's not trying to, just bowl him over as though he's got a huge advantage. He's playing like it's a completely normal game where he doesn't have that big advantage, and he's going to take every tiny little advantage he can by multitasking and pressuring this Protoss player.
Yeah, we see Mini has elected to go for that Snow style with the Weaver weapon upgrades, giving them plus 25 damage. 125 damage does enable them to almost one-shot those Goliaths as well. They're left with just a little bit of HP with their armor, but we also see like a 3-2 is about to kick in for Royal here. He's going to have a +3 attack upgrade. These tanks with the arc-like shot cannons are going to be absolutely wrecking. Okay, there's the armor upgrade just finishing up. So +3 weapons is about done soon, I imagine. And that's going to be the trigger for Royal to go unless Mini decides to skirmish with him and bring the fight to him on this sort of like western bank here. So I'm not too sure exactly what will transpire, but we will see Royal continuing this drop harass for the time being. Needs to be careful not to lose this dropship. Actually, 2 of these, you just lose his dropship for free. This is really bad from Royal. It's a little bit unfortunate. It's not the most end of the world or anything, but it would be nice to keep that pressure out on that. There's one thing that Mini doesn't have to worry about anymore. So now he can be much more fluid with his army, closing the gap between the 2 armies of him and the Terran player, slowing down the advancement of Royal, keeping the counter attack offensive online always, and a threat to the Terran player will make it much more of slower engagement for him, and he'll have to very tentatively push across this catwalk now, while still Mini is desperately trying to finish off his max out, get some more Templars online, so he has enough Storms available to fight him. He's keeping his army out in the middle of the map. Is Mini here maybe thinking about pressuring for a counterattack, but I think he realizes that Royal's not going to be that scared about it. He's moving up slow enough that he's not too worried about the counterattack potential, and instead going to use this catwalk to full effectiveness, come up here and secure a really big foothold. Meanwhile, Mini's still thinking about that counterattack.
Yeah, it looks like he is gearing up for a counterattack here, and trying to hold on with Storm at the catwalk is a really good plan. This is such a tight area to try and push through, and Royal is really struggling to make any progress, losing a lot of Vulture to the Storms here. Another couple of Storms going to go down. More Vultures going to fall, kind of running through those Storms, unfortunately. Mini rotating back around. Looks like he actually will try to break this push down with his army, realizing that there's not that many Vultures left over. Maybe he can get through here.
Well, he did keep the army of Royal pinned back that entire time because of the fluid army formation. Now Royal is starting to send more reinforcements to the north, just as Mini circles back. Great army movement from Royal here, but he's just barely getting here in time, so not quite fully set up. Some window to exploit, and beautiful storms on the northern flank of those tanks as well. Going to very cost efficiently deal with those, and the rest of the tanks are unsieged and moving through storms. So far Mini doing a good job of trading, as probably as best he could hope for, getting another pretty good storm on those tanks in the back line as well, as more zealots stream in from those rally points. He's just barely got enough to overrun this position. This is exactly what he was hoping for in this game, to create a weird game state for him to exploit, and Royal has kind of fallen for the trap here. He's getting hung by his own rope.
No way. Mini managing to bring this one back after all the chaos in the early game. Royal now looking like a limp rag here, barely able to hold his own third base. Going to try to shove out here, maybe try to take out this center left. Just securing a position here in the middle and like extending this game, maybe try to split the map in half. I think that's his backup plan right now, but Mini still has Reavers on this side of the map. He built a pylon up here. He's actually starting to troll him a little bit. What is this pylon for?
I think it's just a spot for further dropship play out of Royal, because he's been using that vector on the left-hand side of the map quite a lot with his pressure. Meanwhile, though, what was interesting was that the Royal was really counting on winning that engagement so he could take this fourth base of Minis and attack and defend at the same time. Now he's not got fourth base. Now he's struggling to produce, and he can't quite keep up with Mini, and he's in desperation mode as Mini's using these high ground formations on the left-hand side of the map to overrun him, and just putting down beautiful Psionic Storms over and over again, doing true damage to these Terran siege tanks. Like 110 damage over 2.5 seconds, a lot for the Terran to handle. You kind of don't want to siege up under that, especially clumped up. So right now, Royal's trying to do his best to not lose as many of these tanks he can. He's already had his tank count reset quite significantly in this game. He has got a lot of factories though, so he has to churn out quite a few units at a time, 3 machine shops as well, so he can produce quite a lot of siege tanks at the same time here. But it's taking him so long to get his fourth base online that I don't know if he's going to have the mineral influx that he needs to keep up with Mini in this current phase.
This is looking really tough right now for Royal. He's setting up a good position here in the middle, but he doesn't have control over that high ground, and Mini is going to be able to continue to mine from that center left. Some shuttles are moving around the left-hand side here. We'll be able to shut down this mining. It's looking likely. Some Zealots, maybe some Templar popping out here. Oh, more Reavers being made. Really relying heavily on the Reavers. And whoa! What a shot there.
8 kills on that Reavers.
8 kill. Wow. That is crazy. So much damage from that upgraded Scarab shot. Just crushing the economy here of Royal. And now he's between the natural and this fourth base. Royal can't even transfer any SCVs over here to get this mining once again.
Oh, this is a nightmare for Royal right now. Like, the one thing he's had going for him was that he finally had this fourth base online to inject some much needed minerals into his economy. That's what he's struggling. Look at his gas right now, 2,000 gas. He can't really spend it besides making mass vessels. He needs this mineral injection so he can afford more vultures and more tanks to be churned out to keep up with the curve of army that Mini's able to produce right now. He just doesn't have it. He's been delayed in getting this fourth base for so long because the CC was floating to the catwalk fourth of Minis to both attack and defend at the same time. Was denied that, and now is being denied trying to mine at this fourth base. So he's really behind right now, so.
Yeah, this is a nightmare indeed. I think Royal's going to wake up cold sweats in the future, remembering this game and how close he was to the victory here. That's one of the most painful losses, is when you have such an advantage in the early game and you manage to somehow throw it away. And Royal here, I mean, it's on him, but also Mini's play has been fantastic. Now dropping a bunch of Templar here. He's going to try and get some great storms on this high ground, but pretty good dodges so far. A lot of these Templars have been sniped, and EMP going down. We've got a lot of Storm still left over, though. A lot of Storm on top of this high ground. However, Mini is going to be shoved back, and Royal holds strong here. High ground cannot be messed with.
Wow, what was so beautiful about that engagement was Royal was very tactful in how he used D-Matrix there. D-Matrix pretty much the counter to Storm, negating that damage, maintaining the siege line, and keeping those tanks able to target fire critical units to most efficiently trade. And yeah, so far Royal's done a great job of turning the tides yet again, tempo swinging back in his favor. Mini desperately sending out a small contingency of zealots to this third base natural, trying to drag some mines into the SCV line, not quite able to do it. But it's got a few more mines to help clear up these vultures, though. So now the pressure's still on these SCVs, despite that failed mine drag attempt. So might get a little bit of effort. It might get a little bit of SCVs for his effort here, and get quite a significant damage to Royal to compensate for losing this 9 o'clock base, I think.
Yeah, he's going to send more units down here, but Royal now transferring some of his army over. It's just, you can see how tight that hold was there from Royal by how few army, or how little army is actually over here at the third base. He brought everything over to that left-hand side, every single tank, every single vulture to try and hold that, and left the entire defense of this third up to mines. And now Mini going to try and exploit that by getting over here and, you know, trying to break down this base. But a great position here with the supply depots and tanks on the top of this catwalk will force Mini back once again. And Mini going to go ahead and snag another base over here on top of this catwalk. It's going to be hard to defend, but I mean, the center left is just gone. Royal may end up taking that base in the long run, and that'll force Mini into like a really weird situation where maybe he needs to try and take an island.
Absolutely insane. That's the current interesting game state we have right now, is that actually the game state favors Royal heavily because you can split the map horizontally, deny this 9 o'clock, which will kind of be a weird situation where it's the map's sort of split diagonally, where Mini's kind of forced to take this 3 o'clock island, which is able to be shelled from the high ground, which means he has to prioritize the mineral only on the right hand side. So we don't get access to 1 gas but 2 mineral lines, which give him a lot of influx of minerals and deny that from being taken by Royal. But I don't know how he's going to hold on to that long term. So he's probably not even thinking about that right now. He's probably trying to think, how can I win this game without having to take this island base if I can help it?
Yeah, he'll have to retake this high ground on the center left. I think that's the main priority here. Royal's kind of ceded that back to him while he's taking bottom left. There's also opportunities to maybe drop in the bottom left. That's a very far outlying base, but here we go. Some Storm's going to come down here at the third. Maybe he can pick up a bunch of SCV kills and really start to even things out. Well, he doesn't get too many,
Beautiful
just
EMP.
5 kills. The EMP, yeah, coming in clutch there. Royal going to hold on to the majority of his economy at that third, and should be able to transfer down to the bottom left here pretty soon. Ooh, some vultures sneaking in here, going to deal some big damage to the mineral line here of Mini. Mini does pull those probes out of the way in time, clearing out the mines here. Not too bad. Probably about the same amount of damage here as what he got with that Templar drop just moments ago.
Yeah, I would say the game state's slightly evening out. The only issue we have here is the expansion path choice for both players. Right now, though, it's looking much better for Royal. He can just take this back pocket expansion, the bottom left. He's more than happy with that. He doesn't need to take 9 o'clock for the time being, and also has the opportunity to take 9 o'clock and push vertically as well if he so choose, which would be very good because this catwalk is not so difficult to defend as well, so much easier for him to cover his flanks while taking the left-hand side of the map for Royal. Meanwhile, Mini's in a little bit of a precarious situation, has to both skirmish with the Terran endlessly to try and get some kind of advantage. He's not really done enough damage to the Terran's economy at this present moment. Is heading the shuttle down to the bottom left. Maybe he can find something there. The SCVs have just transferred. There's some turrets in position, though. He might lose the shuttle, but could get some... Oh, it's going to be a Reaver, actually. He might get a good Reaver connection. Can he? Is not quite going to get the connection. It's going to dud, it looks like. Not able to kill the SCV train, unfortunately, for Mini here, but going to maybe kill a few of these vultures for his trouble, but that will be cleared up in very short order, and that's going to be another little win here for Royal. Another little feather in his cap going forward.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. The dud on the SCV train there, really painful. Looks like we're gonna have a tank set up here in the main. He's gonna try and target down some probes over here on the catwalk, and we will have Storm to defend this. But 4 kills on these probes, very annoying for Mini having to deal with this constant harassment from Royal, and Royal's just building up right now. He's not got a huge supply, but he's ahead 20 supply right now over Mini, so Mini even lower on that supply. He's gonna try and take this low ground. I'm surprised that he wants to take this left base. Yeah, that doesn't really make sense. We can hit this from the high ground with tank.
Yeah, it's a little bit crazy. I guess he's thinking purely in terms of gas. He just wants a gas advantage here to leverage against Royal. He's trying to hope on a game state where he's winning enough that he doesn't even mind that this is on this situation. But that's a really tough thing to ask for right now. He's losing more and more probes to the Vulture Harass as well, so he can't even stabilize against the Vulture Harass at the moment. And yet he wants to also be safe against the high ground pressure against his expansion from the Catwalk. It's a bit hopeful for Mini, but technically it is the most highest percentage of winning the game if he can just like maintain aggression and control the game state enough that he doesn't allow Royal to come up to this Catwalk to pressure this expansion. But it's a big ask.
I think the nightmare here might almost be over for Royal. Royal almost losing this game, but now it seems like he's really solidified the game state with so many turrets and mines all spread out throughout the middle. I don't think that Mini can break through anywhere, and if he does, it's going to cost him a lot, and Royal is going to be able to bowl him over with his army once that attack fails. Yeah,
Royal's got such a big bank now as well, so even though the supplies are not only like pretty Terran favored, only ahead by 15 supply is Mini right now, not able to kill that dropship with that storm. Could have maybe got, he might get this, okay, not able to quite get that dropship there with the second follow-up storm, unfortunately for him as well. Not really anything going Mini's way, and now with this really poorly decided to take. I don't know. Yeah, I agree. It's not a good decision to take this base here. He does get access to 2 gas, but it's just too easily attacked by the Terran player. He does want the extra 600 gas a minute rather than just the 300. But he looks like he does want to commit to this and defending this. Going to be sending down a little contingency of zealots and goons to pressure this tank off from hitting this expansion. Right now, Mini not even mining gas there anyway, so he's committing forces to defending something that's not providing him any value at the present moment. But he's hoping on the expected value of this later on. But right now, he's not really getting anything out of this, and he's having to trade resources to maintain something that's not currently providing him anything.
Yeah, it seems funny to me. Why not take the Nexus on the right-hand side here and just mine a little long distance from all the mineral patches and get that 1 gas going? You might as well, right? And you can't be hit. The Nexus can't be hit from the high ground in that case. Nice scan, picking up on that drop that was planned for the bottom left. And yeah, Royal going to be able to hold on everywhere. He's going to get some drops going here on the right-hand side just to harass Mini a little bit while getting prepared for this big push forward here in just another few moments. It's likely that he's going to be able to push up onto that high ground in the center left and take that base here in just a little bit.
Yeah, I'm really shocked that Mini didn't try and take the guaranteed 300 gas a minute by building the Nexus on the other side. It's actually what he needs right now. He needs a tiny bit more gas injection to keep going, and he doesn't quite have it. He got another few shuttles here making their way to the bottom left, but there's an EMP available in this science vessel to go down on the Templar. There's the EMPs on those Templars. Didn't quite get the connection on that first Templar on that came out, but did manage to get the other one as it was storming for the next shot. So great play here from Royal, getting a 2 for 3 with his EMPs, and now going to be cleaning this up pretty cost efficiently without taking much damage.
That was a lot of kills on SCVs, but again, the Nexus here going down in the center right. This is starting to dry up for Mini. He's got not too much mining going on. He's got the mineral only. He's got this catwalk high ground base here, which is pretty healthy, but his supply keeps falling further and further behind. He's trying to deal with army here that's been brought forward to actually stop this island base from going up, and now he's moving over towards the center left. This is Royal's move out. This is the base that he needs to take. He just needs to take center left, and he should be able to grind this game out against Mini.
Yeah, I would say that this is really difficult for Royal to lose from this position. It's still possible, but it's just so many tanks and so many vultures. I really struggle to see how Mini's going to be able to deal with this. I don't think he's still not mining gas at 3 o'clock. I have no idea what's going through his brain right now, but he's struggling for gas and is still not mining any gas at this 3 o'clock base.
Yeah, he should be taking that gas right away and start to mine that out. Yeah, I really have no explanation for that. That gas is out of range of any tank on the high ground, so it should be an easy choice here to grab that. However, he's gearing up to try and break this high ground. I think that this is just way too much for Royal. I think this entire army is going to go splat if he tries to run it in there. Looks like he's going to go ahead and try to fight the Goliaths and actually get some really great mind drags onto the Goliaths. That was like 7 Goliaths just got annihilated there by mines.
Yeah, if there was
Mini going to back away.
Yeah, if there was like carriers or arbiters, I would say it's even better. But it's not too big a deal for Royal. He's got such a big army. It's the only thing that really is affected here is his ability to kill these shuttles. So Mini's going to try and get something done with that fact and come in here with these speed shells, see if he can do some tactics to frustrate Royal. He's going to come down into the bottom left and maybe threaten a storm drop or a Rio drop onto these big SUV trains. There is a tank here along with some voltage to try and clean this up. The EMP could come in clutch yet again, but one storm does go off. Not really able to connect with the SUVs, but it's going to help kill this tank at least.
Yeah, having some trouble here, actually throwing out storms on anything valuable, missing, whiffing a couple of times. Does get some vultures and tanks for his trouble, but now he's heading in over here towards this high ground, trying to break this area and losing a lot of zealots to these mines. Now getting up here on this high ground, pretty darn good. He's going to send down some storms. Great D-Matrix there to deal with that storm, to prevent that storm from dealing massive damage. Another great storm here. And another here on the high ground. Pretty well done by Mini. He does hold back Royal for now, but Royal is just inevitably going to be able to take this base. Mini's starting to mine over there at the center right, but again, still no gas there. It looks like he could target down the CC, though, over on the center left. If he gets that CC, that'll slow things down. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. What happened over here? We completely missed this attack. Something happened over at that catwalk base that shut down the mining completely here for Mini.
Yeah, and now he's actually struggling a little bit for minerals because he looks like he's lost quite a few probes and is not mining that optimally at all right now. His main and natural have been mined out for quite some time. This base in the top left will also be mined out in short order as well. So right now, Mini looking a little bit starved and needs to put a lot of damage on with this storm drop now. Needs to kill as many as he possible. Not quite able to get the kills he needs and losing that high tempo to the tank. Does try and come into the bottom left, but he's going to be shut down by that turret and not able to come in there. Now shuttle dangerously on her HP. Not able to find the connection. What's going to try and unload at a distance and then run a Dragoon and make sure there's no mines and then maybe go into the High Templar. Oh, he's just not going to come into the main, but I don't know about this choice. Maybe like he should have just sent the High Templar out, but I guess he wasn't feeling confident enough.
I guess the High Templar didn't have energy or something like that. Well, Mini, I mean, he just mined out over at the mineral only, and he's going to be able to transfer a bunch of those workers over here to the catwalk base. Ooh, getting a mine drag there at least, but Royal just has so much economy. He's got so much mineral income here right now on these bases, and he's just about to secure center left. It's been a hard-fought battle for that base, but he will finally get that CC up and start to mine there. And with that, I mean, Mini, he needs like at least 2 bases to compensate for that. Maybe he can try to take all the bases here on the island while Royal is committed super heavily to defending this high ground. But I mean, that's a pretty big if, and Royal will be able to rotate and start to drop on that area and start to shut that that island down potentially. The storm not going off here. That one tank positioned perfectly to shut that down. And now Mini, he's just running out of steam. He's going to go for one last big attack. Can he break the high ground here and prevent this base from going down? He's dropping some storms on top of a lot of this, but the Zealot number is just not there. The Dragoons are going to have to drop back and away from this fight. Had they committed, all of them would have been completely splattered. And I mean, Mini, that was kind of the last hurrah there. There's really nothing left for him.
It seems like Mini's got his nails filed down or something, because there's just not much claws behind a lot of these attacks that he's attempting. And he's not quite getting the damage that he wants with these skirmishes and drop harass that he would usually be able to find. And now he's finally going to start setting up another Nexus in his 3 o'clock position. Maybe he'll eventually take this gas. But he's missed out on so many thousands of gas from not mining this for so long. Now Royal going to be pressuring that base with 2 tanks while Mini's pushing on this catwalk lane. I'm going to try and take away a little bit of high ground control from Royal. Meanwhile, the ability to storm from the high ground may make it hard for the Terran player to trade it. Beautiful EMP coming down to that Archon, though. Going to be softening up this army just a little bit. But these 2D Matrix tanks are now going to work on this Nexus. And if he can deny mining in this 3 o'clock position, Mini's going to drop even more in this game. He's barely mining as it is, so he's everything to just stay alive. Yeah, he's losing more and more. Currently down to just 86 supply. He's going to tap out. GG. Wow, Mini getting absolutely torn apart by just pretty much standard gameplay here.
Well, you know, that was a crazy, crazy early game, and we're all getting the clapper there. Able to bring that into a very standard mid and late game with a big advantage. He almost managed to throw that game away kind of in the middle of the map there, trying to do that one big push, and trying to get across on that catwalk was a little bit disastrous. But in the end, his macro and advantage in the early game wins the day. Royal takes that game away and continues his streak here. Will he be able to get an all kill? The first all kill for the season for Terran. I'm going to find out. He's got to take out Action or Jaedong, which is coming up next.
Nice. I'm leaking coffee. So back in like 4 or 5.
Sounds good.
All right, guys, take a quick bio break. We'll be right back to bring you more action. It's going to be, who is it? Royal and Jaedong. Nice. Okay. That's going to be good. I'll be right back, guys.
Hey.
Free your mind, feel the ecstasy. Overdrive, I feel you close to me. Take me high, increase the energy. Energize, living wild and free. Free your mind, feel the ecstasy. Overdrive, I feel you close to me. Take me high, increase the energy. Energize, living wild and free.
Yo,
Yo.
how we doing?
Good.
I've gone for the 2 pints of water meta, so I've got a litre of water available to me.
Nice.
Yeah, last game I actually ran out of water. I started coughing a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. How you doing?
Just having a little food.
Right on. I'm gonna hit a vape. If you're just tuning into the stream, boys, we're currently on an intermission between games. We've got 3 players currently eliminated. Sulky, Paralyzed, Mini have been taken out. And now we're going to go into the next game, which is going to be Royal versus Jadong on Apocalypse. Going to be super excited to see that game momentarily. After Saiyan is done eating his food and I've done vaping my vape. Hope you guys settle down, settle in, use the bathroom, grab some snacks. We'll be right back with some more Starcraft Attack. What are you eating, Sam?
Eggs.
Eggs?
Mm.
Nice. How'd you have your eggs? Scrambled, poached, boiled, fried? I've had scrambled eggs in ages. I think the trick to cooking good scrambled eggs is like intermittent heat, because the pan stays hot when you take it off, so you can't take the pan off, keep stirring for 30 seconds and put it back on the heat, so you don't like, cook the eggs too quickly. Get them nice and fluffy. Oh man, another... You want eggs? Alright, well, make some eggs. We're going to break a few eggs in this KCM lineup, that's for sure. But will it be Royal or Jadong getting scrambled in this game? We'll have to find out. Stupid fast. Smart slow. Are you fasting? Is this intermittent fasting? Well, you are fasting for 30 hours. This is intermittent fasting. This is fasting. What are we doing here? It's not Ramadan, is it? Are you fasting intentionally or you just haven't eaten? Is this for dietary reasons or what? Pretty sure it's not Ramadan.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Your buddy wanted to do it. Okay. And you just thought, why not? I'll starve myself for a few days. What could be the harm in it? Are you taking any supplements while doing this? Are you taking like even just electrolytes, some minerals, calcium, magnesium, for some vitamins? Are you taking anything to supplement while fasting?
All right to take a multivitamin.
Yeah, you should be
Not gonna
taking.
break your fast.
Yeah, you should be taking some kind of like vitamins while doing that for that long, just to make sure you're not, completely killing what your body needs.
You need to take salt as well.
Yeah, you need electrolytes.
Because your body absolutely requires salt to process water. And if you're not taking in any food, like usually most of your salt comes from food.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not taking in food, then you won't have enough salt to actually like osmosis water into your cells.
You literally just have some rock salt in your water, you'll be alright.
Yeah, your body will like sacrifice your kidneys or whatever to strain out as much salt as possible whenever you pee in order to maintain enough salt to keep to keep like using the water that's coming in. It's not a good situation. You need salt.
Are you saying he's kind of cheating anyway because he's going to the gym and hitting BCAA and electrolytes? So kind of, but yeah.
I mean, it depends on how much calories are in there. Like if you're saying like you're drinking like 500 calories or something, or 200 calories, anything more than like 3 or 4 calories will knock you out of a fast.
But you do want to
It's a little bit
have,
rough.
but you do want to have the raw minerals to supplement, like we're talking about. So like rock salt or whatever, or like some
The
some
minerals don't have
magnesium
any.
or some vitamins.
Don't have any
Yeah. You want some baseline minerals and
calories.
vitamins and shit because there's literally no calories in that. It'll just give your body a little bit of what it needs to function properly and like still be able to process things like water properly. Basically, help out your organs do what they need to do still. And the electrolytes from the rock salt will also like help your brain to function better without anything as well. Because your brain is like consuming like 25% of your intake usually anyway. So like you need something.
Yeah, you just get some pink salt. Go get some Himalayan pink salt and just put in enough into your water bottle so you just barely taste it. Like you don't even really taste it. It's just like a tiny little bit. You just drink your water. It'll actually help you drink more water too.
Mm-hmm.
Drinking pure water is it's not great for your
No.
body. Your body won't like want you to drink that much water.
Also, I think it's bad for us. I've heard it's bad for us to drink cold water. I think it's better to drink as close to room temperature water as possible. I think.
Mm. I don't know about that, but definitely salted water is better for you than just pure water.
I think it takes more for your body to adjust your body temperature after drinking cold water a little bit. But the main issue I think is things like vocal cords, because cold water can like shock your vocal cords a little bit, whereas like room temperature water doesn't really affect you when you drink it. I think cold water can cause your vocal cords to constrict slightly or something. Something I might want to be mindful of and actually have some like water that's been sitting out for a little bit for casting, so that it's like not quite too cold, so that it doesn't affect my vocal cords too much while casting. Might be a factor to consider. Cold burns more calories.
True.
Like, I guess if you're fasting, you don't want to do that then, right? So I guess what I'm saying is true. Unless you want to shred more weight with the fast, actually, I guess. Depends on what your goal is. Still, though, you need the minerals and shit if you're going to do it for more than a day. If you're doing intermittent fasting where you're doing it for like 16 hours or whatever, of course, maybe you don't need to go too crazy with like all the minerals and vitamins and shit, but you should still, if you're doing anything like 24, 48 hour kind of length, you definitely want to do some kind of supplementation. Like, it's just safer and better, more results. Like anyone that's like doing any kind of long form fasting is supplementing with some kind of minerals and vitamins for sure. You'd never drink room temperature water, Dustin? Well, if you're a caster like me, you might be giving up talking after drinking too much cold water and it messes up your vocal cords a little bit. How about that? 14 days? 14 days? Water flavoring and Diet Coke. That don't sound right. What were you supplementing with? Like you've been hurting your body more than helping it if you were doing it that long without serious supplementation, man. It's not healthy. Oh man.
What?
He once did 14 days with nothing but like some water flavoring and Diet Coke and didn't once do any kind of supplementation during 14 days of fasting.
Diet Coke. Why are you drinking Diet Coke?
Also, I don't think Diet Coke's a good idea while on a fast because the aspartame, or whatever it's called, the sweeteners in it, trigger a weird reaction in your brain. Makes you think you are ingesting sugar.
Right. They think it makes you think that your body thinks that you are ingesting calories, and then also the weird like aspartame and shit depletes your minerals even further. That shit strips your body of minerals.
Yeah, that's
So,
suboptimal,
like,
man.
you're really cutting down your minerals. You probably got a lot of headaches while you were doing that. I bet you got a lot of headaches. Just let us know in the chat. Did you get like really serious headaches?
He's gonna play it off like it was no big deal, even though he was having migraines or something. He said he couldn't have felt better. Well,
I've done a lot of fasts, and yeah, if you don't have enough salt, you get really bad headaches.
He said he could have felt better. I mean, I don't know, Dustin. I don't know how you were performing well during that, my guy. What were you doing during those 14 days? What were you actually doing day to day?
You get a lot of work done when you fast, man, because you're trying to like not think about food, and also you have a lot of energy, and you have a lot of time because a lot of time is spent buying groceries, making the food, eating the food, and then like recovering after eating. When you're just like so tired, you're just like looking at your phone or whatever. But if you're not doing any of that, it really it's quick.
Right.
Like, you have a lot of energy.
He said he was doing work with an insane amount of walking.
Insane amount of walking, hey? Yeah, well, that's good.
It makes sense as well because it's like a walking meditation thing, and it helps you stay focused on not eating and shit as well. Go on.
I got like so much work done when I do fasting. I just pounding out tons of work. Get an idea and just like running with it like crazy because you just there's nothing to stop you. There's no like, oh, I'm hungry, I gotta stop and eat something. You're just like, you just have 24 hours in a day with nothing to stop you except for sleep. And the thing about fasting too is you only sleep like 6 hours. Your sleep goes down a lot. Like, you'll just wake up naturally after 6 hours.
Can confirm. I did quite a lot of intermittent fasting, and I noticed that as well. I noticed that my natural sleeping cycles were getting shorter and shorter. They're really tight.
Yeah, you sleep better. It's weird.
I guess it makes sense though, because like your body does crazy things when it's processing food, especially carbohydrates. Like, think of how sluggish I almost force myself to just go for walks after eating because I just feel like it's better for my digestion and shit. Otherwise, I feel so sluggish, man. Like, eating does like a lot to your body. Like, I think we take it for granted just how much of a toll processing food can be on our body, especially the wrong kinds of foods.
Are we ready to go into this? Or?
Yeah, I'm ready. Been ready.
All right. So I'm just looking at fucking armrests. All right. Here we go.
Let's stop resting and go to arms.
Well, I've never seen a gasless fast expand go into a Nexus bust quite like what we saw in that last game. Royal pulling out some interesting tech there and making it work. Was quite the chaotic game, but here we are in set number 4 now. Royal continuing his spree Jaedong going to be his next victim here.
Yeah, he's got the donger in his sights right now. Crosshairs have been locked on. The automatic targeting system of the Goliath is able to harness onto that. And the only issue is that if it goes out of range, it kind of like does its own thing and like tries to shoot but doesn't shoot. So we're always going to be on top of things. Make sure he stays in range of the donger here. And he's going to be forwarding out an 8 racks to the email of Jaedong and see if he can get a reply. And Jaedong's not the kind of guy to really read his DMs. He's a little bit busy these days and not a bit of a boomer as well at his current age and not really with the tech. So probably not going to get the message until it's like right in his face.
Looking like a 12 hatch here. Yeah, we're going to get some drones being morphed and it's so close, man. He could throw down an 11 pool. No, it's not going to be an 11 pool. 12 hatch it is. It's so cool. This Overlord is about to see this. Will he just like see it just in the nick of time here? Oh, there he sees it. He can build it. Oh, he built a hatchery. Okay, I thought he was gonna like switch it up and build a spawning pool there, but he builds the hatchery. He's gonna get the Overlord over this wall. The Marines shouldn't be able to kill it, and yeah, we're gonna have to see a drone defense here.
Yeah, and we're all gonna be building the little Mickey Mouse ears of supply depots behind that to float the wrecks and retreat to safety soon after applying the pressure. Not going to be getting the kill on this Overlord due to the safety of that dead zone behind the natural with that high ground tile set, but still though, Jaedong going to be fairly confident that he can hold this off. He has dealt with this countless times on the ladder. Just because he's gone 12 hatch doesn't mean he's dead by all means. He's going to send out 2 drones in advance, deny the building of that barricade just for a little bit until the Marine can come down, escort, putting a bit of DPS on that bunker as well. So it's a little bit easier to kill if he does do the Ling response, go up to 12 Lings and try and kill these bunkers later on. And force a little bit of repair build maybe out of roll. Going to be trying to catch this Marine though with these 2 drones. It might be able to get it low enough here. Does able also run away the other drone while getting enough hits on that Marine? Take it down to 5 HP. Does lose the drone. Needs to be careful. Needs to kill this Marine at all costs now and go on top of the other Marine. Jaedong needs to desperately kill this Marine at all costs without losing this other drone if he can help it. The bunker was finished, so Jaedong in a little bit of trouble if he loses any more drones because it will even out the game state. He doesn't want to lose 2 or more drones here. Losing 1's a little bit painful, but losing 2 doesn't allow Royals to be very happy and comfortable going forward.
Yeah, especially in this case, this specific case, when you are going for Ling here to follow this up, he's going to be building a whole bunch of Ling. You cannot be losing too many drones right now. He's even going to have to build a sunken colony here. So the sunken colony plus all of the Lings that have been built really limits the amount of drones that you can produce. And he's actually going to run by here. Well, this is kind of crazy. He's going to go all the way across the map. The Sunken is not done, and it's going to lose 100 HP when it morphs. So look at this. The Sunken actually going to go down. He targets the SCV at least. So the SCV does fall. That means that this bunker is going to be much, much weaker. I think he's just going to come from either side here, blocking the additional Marines from making their way over to these bunkers, and he should be able to surround this and kill. But this is a bit of a crazy hold. I'm not sure who's going to come out on top after this.
Yeah, I think Royal is actually going to be a little bit behind after this because Jaedong did deal with this cost efficiently. One thing that Royal did really well was positioning the bunker in such a way that it was blocking the creep. Because if he'd built it slightly slower, the creep would have spread 1 tile over, and then Jaedong can outrange the bunker with the Sunken without worrying about it being able to target the Sunken and still kill the hatchery. So a little bit unfortunate Jaedong that he had to lose the Sunken in that situation. It's a little bit lost value, but it doesn't really matter. Like, he only committed 1 Sunken to the defense, made a lot of Lings. The only issue is that he can't really get too much value with these Lings if he can't break through this little Marine wall here. So he might try and target down or run by here, but with the second SCV coming out, the Overlord sees that he might not feel like he's confident enough to break this, so might not go for a follow-up run by here unless he's gone for, oh, he's going for the bust. Okay, he does want to bust here. He's setting up, he's just going to chill with these Lings and make it look like he's transitioning into a normal game, and Royal's going to get a little bit comfortable here and be like, oh, okay, you can't really do much here. Like, you're going to try and bust me and I'm going to hold it and there's nothing coming, so I'm fine. But the real trick is that he's going to run by with these Lings, and now the follow-up Lings are going to be the issue here because now he runs into the main base. Royal's going to respond to this. There's going to be nothing in the natural to block the second. Okay, he's going to actually block the second run by, so Royal's actually ahead of the curve, does identify the follow-up threat, and he's going to send just 4 Marines to the main base to deal with this. And now Jaedong may be in a little bit of trouble here, but Royal does not get the good block on the second Ling attack like he needed to. So now Jaedong has a follow-up pressure in the main base, can pressure this supply depot, force the Marines off the line, out of the protection of the SCVs, and now could get a few Marine kills for his effort as well.
Ooh, there's more and more and more Lings coming here. The follow-up from Jaedong is just going to be a total like 2 hatch muta all in, so he has to get a little bit more damage here with his lings, and he's just not able to find it yet. Royal has a few SCVs here at the natural. He's blocking all of this. There's a little bit of a hole there. Maybe he can run by once again. No, Royal setting that up, making sure that he's not going to take any more damage there. Jaedong running around inside the main. As long as he can delay, kill a few SCVs here, and slow down the potential of any eBay coming up, that might be enough to snowball the game here for him. But he's really got to slow this Terran player down a little bit. Make sure that he doesn't have all the turrets that he needs to hold off.
Another kill on the SCV for Jaedong. Every little kill is going to be a big factor for Royal going forward. He's struggling to afford everything right now, and there has been a few Marine kills already, with maybe another 1 or 2 going down to these Lings at some point if he makes a mistake. So Royal is in a little bit of trouble here. He's going to lose this 1 Marine because he made a mistake here. So this is what I was talking about. One tiny little mistake can cost you the game, because he needs every Marine on hand, on deck right now. Turrets are only just now beginning to morph, and he also needs to make comsats, so he's really going to be hurting in his economy right now, not able to produce the kind of workers. Meanwhile, Jaedong also in a similar predicament, not having that many drones right now, so squeezing out what he can just before this Spire's on the way. He did do a lot of commitment to this attack, so his Spire timing is actually really slow, and once that the scanner goes off and sees just how late these mutas are morphing, Royal's going to breathe a sigh of relief as he realizes that his predicament's not quite as bad as maybe he would think, and he is going to be able to stabilize, go into... He needs to be careful not to use these Firebats, though. Beautiful round on those Firebats. Nearly catches both of them, not quite able to get them, though, and that's going to be another little win for Royal going forward. If he lost those 2 bats there, he was at risk of a follow-up Ling run by, and that would have been costly.
It might be a good idea for Jaedong to come in here and try to actually snipe those bats, snipe those fire bats at the front, and then come in later with the Lings to run into the main to pick off some more turrets. He's going to have to all in here. He has to go for the kill right now. Only 4 drones here mining at the natural. That's actually enough to eventually mine up to... enough some minerals to take a 3rd base, but it's really, really tight with full-on Mutalisk production. It's going to be very, very hard. So he's going to just constantly produce mutas here and try to find a way in with these Lings and mutas to actually break Royal. And Royal doesn't have that many turrets yet, but he's adding on a lot more here, realizing the game position. He knows exactly what he needs to do, and he's doing a great job of it.
He's only got 6 mutas presently, so he's going to be focused purely on the bio count until a 7th muta becomes active, so we can then start to come in here and start one-shotting these SCVs that are trying to build turrets, trying to build infrastructure, and you're going to keep the pressure on Royal the entire time while eventually finding a win condition that he can utilize these Lings and come in as well. Right now, Jaedong going to be rotating around to the natural expansion. He can transition into a 3-hatch all-in muta with those extra minerals we were talking about. It's going to be a little tough for him to micro everything and slowly transition into a normal game. So instead, he's probably going to just be non-stop mutas while taking a 3rd base. Right now, he's banking up a lot of money, though. He's just waiting for some overlords finishing. I don't think he's actually fully decided on committing to this 2-hatch all-in muta yet. I think he's actually going to expand and actually not commit to it fully once he identifies that Royal has stabilized. He doesn't want to risk just losing the game straight up, because he will be committed to basically 3-hatch all-in muta if he decided to do that.
Yeah, he sees the number of turrets here. He decides, like, okay, you've defended well enough that maybe it'll be a better option here to switch into another base here, try to draw this out a little bit. He's going to come in and slow down the factory at least. Not able to take out either of those turrets, though. Okay, both of them do blow up a little bit later on. Not quick enough on the repair there for Royal, but, Jaedong opening up that position. What can he actually do here now that his mutas has been softened up? Not much, so he's going to throw down a Hydralisk Den.
Essentially, he's going to be transitioning into a normal game, except the Den is a lot later than the relative curve that we're used to. So he will still have a big window of weakness here that he has to deal with, and he will deal with that in the form of the Muta-Ling pressure out on the map, trying to slow down the ability for this 3-racks production to come out. And he's still going to be coming in and pressuring the turrets, forcing more of a response from Royal rather than a committal into an attack. He wants Royal to be worried about the mutas coming in while he's pushing, but Royal knows that he needs to threaten the counter-attack. He can't let Jaedong get away with this for free. He's just going to come out onto the map with his Bioforce and force the engagement from the mutas and threaten the sunken bust here, because he knows there's no potential for Jaedong to hold with the lurkers for quite some time. So there's a big window of like 2 minutes where Royal can just come out onto the map and start to threaten Jaedong and force sunkens as a response potentially. Jaedong can't afford to make sunkens right now, so it's purely down to his Mutalisk control to try and be cost efficient enough in this game to try and find a normal macro curve here.
Well, this is a great opportunity for Jaedong. He's got those Lings that he built a long time ago, still out here, ready to fight. If he can find enough Marine kills, maybe he can put together a big enough force to actually crush this bio ball. Good job by Royal to quickly reinforce this, because if he'd been continuing to move forward there, he might have been easily crushed. Now with this kind of combined force of Marine Medic, maybe he can move out on the map a little bit more confidently here. But I think the idea is still the same. Jaedong gonna gear up for a big crushing attack here to try and overwhelm this Marine Medic force as it moves forward. He's keeping the Mutalisk ball just behind the Marines here, making sure that he dogs any units that are coming out to assist. That reinforcement path is being cut off here, and he does get a couple of Marines that are coming out of the natural. There's the first Valkyrie, though, and with that first Valkyrie, Royal's going to start to really shove forward here. We don't have any Scourge yet. This is going to be the big attack. Can Jaedong crush this, or will he be shoved back completely? Looks like that first Valkyrie shot dealing a lot of damage to those first 11 mutas.
Yeah, the Valkyrie is providing valuable point defense to the Terran player right now. It's not really an attacking unit, more is it just a mobile defensive unit trying to shut down the end. Look at the beautiful connections on those mutas as well. Jaedong in a world of hurt right now, desperately trying to get his infrastructure online. He's got some lurkers making out on the map that hasn't quite made it to this third base location. Instead, he's going to have to defend from this high ground plateau here. But luckily, he didn't have too many Marines left over to be able to kill those lurkers. So now Jaedong might still be hanging on by a thread of his head right now. He's got beautiful hair as well. Even though he's at the age that he is, he's still got a nice head of hair, has Jaedong. Meanwhile, now transitioning into Hive, finally going to be moving his lurkers into a more safer position by this sunken colony at the third base. Much more defendable. Needs a third lurker there, though. One of them is also low HP, so there's a little window that Royal could still exploit this in a few moments here, and he's going to try and hunt down some of these overlords with these Valkyries.
Dude, you're talking about Jaedong like he's an old man, dude. He's like, what? He's like not much older than us, is he? What is he, 35?
Hey, I think of him as my granddad. I don't know about you.
Well, Jaedong at least holding on for now. That was some great target firing there with the first couple of lurkers, hitting the center clump of Marines and kind of shutting down that attack. If he had lost those two lurkers, he might have just lost the bottom right base there. That expansion could have been taken out and he would have been in a horrible position. But now with Royal just building Valkyries here, it's not looking nearly as bad, right? We've got Lurker to defend. We have Defiler Mound on finished up here. We're going to have Consume available pretty darn soon, and Royal really can't push in anywhere with just pure Valkyrie army. He's got to be really careful about moving around the map as well.
Yeah, I'm curious what the follow-up is. Is he going to do like a transition into like 3 tank here? Like 3 factory tank to try and get more cost efficiency against the Hydra Defiler later on? It's possible. But he does want to just get this third base up and running, gets his extra 300 gas per minute. He needs like as much resources as he can to fight a Zerg with this much gas. Jaedong is sitting pretty right now. Jaedong's not only got enough to survive, but he's got enough to thrive right now. The only issue for Jaedong is securing this 4th gas, so Royal's going to be active out on the map with these bioforces, looking for opportunities to lay siege to the Zerg while also being able to deny this 4th gas going up. Will keep him some control over this game while Jaedong sets up another Nihilus Canal to kind of... Oh, he's be careful with these mutas though. Jaedong only has a little bit of map control available to him, and he's just losing it so cost inefficiently right now. So Royal's going to feel even more comfortable sharking around the map and won't be at as much risk of losing some Valkyries, losing some vessels randomly like he would usually.
He's being careful with these. He also checked the 4th base just to make sure that Jaedong wasn't taking any, really greedy 4th over there at the bottom center. And Jaedong, I mean, he's just lost most of his air defense in the main base. If I'm looking at that, and he just also threw down a irradiate on one of these mutas, I think we might see some dropships pop out here in a second. Royal could try to take advantage of the lack of defense here in the main.
Oh, absolutely, he should. And he's going to take a 4th base in the top right. I love this choice from Royal, both the timing of it and the location. He also was clever enough to reposition the barracks that was on the bottom right because it was glitching out the SCVs from transferring. He's not letting anything slow down his timings here. He's on top of everything. He's like the Eye of Sauron surveying his own kingdom, making sure all of his orcs are working tirelessly right now. and making sure he's cranking out every possible unit that he can to try and get enough of a force available to lay siege to the Zerg and deal this very cost-efficient Hydra, Lurker, Ling, Defiler composition that Jadon's going to be fielding soon.
We're adding on a lot of macro hatcheries here, and Jadon going to start to spread himself a little bit thin to try and take this 4th base. This is where things get very dangerous for our Zerg player. As he's taking that 4th, there's a lot of different openings. There's a lot of different pathways to get in and deal damage for the Terran. And looks like 2 Lings are going to be sent up to that top center. That's where Royal's trying to sneak a little base over here. Try to get a command center going up at that 12 o'clock, and looks like Jadong might be able to deny that for a moment. Actually, we've got some Marines and medics up there now, so that's going to be defended, but at least he knows about that. He knows that he has to get his 4th base online really quick, because without that 4th gas, there's no way he can fight a 4-gas Terran player for long.
He's just finished up his +2. Oh, nice snipe on that Defiler from Royal there. He has just finished up +2 on his bio unit, so we'll have a little bit of window where he's much more ahead than the Zerg player in grades, which is quite typical unless you're going for something like Crazy Zerg. So it's going to be able to keep trading efficiently, and he's got a nice healthy fleet of these vessels just coming out and irradiating everything in sight. If he can maintain that and avoid these vessels getting plagued and sniped cost efficiently by Jadon, he's going to give him enough of an army here to really start to put the pressure. But we need to be careful not to lose these vessels with energy to Scourge like this, not quick with his reactions to grab those bio units to deny that vessel from being sniped. And if he can keep whittling down the vessel count like this, Jadon will be in a very strong position in this game. He needs to be very careful, does Royal, at this stage in the game. He has a nice healthy fleet of vessels. If he loses that, he's lost his hopes of controlling the map.
Great plague there. Another great plague. Oh, wow. Oh, but we've got Restore. Look at that. Restore being used here.
I like it.
I love to see it. Royal using that restoration to keep those vessels at high HP, but it's not going to help too much with the Marines. The Marines are all going to be dealt a lot of damage by that plague, and he could even get another plague here. We have a Defiler kind of walking out past the army. I'm not sure where that's headed. It just died in the middle of the map, so he's not going to be able to get that. Looks like this Defiler here could just consume and throw down a couple of Dark Storms, but here's that opening I was talking about. Maybe he can get in here and deal that damage. No, Lurkers are right next to the hatchery. Going to be able to defend that location for now, but Royal is starting to really crank on that pressure. He's starting to push forward here, trying to irradiate all the Defilers as they come out in order to make it impossible to defend this location. Jadong doing his best right now, sending in a lot of Lings to just die at the moment, and Royal setting up some more reinforcements. A lot of fire bats here. Maybe he can break through. He's going to give it a try right now. That's quite a lot of Lurkers, though. The Lurkers do not have a Darkstorm to help defend them. The Firebats are breaking through. All the Lurkers are dead. A counterattack coming up here to the 12 o'clock, but this base here is essential. He has to save it. Here he comes, Jadon, going to run up on top of this. He's going to drop a Darkstorm with the Lurkers here. Maybe he can keep this alive. It's so close right now. Bailing out down towards the bottom. Wow, 6 Ultras going to come out here and defend this base.
Here come the big boys. Here come the cows. And there's no cattle bruisers to deal with these either. There's no real hope of him dealing with these cost efficiently. He's trying to get behind the minerals to frustrate the pathing of the Ultras, but the Marines do die in short order. There is 2 Valkyries also on the 9 o'clock, also been trying to be dealt with by some Mutalisks. I'm not sure they're going to be too successful there, but Jadon with that counterattack going to be shutting down the production of Royal just a little bit as he's transitioning into these 4-gas Ultralisk play here. He's going for the big 3 factory siege tank that I thought he should have gone for a little bit earlier. It's a little bit delayed. I think Jadon's got a big window here to just come in, pressure the 4th base, pull the army out of position, and allow these Ultras to come in here in a big way and get on top of the infrastructure and army at the same time due to the fact these factories are so far out in the front line here, Sam.
Ooh, great plague once again. Dark Swarm here over towards the natural. We're going to lose quite a few tanks right now. Tanks going down is a big, big deal in this game. The tank number is so important. You have to keep that number high as possible. And every time tanks get taken out, it's kind of like Protoss versus Zerg, or Protoss versus Terran in this matchup. Eliminating tanks is going to give you a better and better position. The higher that tank count gets, the harder it's going to be for Jadong to win this, but he's managed to kill a ton of SCVs over here at the top left. He's managed to kill a few of those tanks, and Royal is just falling apart, not able to control the map, not able to handle the multitasking of Jadong right now.
Exactly, saying the value of those tanks grows exponentially in their account. The higher count you have of tanks, the more they can kill the units under Dark Swarm. The lurkers can't even burrow quick enough anymore, so there's not much of a threat to worry about. You just blast apart everything, even with the coverage of Dark Swarm. And once you reach that critical mass of tanks, it's really hard for Zerg to deal with. So he does need to keep those tank count low. And meanwhile, though, Royal has got a pretty fortified position with these 3 gases, so he has some life in the game. The issue is he's lost a lot already, and Jaedong now in the driver's seat with such a supply advantage. There's 4 dropships going out, a little lot of dropship going on here, trying to do a big doom drop in the main base of Jaedong to try and both keep him back. Offense is sometimes the best form of defense, and he's trying to utilize that here. And there's a few Scourge waiting, but not a lot of Lings though waiting. He's going to be clearing up all of these units. Scourge are also going to connect with 2 of the dropships. Beautiful hold from Jaedong. GG going to be called from Royal, and it's looking like finally the Terran lineup starting to be dealt with here.
Oh. Fuck. I jumped too far.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Trying to get to the next game.
I'm gonna close my eyes in future, say I don't trust you anymore.
It's hard to click on the seek. The very small button here. Very small timeline button.
Damn.
Let's see. Royal is out of here. That's wild. Jaedong managed to take him out. Let's jump into this game.
Go. Gonna vape and play at the same time. Thanks to Push to Talk, I'm not going to be able to bleed any of what I'm saying right now onto any recordings he may or may not be doing presently. There's a beauty of Push to Talk. I can talk to you guys, and he can't hear me right now, so I don't interrupt the recording. Technology's amazing, right, guys?
Okay, Best gonna be sent out. The final Protoss player here of the night, Jaedong. Here in the top left-hand corner. We're gonna play on retro. How do you like this map, Shun? I'm like becoming less and less of a fan of this map, honestly, in my own play, but I still think it brings us some great games in KCM.
I'm kind of the same mindset. I really do not like playing on it too much. You can do some fun plays in like Hydra Guardian, what have you, but yeah, generally speaking, it's not the funnest map to play on. It's just too frustrating in the mid to late game phases with getting the control of these high grounds can be so difficult. It's kind of like Fighting Spirit in that regard. Not as bad in the balance, but sometimes the geometry and these big bridges can cause frustrations, especially to Zerg players, and getting across them without like losing all your army to Storm. It's like Best going to be going for a Forge Fast expansion here. And you have to see what the response is going to be from Jaedong. I'm not sure if he's going to 11 hatch or pull first, but it'd be interesting to see if he wants to overpull or try and be a little bit greedy here with the 11 hatch.
Yeah, personally, I feel like for this map, the game plays out really, really similarly because of the shape of the map in PvZ. It's really common to have like almost the exact same setup in the mid game. And the same exact problems, going into the late game. There's not a lot of options for bases to take. There's not a lot of really high, value plays that can be made, aside from, storm drops, lurker drops, that type of thing, that can like swing the game out of like a normal state where you're just setting up huge lurker fields across these bridges and on high grounds, and they're setting up the cannons and Templar on their high grounds, and it just becomes kind of a mess. But I don't know if we're even going to get there in this game. We've got a pylon behind the 12 hatch here, and we do not have an Overlord to spot this. So, okay, Jaedong actually does see it. He sees the second probe, actually, and that's going to tip him off.
Yeah, but he's relying on the drill method, which you shouldn't do. You should have a drone down here waiting, because now he can block the pylon. He can block this last remaining spot with a pylon while waiting for the... Yeah, here we go. He can just build a cannon right away because he's the forge finishing time. all right, this is a little bit of a sticky situation. Jaden will have to rely on Sunkens here because his pull timing is so slow that he will not have lings in time. He's going to try and hop these drones over. If he gets 2 over, he can kill the probe here, but he's not getting the second drone over thus far. It's a little bit tricky to do. To rely on this being a solution is not always going to go your way. He does also lose that drone, which is somewhat the worst case scenario. So you have to rely purely on Sunkens here to hold this. It looks like maybe even 2 Sunkens is going to be the response from Jaden.
All right, let's game this out a little bit because you can. Oh my God, he's gonna lose the one drone. That's so bad.
Oh,
and he's blocking. He's blocking. Oh man, he's blocking. That's so annoying. Stopping the Sunkens from coming up here. Let's game this out a little bit because the Sunkens can hit the pylon here at the front, and you can kind of like glitch them out to make them hit the cannons at the back. And if you do that, then Best may be forced to target the pylon in the front. And then you can kind of run in with the, yes, he's going to target that. And then he can kind of run in with the lings once the pylon is dead. So he is going to target the pylon. He's going to kill his own pylon. And right as that happens, the lings are going to move in. The lings are going to move in right now. Go, 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 go. He needs to go in. Oh my gosh, he's really got to get in there. Oh, he's not really moving the lings past. I think he can get on the top side of that cannon to actually finish that off. But he will get in there finally with the lings in the end. Breaking down this cannon. Best not really realizing his position there. I think he should have, instead of targeting down the pylon, just target down the hatchery and just kill that. 200 HP left on that. Pretty big mistake here for Best, I feel.
I don't understand what we just saw there. I mean, I think the Simeon mastermind forgot his hat today because he certainly came here with all brawn.
Yeah, the bowler hat was left at home, unfortunately here. Best. I mean, you see the lings, right? It's pretty obvious that he's going to dive onto the cannon as soon as the pylon is dead. And yes, the Sunkens can target the pylon and kill the cannon. But if you just targeted this, instead of just worrying about, the Sunkens killing the cannons, if he had just killed the hatchery, he would have been in a fantastic position. Now he's in kind of a rough spot here with his Nexus coming up quite a bit later. It's not the worst position in the world, but he is definitely behind.
Yeah, I mean, he keeps the hatchery alive, and he's got these 2 Sunkens, which will also help out later on. It does slightly glitch out the mining here. Small compensation for Best that this 1 Sunken will be hindering the mining of Jaedong ever so slightly, but looks like on our Best going to be trying to delay the hatchery placement of Jaedong, forcing this drone away and out onto the map. Might even get the moving shot particle beam. Not going to be using manual move commands to catch up with the drone though, so unable to do so. Now the Ling's going to come in to escort this drone back to safety to that 12 o'clock position to finally take that, slightly delaying the expansion path of Jaedong. Small little advantage here for Best, and it's going to have to just swallow the fact that he had a failed cannon rush and move on.
Yeah, that was a bit of a wild start, but we're getting into this game now, this PVZ, and we're going to see all of the tech here. Jaedong has his third base on the way, is a little supply blocked right now, which is unfortunate, but you should be able to pop out some lings here to deal with this little zealot attack now. Actually quite supply blocked. It's been a while. He's been kind of sitting here at 26 of 26, 25 of 26 right now, still 26 of 26. And he's going to lose an Overlord as well. This could actually kill you as a Zerg player. You're supply blocked, you build an Overlord, and an Overlord suddenly dies. You could end up being supply blocked for an insane amount of time. And not having the lings right now, you can see he's only got 3 lings here. He hasn't been able to produce for so long. I hope he's got more than 1 Overlord in production right now.
Yeah, sending the Overlord into the main base is a double-edged sword. You do give yourself potential for scouting information that's valuable. You also give an option for the Protoss player to just get a Dragoon, get value on killing the Overlord, and then have the Dragoon available to do a bust later on. This is going to get the probe at 12 o'clock and keep this drone alive for the time being. Meanwhile, throwing a 4th macro hatchery down. But this hatchery is still taking a lot of damage, which will open up to punishment later on. Is going Spire currently. Jaedong has the opportunity to make a few pairs of Scourge here, and then maybe consider an Ogre Zerg style, maybe going to a 2nd gas and 10 Mutalisks with 8 Scourge. Maybe put on some pressure in the main base. Force Best to make Archons instead of High Templars for Storms, and hopefully can get some control of the game. Or he could even elect for a transition into 4 hatchery Hydra here, but I don't think he'll go for that. I think instead he's going to try and just get a few Scourge out and try and build maybe up to 5 Muters, deal with the Zealots out on the map and try and stabilize here.
Yeah, he's just playing the game of stabilization here. There's really no better way to put it. There's so much that's gone wrong so far with the overlords and the supply blocks that have happened here. It's going to be even more frustrating, losing that overlord that just went down over in the main base. Now he's going to lose one in the natural as well. There's just a ton of annoying stuff coming out here from Best, and these are some of the worst games, man. These are some of the most annoying spots for the Zerg player to deal with, is when you start losing overlords and then you keep losing overlords and then you lose more overlords. It just kind of like spirals out of control, and finally we're going to have a sunken here to deal with this one zealot, so he's not going to deal any more damage at least, and he's going to get his 6 hatch, but just stabilizing from that early game has been an absolute pain in the butt here for Jaedong, finally getting into his drone count.
Yeah, you're absolutely spot on with that astute observation, saying like essentially it's a cascading effect. One mistake leads to another. Once you get supply blocked a little bit as Zerg, it just hurts you so much. You're missing drone cycles, your lava production is backing up, so you're missing out on like any possible hopes of like getting a critical mass of units needed to deal with the Protoss in the mid game, which is when they're at their strongest, and they can just come out onto the map and just overrun you with their Zealot Temper Goon army compositions. And if you don't have enough Hydras to deal with that critical mass, you'll just get walked over. And we could see that here in this game with Jaedong. He's not quite in the curve that he wants. He's not really established himself in the ebb and flow of this game. It does give a lot of window for the Gorilla here to break out of his cage and have a little riot at the zoo.
He's going to come across the map here. Very small little attack, going to force out some additional Hydras from Jaedong. He has a lot of Sunkens. He's got quite a few Lings, but this is still a threat. And this is not really meant to kill. It's meant to pressure. And the Corsairs are going to come in to try and pick off some Overlords while this is happening. Let's see what damage he can do. He's going to go after the hatchery right now. Oh my god, the hatchery is quite low. Dropping that down, and he does pick it off. Dealing that damage, finishing that off. You can just see the cascading effects here as that hatchery that was damaged earlier because of the Overlord supply block gets sniped here by that little strike force of Best, and he doesn't even go in with the Corsair. He keeps the Corsair alive here so that he can deal that damage later, sending those back home. Pretty decent moves here for Best, and this is just so annoying. I'm like internally cringing here as a Zerg player, man. This is so frustrating, and a DT might even slip in too. There's actually Overlords over at the natural, but they need to go back. Where are they going? The Overlords are leaving the natural. They need to get back over there to defend. He sees the DT now, but this DT could actually walk right into the natural here, and he has no idea. Okay, it's going to walk out, and it's actually going to walk right into the arms of the mutas. So that's a bit of luck here for Jaedong, but that could have gotten way worse. That could have gotten really, really bad.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty good catch from him. He actually identified that the DT was more likely to try and run away in that situation. He intercepted by keeping the Overlords on their trajectory and make sure he got the kill on that. Meanwhile, we see a lot of safety cannons from Best here. He's a little bit worried about an Ogre's counterattack, worried about like 12 or so mutas with a bunch of Scourge showing up in his main base and trying to end the game. So it's going to be denying Jaedong that opportunity, but that also might give Jaedong just what he needs to come back in this, because those are 3 gateways that were not made, essentially, worth of minerals. So that does slow down the army potential of Best. So not going to have as strong of an army field as he would like to. Currently on 6 gateway production, besides the potential 7 or 8 here. So we'll slow down Best's effort a little bit. And he is going to be doing the big Ogre Zerg here. Look at this Mutalisk and Scourge Force. So maybe these cannons will come in handy for Best after all, and he'll get some much needed value out of this investment.
I don't think he's going to try and dive in here. I think he sees the number of Corsair. I think he's just waiting for when this big attack comes out from Best, and he's going to try and kill all the Corsairs. But like, it's so hard. Oh, okay, he's going to try and dive on here. He's getting some good moving shot here. That's a lot of damage onto the Corsairs already. I think he wants to wait for the army of Best to come out. He's going to have a lot of Hydras, but the problem with fighting with Hydra is the Zealots are so tanky, they take so much damage that the Corsairs can just run through, kill every single Overlord, but they can't do that with this many Corsair, or this many Scourge on the map. With this amount of Scourge, you're really not going to be able to engage fully with the Corsair.
Yeah, you're right about that. And Jaedong probably doesn't have enough forces to commit now. He will just instead try to be screening the Corsairs from coming out onto the map with that fleet of Scourge, or being reactionary rather than aggressive now. Does see this one Zealot coming out to scout for the potential 4th timing here. Yeah, interestingly enough, I think that Best has invested so much into these Corsairs that he's actually kind of like hung himself a little bit in this game, or rather, he's limited his opportunities to explode onto the map. He said instead it looks like he wants to play really slow. I think Best actually might even be considering taking a fairly early 4th base in this game. The way he's playing thus far, he stayed on 6 gateways for a very long time. It's kind of interesting the way he's approaching this game. I'm not so sure how I feel about that. One thing I can say is that I feel like Jaedong's in a very commanding position right now. So I feel like Best might be risking just losing the game straight up by how he's playing. And Jaedong's going to go for that dive in the main base finally. Now that the cannons are undefended, he has so many Scourge to zone out the Corsairs if he can bait them. He's hoping really, though, for some High Templar snipes as they pop out the gateways. He's hoping the army comes back into the main base to defend while he comes into this 3rd base location. With some Lurkerling, there is only 1 High Templar here with just a handful of Dragoons. So it's a small window where Jaedong can set up on the high ground and take over this position. But the Corsairs are here to try and scream, and here come the Scourge, finding the connection. Still, though, 7 Corsairs are remaining in the fleet, so he's still going to hold the position for the time being.
This is a bit wasteful for Jaedong. I mean, throwing a bunch of lurkers up on that high ground, he was going for like the high value play here to, you know, get up there and deny the 3rd base, but he's thrown away quite a few lurkers, and the follow-up push here from Best could be pretty scary. I mean, he's still only on like 6 gateway, right, in the main, so it's not that incredible, but he's gonna have to set up a really good position here, and this is the position that I was talking about earlier. It's like every single game we end up seeing the same sort of position where the Zerg player has to creep colonies out to their little ramp there at the front, and then we're gonna see, oh, we got a DT up here. It looks like I got a couple of kills, but not too much. We're going to see the creep colonies slowly creep forward. We're going to have a bunch of lurkers there. We're going to have lurkers on the high ground at the top center. And we're going to have lurkers up here in the top right, with Jaedong going into a Nidus, into a hive, and Defiler play, and Best trying to sneak bases down in the bottom left. And this is just how it plays out on Retro. It's not going to be any different this game. Best just going to move up here and try to like cut off reinforcements to the top right for now.
Yeah, +2 armor just kicked in for Protoss. It's now meta to go for armor after dual weapons, making these zealots even tankier, like Sam was saying earlier. It's so meta right now, and you don't really mind about the lack of weapons because Zerg are just so slow in their carapace upgrades that you're not too worried about being behind the curve slightly. Usually you're still ahead of the Zerg, and they're worried about getting their own weapon upgrades online. So it is very min-maxy here to go for this fast 2 armor after weapons, and now he's got a much tankier army to weather the forces of Jaedong as he could attack into this bridge area if he so choose. There is quite a heavy setup, so most likely we'll just be seeing Best skirmish here, trying to get a good value out of his storms from afar and just try and whittle down the forces of Jaedong, meanwhile taking this 4th base in the bottom left. I knew he would go for a fast 4th base here, and Jaedong just wants to try and go into hive, so Best is just going to skirmish him down as best he can.
Oh, nice snipe there on the Observer. These mutas still being useful here, at least for now. He could come in and snipe a couple of Templar as well. Templar are going to come forward looking for some storms, some good storms here. And as their storm energy is used up, like sniping these Templar is going to be very easy. He gets the Observer. He's going to get all the Templar here, I think, as well. The Dragoons are just not strong enough to kill all the mutas before that can happen. And yeah, he gets rid of that. But you know what the big problem is Best taking bottom left right now. And that's not been scouted nor by the mutas or by some lings. I mean, really missing the tempo of the game here, Jaedong. If he'd known about that, I guarantee you he would have sent mutas down to that bottom left to deal with it. But at this point, I mean, look at this. Best has an amazing setup down in the bottom left. It's going to be so hard to break that. He's going to start building Reaver down there. This is a nightmare actually for Jaedong. This is the worst case scenario for me in my games. When I see something like this, I just want to cry.
Yeah, I was just thinking as you were about to say that this is kind of the games you were talking about earlier, which make this map so frustrating to play on as a Zerg player that's not a professional pro gamer. And he's losing all these Corsairs to the Scourge. Every single Corsair in his fleet going down. Now this shuttle is hiding with its tail tucked between its legs, but suddenly he's going to grow a lot more confidence, a little bit of whiskey maybe, to give him the liquid courage that he needs to go forth. The mutas are coming back to try and defend, but they're distracted by this probe. They're not going to find this shuttle, but now 4 DTs or 3 DTs making their way into the main base now, while Jaedong's distracted as the attack comes into the natural bridge area, and he's losing all his drones, while Jaedong's busy consuming and making sure he's dark swarming and able to plague. Now he's got these 4 DTs in his main base, just absolute havoc right now. He's going to target down the pool as well, prevent more cracklings being produced by the Zerg player. Meanwhile, going to be able to catch this shuttle, preventing an exit, and will eventually shut down these Dark Templars, but not before taking pretty critical damage here, Sam.
Oh, Shun, this is a nightmare. This is so terrible right now. Like, right as Jaedong is getting, fully online here with all of his drones, his upgrades and everything coming out right now, and he's starting to think about busting out on the map and actually doing something with his army, he's going to lose a bunch of drones in the main. He's going to have to, kind of reset this all up again, get his main base online here. And during that time, Best is just going to set up an insane defense in the bottom left. It's going to be so painful to play this game right now as Jaedong. Here he comes. He's actually coming out on the map pretty quickly. After taking all this damage, he's managed to get his spawning pool back online. He's getting his drone numbers back up there, but Best has just bought himself so much time with that 1 DT drop.
Yeah, Jaedong's going to have to try and force some plays now, see if he can pick off some key units, maybe whittle down the tech units enough that he's got a little tactical play going on now. Some Lings buying some time for some Lurkers to splash down the Zealots' HP enough that when this force comes in, that he can trade cost effectively, but it's not really working out for him in the way that he'd hope. Instead, he's going to have to start relying on Plagues. Plagues are going to be the aim of the game now to get the value out of these Cracklings that he so desperately needs. Cracklings are pretty good on their own, but the only way you're going to get consistent value out of them is by relying on Plagues. And here comes out of a Storm drop in the top right. Nice drill, but still losing a good 5 or so drones. He's going to try and chase down that shuttle with those Scourge, with the speed upgrade. Going to be able to escape for the time being, maybe even put some pressure on. He's going to run over a Spore, though. He's going to have to change the trajectory of that out. Yeah, he's going to barely survive with that shuttle and get out there. Right now, Best is playing pretty great now, but there is still a window where Jaedong can get some Plagues out onto his army, maybe make some magic happen, but he needs to keep establishing bases and trading cost efficiently. It's extremely hard to do with the current map state. Ooh, beautiful Plague, though. Going to be putting some chili sauce on those Protoss units, making them a little bit more delicious to consume.
I mean, this is great play from Jaedong, but the real problem here, the bottom left-hand corner, just cannot be dealt with right now, and he's trying to take more bases in the top right after losing all these drones, so he has to hit a big round of drones to resaturate these positions. Really holding a good position here in the middle of the map, actually pushing forward right now, means that he doesn't have to defend as strongly in some of these other locations, like top right. He doesn't need a huge amount of Lurkers over there, as long as he controls the bottom right, like the entrance to the natural of Best is pretty good. 2 shuttles making their way over towards this main base, though. Best going to put on even more hurt here to Jaedong's economy and his main base. A bunch of Zealots are going to be dropped out. He's got to go after that shuttle. Oh, I can't believe he's not chasing that shuttle. Wow. That's got Templar in it, I'm sure. He's going to go after the drone line here, flying by everything, actually, and running right over here towards the third. Here comes that Storm. Big drone kit kills there. God damn, that's so much damage. And Jaedong, although he is spreading out on the map, although he is taking a lot of map control, he keeps taking damage like this, and Best continues to hold that bottom left. This game is just going to be miserable for him to hold on to.
Crazy. And we also see Best getting shield upgrades as well. He knows that this can go to super late game. He's going to make sure he gets absolute maximum value out of his units as he starts to add some Archons to the composition. And also that shield upgrade going to be benefiting the majority of his forces as well. Beautiful Plague, though, from Jaedong. Hopefully he can start trading cost efficiently. But a lot of these eggs getting stormed, so 4 of those Lurkers going to have to cancel. And meanwhile, getting a pretty good surface area with these Cracklings on those units that are been doused with chili sauce. So a lot of them are dying pretty quickly. He's going to catch this shuttle as well in the top right, forcing an unload. Going to try and storm, but a good catch from Jaedong. Might still lose some drones. Does lose 3 or so drones there. Oh, might catch another 2 as well with the follow-up storm. Beautiful play from Best, really siphoning off the hopes of Jaedong establishing an economy without too much pressure, and he's really just struggling to get his super late game online. He finally has reached the stage where he's almost maxed out. He's got 70 or so drones almost. He can start to really do anything he wants, but he's not quite at the optimal position he wants to be. He's lost so many drones to these storm drops that he can't really just max out and go anymore. He has to be really tentative about how he utilizes his army, because any tiny bleed is going to be deadly for him, because he needs to deal with the cost efficiency of Best, these Reavers, these Templars, and these really turtled positions are going to be so costly to break that Jaedong may not even decide to break them. He might just try and control the game state as is, secure 3 and 9, and try and defend and play a super late game here.
Yeah, watch for Best here pretty soon. He's going to be dropping like 4 Reavers on that high ground at center left and just taking that base away with a bunch of cannons. It's going to be really hard for Jaedong, but look at that crazy plague.
Crazy.
These plagues might actually win the game for Jaedong, just straight up, guys. These plagues are insane. He's got so much value out of these that despite all the damage that's gone on and, you know, Best just having such a great position down in the bottom left, he might actually get such good value that he's able to, you know, play it out in the late game and just overtake Best here. Look at that pylon. Watch for like 10 cannons to suddenly pop up and a couple of Reavers to be dropped there, and that base is going to be completely secure. It's going to be really hard for Jaedong to take that away.
Pretty much every single unit, save maybe half of a control group, has been plagued out in the field right now. This army is nowhere near as potent as it looks. It's kind of almost like a hallucinated army. It's nowhere near as strong as it appears. He's going to be coming in and sniping one of these High Templars for the cost of some mutas, though, going down to the Psionic Shockwave of those Archons. Now, if he can come up here and stop this base from going along, Jaedong will be in a great spot. The problem is he only just now identified it. The cannons are warping in. He will not be able to get over here and deal with this cost efficiently more. Some Templars also transferring up. He has still got control of the unit flow over there due to the positioning of Best's army. So Jaedong going to have to sacrifice that due to the lane control of Best, and instead going to try and provide compensation in the means of these plagues just being chained over and over again. This time, though, plaguing units that are already plagued, kind of a bit of redundant value here. And they'll have a storm drop in the top right, going to take out a few drones and then maybe get some more further damage in the top right as the shuttle rotates. A big, healthy counter drones up here with a good position. Storm might get some, not quite able to on that diagonal axis. Catches a few. Oh, that's a beautiful storm right there. Money storm from Best. That's what we were looking for. He's also going to unload the last 2 Templars. I don't think one of them has a chance of storming again, but it's dealt with at 74 energy. Pretty good hold from Jaedong, but he's taken so many losses in this game. I feel like he can no longer really challenge Best, and that means that Best is going to secure this 9 o'clock, turtle up, and eventually take the game, I think, because he's got enough gases now that the Zerg will struggle.
Jaedong's going to go for a gambit here. He's getting tired of this. He's going to try and break the natural. He's going to try and get into the main here, but there are so many storms. This is so frustrating. Look at how many storms are available for Best right now. With the number of gases he has online, it's just infinite storms, infinite Templar. There's going to be insane numbers of Archons popping out here, plus the Reavers easily brought down to defend, cutting off the reinforcements here in the middle of the map. This is just about it for Jaedong. I think he's not going to be able to get down here. He's not going to be able to break. I mean, this game will go on for quite some time, but really, Jaedong needs to make a move because the map splitting in half is just not a favorable position for the Zerg.
Yeah, the only compensation he's getting from that game state is these minerals in the center. The Zerg does not need minerals. The Zerg needs gas right now. Sure, it'll help him produce some cracklings to keep going. Beautiful storm on those clump of lurkers, though. You don't want to bury your lurkers in a big, massive clump like that. 5 of those lurkers were being stormed at once. There's insane value. Even just softening them up to half is a great effort for Best there. Now, a big flood of links finally coming in to try and crack open this position. There's 2 Reavers, some DTs, a few Zealots, a couple of Storms. He has enough units to break this. He's controlling his units perfectly. Beautiful surface area denial of these Zealots, buying some time for the Scarabs to find their connections. There are some cannons, but a lot of them are deep, so he's struggling to get the value that he needs out of these cannons. They're not quite helping the Reavers at the front, so he's going to shuffle back into the main base area to try and defend from the high ground, making tons of Dark Templars, a few Zealots to tank, and a lot of High Templars now to bank up some energy to hopefully get enough storm. He needs to wait 10 or 20 seconds from the amulet upgrade to help get the High Templars all the way up to 75 energy. You do gain an extra 12 energy when that amulet upgrades, so they are spawning of 62 energy, so just a few seconds to get their first storm, so they can storm from the high ground and quickly morph into Archons and provide more value. So right now, though, beautiful skirmishing in the center of the map. Jaedong going to be clearing up some High Templars that were trying to intercept the incoming reinforcements from Jaedong to deny Jaedong coming down to his pocket. But right now, Jaedong still has a chance to come in and put pressure on. There's still not that many High Templars that maybe something can be done here with some storm dodging his own.
Yeah, he's got to break this. He has to do this right now. That Reaver being juggled in and out of the shuttle throughout this fight is insane. It's dealt so much damage. It's killed so many units. It's absolutely ridiculous. He's going to run up, just right-clicking down that Reaver. Can he get it? No, of course not. Ling's just hitting that forever, but not managing to take it down. And here comes the Hydra just trying to push up this ramp. It's not going to happen. He does pick off the one Robo there. But this is just, it's so rough, man. It's so tough to get up here. He's rallying everything to this natural. He has to break this, and Best is just making it so cost inefficient to get up this ramp. It's insane. Absolute craziness. And look at how much money he has banked up right now. He's got so much money. Maybe a drop over here. Do we have some lurkers potentially? Jaedong, while all this craziness is going on, does he have the multitasking to actually get a drop over here and kill some probes? I mean, does it really even matter? Best has so many probes on the map. He can easily transfer some once he's cleared that up. But oh my god, this is craziness. He's going to try and break this center left now, trying to split the attention here of Best, but he sees what's on the high ground, and he just has to back away. There's no chance of getting up here with Reaver, Templar, and all of these cannons here. Even with the Darkstorm, it's just not going to happen, man. You're going to have to stagger things so far out. One lurker at a time works great against storms, but the Reavers are going to rip that apart.
Yeah, there's a DT underneath the swarms just until a moment ago that was doing cleanup on R5 for the straggling lings that were trying to focus down the cannons. Still is Jaedong trying to push into this formation. There's a beautiful plague on the Reavers and cannons that are going to soften this up, but he's lost so many units, cost inefficiently in dealing. He's finally going to be taking the center of the map to get a little bit of an influx of minerals. He hasn't yet taken the gas at 3 o'clock, so he has got that available to him for some time. But now that Best has more or less got a strong foothold of this 9 o'clock, he is going to eventually have enough gas to deal with the Zerg and just sit back and storm until the game state reaches its climax, where Jaedong's no longer able to field any more units and he can't ever engage the Protoss anymore because it would just be bleeding off too much inefficiently. So Jaedong's pretty much up against the wall right now. He has to make some kind of gambit to catch Best off guard, but the gambit was probably dropping the 9 o'clock pick, but he's not going to get it. Instead, he's going to go to the natural expansion where there's so many cannons and Reavers down here. Usually, this is the most least defended position of the Protoss, which was Jaedong was hoping for, but it's way more defended than he anticipated. Just going to be getting a plague off on those Reavers for compensation instead.
What is the game plan here? What can we do? Jaedong, he's going to struggle to defend center right now. He's trying to attack into a base that has no meaning at all. This is a completely useless base here down at the bottom center. Really no reason to even try to break this right now, but he's going to go ahead and take this out anyway with the Ling and Defiler army. You can kill that pretty much for free. The Best is starting to move out on the map once again. He could contest center. He could contest center right. I mean, this is looking bad for Jaedong, man. He just doesn't have the defensive setup here to contend with all of these attacks that could be coming out. That's a lot of Templar. I think Best actually making a mistake here by not making more Archon, but he is going to drive everything back. Maybe that'll buy enough time to make a bunch of Archons here and, make this like Giga army that just can't be killed.
But killing that base at 6 does deny 75 gas a minute from the depleted gas income, so it does slightly hinder Best from making a Templar every 2 minutes. It's a little bit of something. It's not quite what he wants, but look at these beautiful storms killing majority of these forces of Jaedong so efficiently. He's bleeding him dry. He's definitely trying to mine the center of the map to get the minerals that he needs to keep these aggression going. There is a window where he can still come in there and overrun the Protoss player, but it's very inefficient. He can't trade at 50% efficiency rating usually. Instead, he's just going to be trading at like 35 to 45% and just hope for the best. See if he can overrun the Protoss before his production cycles can kick in and reinforcements arrive.
God,
so many Templars though. Like you say, it's just almost pure Templar. You almost need some units to support the Templar. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, this is so bad. When the Protoss gets this much economy online, when they get this many gases, it just becomes insane to even think about dealing with this number of Templar. Like, what do you need? What's the composition that you need? Hydras are going to get stormed. Lings are going to get stormed. Lurkers are going to get... Like, everything is just going to get absolutely destroyed by that T-spell. It is just 75 all around, man. Best not going to let up until Jaedong has to leave this game because he just runs out of money.
Yeah, now these Reavers going to be targeted down by these Hydras as well. They were on red HP already, so very quick work for the Hydras to make. They basically do true damage to those shields due to the damage type. Usually they cut through the armor a little bit slower, but due to the fact that there was no HP on that Reaver, they pop so quickly. And now we see Best making his way into 3 o'clock position here. Only a couple of Lurkers. They're going to be able to overrun that quite efficiently and then hold the ramp with some good Storms and Zealots and Harkons on the low ground. GG finally called from Lee Jaedong as another Zerg bites the dust right now. Terrans still have 2 players left alive, but right now we got a different guy in the driver's seat. It's his man himself, the gorilla, the great ape, best.
Close your eyes, Shun.
Alright. I want to take a leak actually, be right back.
Okay. Euro? Why? That's insane. I got no ads revenue at all. I played ads yesterday. That makes no sense. The fuck? Twitch,
I'm back.
what the fuck, man?
I just got back to talking about Twitch and what the fuck. I mean, can relate.
I got an Artosis raid yesterday, and during the Artosis raid, I played a couple of ads,
Yeah.
and I got 0 ad revenue.
What?
0. Actually,
How?
0.
Well, hang on, whoa, hang on a minute. How have you got your ads set up? What's the time on them? Like, how long are they, and what per how much? Well, how many?
I don't know.
Yeah, because you have to do a certain amount per hour to get the moolah, right? I haven't been on Twitch for a while, so I'm not sure the exact amount, but yeah, you had to like do like a certain amount to hit the. You had to do a minimal amount to hit the money, and then slightly more if you want to get a higher percentage. I think it equated to about 2 minutes an hour or so. I don't know, or 2 minutes an hour minimum, and then like 3 minutes an hour to get the better percentage, or something along those lines. At least that's how it was at the time of me doing it. Your results may vary.
That's wild. I missed out on quite a bit of money from that. I turned off like the ad schedule, and I was just running ads when I when I was like going to the bathroom or whatever. I thought that would be better, but no.
Maybe it didn't equate to enough or something. I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of bullshit though, Sam. I'm sorry.
Sad.
Getting ditched by Twitch.
Okay, I'll turn it on now. I'll just leave it. I don't really give a fuck. 3 minutes per hour. It's fine.
Yeah.
Funny how wildly impactful the Artosis raids are. Pretty strong.
Yeah, man. You feel the weight of that army when it comes in.
Mm-hmm.
Literally feel the vibration of their footsteps. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Pretty wild.
But do your best to not let that get into your head too much. You know what I mean? Like, Don't think
No.
it doesn't matter if it's 1,000 people or 10 people or 100 people watching you. You just do your thing, right?
Mm.
Obviously, you can be cognitively aware of the situation, but don't let it affect you on too much of an emotional state.
We're moving up. It's gonna take us a while, I think, but we're like working our way towards partner.
Nice.
Takes you have to have 75 viewers
Yeah.
average. We're at like 9, and it can't be with raids. Like raids don't count.
You don't actually. I'm not sure that's entirely true. I don't think you have to. The 75 viewer thing, I think, is a little bit loose. I think there's some work around that. Everything else is more important, but I think it's also the watch time. You need to hit like a high watch time, I think.
Really? It says you have to hit all 3. All calculation exclude raids. In addition, you have to have at least 8 individual streams that meet the minimum requirement of 75 viewers per 30-day period for 2 months in a row.
Yeah, but I don't think that means 75 live concurrent viewers. That means 75 unique viewers per stream, maybe? I'm not sure. Maybe I'm wrong.
Average.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'm wrong.
viewers.
Maybe I'm wrong.
No, it's definitely not unique because I definitely got a lot more than 75 unique viewers, and we're at 9 right now. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I just thought that
Average.
I think I just heard somewhere that the 75 viewer thing is like a little bit flexible from what in the past, at least, that people were still getting partnered without the 75 viewers, but maybe they were close to it, like between 30 and 50. Maybe they still got the partner somehow. Maybe they made like a message to Twitch and like, yeah, I don't know. I think maybe it's a bit more automated now, where it's like you have to get the 75. It used to be I've seen people without the 75 get it. I think there's some wiggle room there if you message them.
1 sec. I need to use the washroom actually now. Hold on, I'll be right back.
All right. Well, guys, quickly, you've got about a minute or 2 of a break before we're going to get straight in this game between the gorilla. Will his skin be strong enough to stop the blade of Sharp from slicing him to pieces here? Sharp is a bit of a TVP specialist, so good with his vultures. And how about you guys in the chat? You enjoying the cast thus far? Customary clinkage of the water glasses upon the many vessels that sit on my desk. Glasses of water, a mug of coffee, or what have you. Prepared ahead of time in case we get stuck into an hour-long slog of a game between 2 crazy players, and I got to talk incessantly the entire time without choking. Do we give ourselves a streaming challenge and try and eat a lolly while we cast? That would be interesting. Do we give ourselves a streamer challenge? A caster challenge? I have these Japanese little lollipop things, like candy lollies. And, yeah. We could make this cast interesting. What do you guys think? Are we gonna go crazy and task switch eating and casting at the same time, just because we can and because we want to challenge ourselves to try and like time our eating so that we don't mess up the cast? Push it to the next level, boys. It's so tempting. It's so tempting. Alright, boys, I'm holding the lolly in my hand. I'm debating opening the lolly. Oh, man, it's like the devil's on your shoulder and he's just saying, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. And I'm like, nah, maybe I shouldn't. Maybe it's a bit of a responsible devil. Maybe I shouldn't do that. Got the angel on the other side going, oh, come on. You don't want to risk spoiling a great cast. It's going so well. You only got a few games left. Like, why would you do something like that? Soon then go crazy. More than enough. And the devil's over there just like, fucking do it. And I'm just like, yeah. So tempted. It is hard, isn't it, boys, to fight temptation? Discipline is hard when the environment calls for it. What the discipline is setting your environment up for success, so you don't have the lolly just sat there on your desk in arm's reach. So you don't even have to stand up to put it in your hand, to be tempted by fate to reach for that lolly and start unwrapping its delicious exterior to expose the insides that need to be devoured and consumed, so I can grow and evolve as my true Zerg self by consuming biomass or something like that. I'm just feeling dead air, guys. Talking absolute trollop. Kind of what you do as a caster or a radio host or something, right? Just kind of like talk. Just make sure that there's not too much silence. Most people find silence uncomfortable. Reminds me of that scene from Pulp Fiction about where they're at the diner scene, you know, and they just like, you know, like the Marilyn Monroe waitresses and stuff, and they kind of like they have just this moment of silence where they just kind of like stare and look at each other or whatever, right? She says like that she loves that comfortable silence. People can just shut the fuck up and enjoy the moment, kind of thing, right? I kind of think that's true. Like a lot of people aren't comfortable with silence, man. And there's moments where comfortable silence is amazing, and I think there's a lot of missed opportunities. I think a lot of people want to think
All
about.
right, sorry about that, guys.
Yeah, you should have just heard the tirade I went on thanks to your bio break, dude. We had the devil on our shoulder, we had the angel on the other, and we were debating whether or not we were going to cast while consuming a lolly just as a challenge. And then we went on to talk about how like I'm talking about the lolly incessantly because I'm being a good caster or radio host that like just talks incessantly to fill dead air. And then I mentioned a Pulp Fiction, the scene where they're in the diner and like they're talking about comfortable silence and how people can't just shut the fuck up. And it was interesting, man. You should have been there.
Well, the caffeine just went through me finally, so
Nice.
we had to hit the toilet. We're back though. It's gonna be Sharp versus Best. This should be a fun one. Okay, Sharp versus Best on Radeon should be a great game here. Really looking forward to see Sharp's take on how to correctly approach this behemoth, this monstrous gorilla of a player, and on this map as well. I really love Radeon. What do you think about this map, Shin? Push to talk, Shin?
I think it's a great map, and we've also got even more AMD themed than usual. Usually these maps are sponsored by AMD, hence the logo in the center, but this time called Radeon, like the product line of the GPUs. So interesting that we've got even more of a themed map here, kind of getting a little bit more representation for AMD in StarCraft, and I'm all about it. Circuit breakers, interesting map. 14 bases, kind of in between the 12 and 16 we're used to in the standard map making, so does kind of add an interesting dynamic in just how many bases there are, and you've now no longer got a 9 o'clock base and a 3 o'clock base, instead now replaced with this dead space area, which can be interesting for recalls or dropship play, what have you. And with these high ground 12 and 6 o'clock does allow for a contentious mid-game of dividing the map up, and with the expansions being kind of symmetrical here, both leading close to each other, does allow for some very aggressive harassment style gameplay here, Sam.
Specifically in this matchup as well, you have to take into account the fact that the naturals are pointing towards each other. Drop play is so much stronger here. In addition, it's very hard to split the map vertically, which would be the play here from our Terran player from Sharp. If we got into that really late game scenario, it's very hard to split this map. It's so wide there in the middle, so this could be tough as a Terran player, but there's also the pretty easy to take and hold third base. It's not that far to move out. There's a lot of buildable terrain. You can throw down a ton of turrets and kind of slowly creep out with tanks on high ground, kind of defending your flank to hold that line, and then eventually take that third. It is kind of far from the natural, but it's far in that it kind of wraps around the main base, which is honestly pretty decent for the Terran. It helps you to set up those big defenses to avoid, Arbiter recalls and stuff into the main later on.
Absolutely same. Meanwhile, we see Best going for that range into expand play. 21 Nexus, basically. Is going to try and get some Dragoons out. Maybe he can come here and pressure Sharp, at least force out. Maybe a little bit of a repair build, but since there's no bunker expand, there's not even going to be a bunker at the moment. Just going to be going straight up to Thor Marines. Not even going to Vulture first, though. Just straight into Machine Shop and get that tank online. And he can come out, maybe delay this bunker because he's putting so much damage out onto this Dragoon. It's also going to be hard for Best to come in here and confirm whether or not there's a CC. He doesn't know anything right now, so he needs to kill some of these Marines and try and sneak in and see what's what. He doesn't even know if there's a CC or not. And looks like Sharp's going to be doing something a little bit sneaky here, maybe.
Yeah, this is a shock, really. And Best has got to be confused here. Why is there no Vulture? What is the plan coming up? Sharp, I mean, maybe a Vulture with speed to try to run around or something? Maybe some mines? I'm not sure, though. I doubt it's going to be... Well, there's a tank, but I doubt it's going to be siege mode immediately here. But it was a 2 Dragoons. They do see no CC yet. And at Best, I'd probably throw down a second gateway here if I'm in his situation, and I think that's what we're going to see.
Yeah, we might be looking at that. But meanwhile, though, he's pushing right out onto the map with a push attack, and he's going to probably have mines behind this as well. Was that Vulture Speed maybe that finished up? That was interesting. If that was Vulture Speed, maybe he wants to try and get a run by with this Vulture and get a condition where the Pros is then forced to defend inside the main base and the natural at the same time and really frustrate the game state for Best with this one gateway worth of production. Going to be pulling a lot of probes off the line now to try and help deal with this small force from Sharp here. 2 mines being laid to shift hold position to try and get them laid faster and get going. But Vulture taken down in quick order. Phase disruptor shots from the Dragoons, taking short work of those and these Marines now. But 2 Dragoons might be falling in short. They're not quite able to target them now quick enough, but we'll be getting 3 of these Dragoons here. But gets the tank with the Pros doing beautiful body blocking on those. Beautiful hold from Best here to avoid disaster, but did take quite some damage to those probes and lost a couple of Dragoons there.
Bad targeting there from Sharp, unfortunately. Not targeting the Dragoons with his tank. Several times he just took shots onto the probes rather than the Dragoons, and he could have cleared all of that. He could have cleared all of the Dragoons and probably gotten all the probes as well, but with the missed shots there, unfortunate ending to this attack. And although quite a few probes went down, Sharp still losing a tank, getting halted in this push. It's not what the value that he was looking for. And with this natural base coming online, he's going to have to defend carefully here to make sure that he doesn't fall any farther behind.
Yeah, meanwhile, Best just going to be throwing down a pile on when it's natural. He probably wants to think about going, I would say 2 gate obs into third base here would be ideal for Best. He's probably feeling slightly comfortable in doing that, especially after killing that tank early on. So slowing down potential timings from Sharp, and we didn't see the bestest of control from Sharp this game. He's certainly not in the game state that he would like to be in. Still playable. He's still actually doing pretty good in supply, even with the Protoss player, which is indicative of the Terran player doing quite well. We now see Best coming out onto the map to Minesweep, and I think overall I would still favour Sharp in the game going forward. I just would have liked to see a better game state out of this. He might get run by with these Vultures.
This is typical Sharp here, having the Vultures out on the map ready for this run-by opportunity. He does not have siege mode, though. He could end up taking a lot of damage here as the Dragons slowly push forward with no bunker, as being so greedy as Sharp. Finally going to sneak in, though. Oh, my God. He's microing too hard on this side of the map. Best going to lose so many probes here. He's just got to get into that mineral line, deal as much damage as he can with these 2 Vultures while all this attacking is going on. The bunker is still not done. Sharp could just die because of this bunker not being completed. He finally does get inside the bunker with 1 Marine in there, though. That's not a lot of DPS, and it looks like all of the Dragoons will eventually fall. He is running up this. I'm not sure how much health is left on these Dragoons. There's actually a lot more than I thought, and he is going to get up here, missing a lot of shots, but finally does clear out that last tank. So much damage. We don't know how much damage has been done to the probe line here of Best. Looks like it has been cleared up. Finally, quite a few probes did go down there, but I think this is better for Best overall.
Yeah, the roughly 12 damage per second of that Marine in that bunker, not really a threat to the Protoss player. The shields being more than enough to buffer against the incoming damage. So he can still come in here and pressure Sharp right now. There's only a few mines delaying his effort. He has this Observer here. The Scout does lose one of those Dragoons while trying to dive in to get that tank. The tank only on 55 HP. just a few shots will finish it off. So he's repairing that up right now wisely, and he's going to be able to stabilize here against Best while he's taking his third base, a little bit off curve. So far, Sharp looking really healthy in this game, both economically and in his game state.
I was thinking that Sharp was going to be in a much worse position. Just imagine if he had that bunker for the safety in that push, how much better off he would be here in that case. But really skimping hard in that game state, keeping the bunker unbuilt for so long, just putting it down at the last possible second. Ends up taking quite a bit of damage, but overall Best lost a lot of probes back at home. We really didn't get a full view of that. Mostly we were watching this fight here, but it seems like the main base looking a little skimpy on the number of probes we've got here.
We're eating a lot of what costing. Yeah, it's only one machine shot for Sharp, so he's able to squeeze out just one tank at a time. It's really optimal right now for Terran not to have to overproduce tanks if you can help it. So that means he can also make more vultures. So as we know, Sharp himself, very good vulture user, is going to enable him to come out on the map with so many more vultures that Best is going to be the one reacting, which will allow Sharp to come out onto the map in a big way and pressure the economy of Best. Meanwhile, Best not able to come into the main base. There's a turret and a Goliath here just waiting to try and shut that down tonight. 4th factory on the way as well, which will enable Sharp the kind of production that he needs to finally think about some attack timings as well.
You think this is for an attack timing, or are we going to see a third base coming up here soon?
Both.
Oh, another run by here into the natural. He's going to get so many more probes. Not quite perfect on the defense there is Best, and Sharp just going to clear up a bunch more economy here for this Protoss player. He's transferring the probes over towards the third, dropping the Reaver here to try and defend, but the Vultures will just transfer up here towards this third base. He's getting so much damage. Really good finesse play here from Sharp, able to get way more value than those Vultures would regularly get.
Sharp playing extremely on brand right now. Very crisp, sharp precision, and he's like a chef. He's like, I think of him kind of like a Terran chef's knife. He's able to just cut through him like Mr. Jinsu over here. And I don't know, man. Like sometimes I worry that like even if you get ahead against someone like Sharp, he's got enough like tactics and like little funky ways of playing that people aren't quite used to, that you can really get the better of some of these really strong Protoss players. And I think that's why we see him in this Terran lineup here. Which is what we were talking about last week. We were surprised to see a Terran versus Protoss specialist not in the lineup. Now we see him to his full effect, and we can see why we were thinking that he would be such a good choice, huh, Sam?
Yeah, I think so. And he's dealt with the craziness of this early game so well. And Best, you know, you're saying that even if you're ahead as a Protoss player or against someone like Sharp, it can be hard. But the reason that it's tough is because the Vultures are always getting in. And if he really gets far ahead, he could start throwing down cannons everywhere. But right now you can see no cannons anywhere for that defense, so there's going to be a lot of openings for Sharp that he could actually sneak in and actually get some kills on these probes, and that's the perfect game state for Sharp to be in. Looking for those probe kills always. Is he coming forward here? He's going to look for the snipe on that shuttle, but great play by Best, just walking back the Reavers rather than trying to pick them up and potentially getting taken out by that Goliath.
We have the magic number of Goliaths here, 4, enough to 2-shot those shuttles and also deal with these observers very quickly. Sharp now making his way to the center, but he does have a good vision of the army of Best, so he knows exactly how much ground he can gain for free. Sieges up and doesn't go an inch further. Now he's going to unsiege and gain a little bit more ground. Every inch that Best gives him, he's going to take right now and try and put the pressure on Best and force him into a frontal engagement. Best needs to pull back right now. He's already taken a big volley on this shuttle as well. It's just now one shot from these 4 Goliaths. He needs to be exceptionally careful that he doesn't overextend himself. Takes another Karen boosted missile upgrade, Hellfire missile shot onto that shuttle as well, taking it down to 39 HP. He needs to be very careful now. He's going to be cut off from his retreat, and the reinforcing army will also be dealt with if he's not careful. So he's barely holding on some kind of position here, as Sharp is just dominating the game state right now and moving out to natural expansion rally point, where he's hoping to strangle Best out of this game, isn't he?
Yeah, this is nasty right now. Best losing so many Dragoons to the south. I think that might actually be the killing blow right there. Losing all of those Dragoons for basically nothing, not even able to clear out all the mines. He's got a ton of Zealots popping out here, but It's the combination of the Zealots and the Dragoons that will actually clear this army. And look at how much is coming forward here for Sharp. Holy crap, he's gotten so far ahead now in this game. A full 30 supply ahead now. This is crazy as he comes forward here, fighting against Zealots without speed. The vultures here in the front just eating them alive, and the tanks are all still alive. Sharp
no GG.
steals this game away. Wow. No GG here from Best. He is sad about that result, man. Crazy, crazy good plays from Sharp here. Dude. Sharp is such a god right now. I love this guy for ASL this season.
Actually, I think what happened when they played that game on top versus bottom, and Best forgot that about all chat, so maybe we didn't see that because of all chat reasons. But yeah,
Possibly, yeah. All chat maybe not being enabled there. Not sure. That definitely happens a lot in just regular custom games. I'm not sure if that's what happened here, but dude, I mean, that was a crazy attack that Best did into the natural without even having a bunker. Somehow Sharp holds it onto it and slips vultures into the main base.
yeah, it's
really,
crazy.
really good. Yeah, really crazy game. I wish we had picture-in-picture here for KCM as well, so we could have seen exactly how much damage was done there, but I think it was a lot because Best was just really lagging behind for the rest of the game there.
It's crazy how Sharp can do these like small little vulture skirmishes to get himself either out of a deficit or just race ahead and solidify his lead even more. He's just like one of the best people at it.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to jump into this next game here. Protoss has been eliminated. They are out. And only action remains for the Zerg squad. So we're going to jump into Sharp versus action. It's coming right up.
All right, Sam.
The first time ever in the season, Protoss goes down first.
Yeah. All right, Sam. Confession. I let the devil win. I've been eating a lolly while casting.
Can't let those voices into your head, man. What's it called? The like it's like a kind of a meme online right now. The destructive voices. No, I can't remember.
Impulsive. The impulsive thoughts win. Or intrusive thoughts.
Intrusive
thoughts.
thoughts.
Sorry,
yeah,
intrusive.
That's it. Yeah. Can't let the intrusive thoughts win.
I'm trying to do it as like a practice of Zen though. I'm like, if I can handle like casting at a really high level while distracting myself and like still being calm, like knowing that it's going out to a lot of people, I don't know. I feel like I'm really finding my stride here. Oh, someone in the chat. Okay, someone in the chat said, on the big screen today, thanks for the professional level cast. You're very welcome, Dagorna. And Chammers just said Zen stream. You're absolutely right. Let me know when I can open my eyes or rather look back at the screen. Saying, although they do say only a blind man sees. So maybe I'll just keep them closed and do the cast that way.
Please don't. Let's go.
He's scared. I'm
Action
serious.
versus Sharp here with Action in the top left-hand corner. Sharp in the bottom left on Polypoid. A great map to have potentially our final game of the night. Sharp here looking to end this series, and we've already got kind of a groundbreaking week here of KCM with the first ever week in season 8 or season 1 of 2024. We haven't had Protoss go out first until now. This is their first loss here in the KCM this season.
Yeah, finally the great apes have been slain. This is no longer a Planet of the Apes type situation. The humans have regained control for the time being. Sharp leading the charge for the Terran race right now, representing both yours truly and Saiyan and everyone else here that's listening to this, plus a few potential non-sentient life forms. Who knows, maybe, you know, all kinds of like things are able to tune into the stream, not even aware of it. Maybe there's like some plants that are big fans of the show here.
Okay. Uh, Sharp here.
I got
Gonna
him.
set up a wall
I got
at the
him,
front,
guys. I
actually
got
seeing
him.
everything. He
I
got
got
that
him.
nice first scout. It always feels so good as a Zerg player when you get your Overlord over the natural immediately. You know everything that's coming here. You can watch if the barracks is blinking. You don't need to send out a drone to scout or anything like that. Actually going to be feeling very nice here with his gas and pool already operational, and that 12 hatch here at the front. He's going to be doing just fine here with one Marine coming across the map, though, and the bunker being started here. This may be a little bit of a problem for Action. Is he going to pull a huge amount of drone, or is he just going to wait for Ling to pop?
I think he's going to wait for Lings, and he's also probably going to do a 2-hatch all-in Muto with that 2-minute 50 layer timing, as well as exceptionally fast layer timing. He wants a real big window to abuse Sharp here. Sharp's the kind of guy that likes to abuse his own timings and exploit the small transitionary windows available to be abused that Zerg so typically have to fend with at these high levels, that their unit control just isn't as effective anymore because the Terrans are aware of the game state too much to be continually abused. Now becomes Lynx with the drone support, gets the surround on the bunker, going to be able to deal with that quite cost efficiently. The SUV not even going to try and repair that to make that a more efficient trade. Instead, just going to be sacrificing and not wasting any minerals is Sharp. He needs every mineral that he can to not die to his follow-up 2-hatch mute all in him.
Ooh, sending a Marine across the map. You do want to send that back for sure. Can't be losing that right now. It's critical for the defense against these Lings and also the Mutalist follow-up. He did manage to get the SCV into the main to just confirm the Spire's coming, and you should know here that that Mutalist pressure is incoming. So hopefully he's going to build enough turrets here to just keep himself safe. Go ahead and loses that one SCV as a Ling run by actually over here and towards the natural. Uh-oh, this is getting really bad now. Sharp letting those in. I don't know how that happened. We didn't catch it on screen, but he really should have had an SCV in his wall with the 2 Marines behind that. And not having that means he could be in a lot of trouble here. Drones actually being sent across the map. Action getting a little bit trigger happy here. Even a drone out in the middle, that's a bit of a problem for Action. He really needs to get that drone back to work. But more Lings running in here, more Marines going down. He targets the refinery by accident. That is a really rough play there from Sharp. You know, A-clicking sometimes that actually often happens to me as well. You're just A-clicking like very, very rapidly, accidentally click one of your own buildings or something like that. Real pain in the butt here for Sharp, and he's finally managed to kind of stabilize, but it's still going to be a really rough hold hanging on against this follow-up Mutalisk attack.
Yeah, the Mutalisks are already in production. The Spire has already popped. It's going to be a lot of pressure on our Terran player. Sharp here, bunker going down on that supply depot wall. This bunker is not only good at just holding the line right now, but it's going to come in critical when he needs to both defend the turrets and the natural expansion while inside the main base against the Mutas. So he needs this bunker to hold the natural expansion from any Ling run-bys to come in here and snipe the turrets for free. So actually going to be going up to a 3rd hatchery as well. Has the option to transition to a normal game or go up to 3-hatch all in mute here and really put the pressure on.
This is nice by Sharp. I mean, keeping the SCV there to just delay the Mutas by a tiny bit is nice. And now he's going to get a lot of turrets up. He's cutting a lot of production here to make sure that the turrets can come out in time. And he hasn't floated the barracks into the main base yet. There's a great opportunity to do that right now, but he's just keeping the barracks here for the wall for now, making sure that, you know, he's kind of safe in the natural. He's already got the bunker up there, which is a nice safety tool as well. Sharp just building a ton of turrets, even bringing SCVs to start repairing before the Mutalisks even start to attack. Really, really nice play by Sharp. He's not letting any holes in his game open up here for Action to start to take advantage of. And Action, realizing that he's pretty well locked down, is just going to start popping drones with that 3rd base coming online here in just a moment.
This is actually a bit of an issue for Sharp. He hasn't got any scanners available to him right now to actually identify exactly what's being produced by Action. As far as he's concerned, this is just pure Mutalisk production. He needs to constantly make turrets. So he needs to kind of gauge exactly how many mutas there are and at what time to try and get a feel for just how many drones were made behind this. He hasn't made any more turrets at the natural expansion right now. So it makes me think that maybe he's kind of getting the right idea now that, okay, maybe this isn't total muta production right now. I'm going to kind of be kind of safe. So I'm not going to make too many turrets here, not waste too much money.
Yeah, he's not being too crazy aggressive with the mutas, and well, this is a bit of a problem here. He didn't want to lift off that barracks earlier, so now he has to float it, and that's going to give the opportunity for Action to bounce glaives off of that. It didn't lose any Marines because of it, but you can absolutely start to eat glaives and lose Marines if you're not careful with a building floating like that in the front. And he does manage to land. It's on fire, but it's not burning down or anything, so he should be fine here. Action adding a lot of drones and getting into his transition as well. So I like this play from Action. You know, he's really identified that Sharp is taking him super seriously with the number of Mutalisks he's produced. He's not bleeding Mutalisks at all. He's just taking damage or dealing damage when he can, where he can, without losing any of these mutas. And now he's found himself in a pretty decent spot with his Hive here on the way at 8 minutes. He's got the Queen's Nest. He's got the Lurker upgrade coming, and Sharp actually needs to get out on the map now.
Yeah, with the timing of that Hive, not going to be able to probably do a tank push here, but he does make a pretty standard timing on this factory, so we'll be able to go straight into vessels here nicely. And Action does have these 11 mutas that are going to start being a little bit of a problem for Sharp, pressuring him and coming out onto the map and providing some counter pressure. He would want to get this army out onto the map as soon as possible, though, because right now this is the weakest point of the game for Action. He's going to be trying to transition into going Lurkers. There's going to be a small window of about a minute here where Sharp could get across the map and do something with these +1 upgraded Marines. But right now, Action went so many mutas early on that Sharp's a little bit hesitant to do that. He doesn't want to lose any of these bioforces for free. And right now, Action is looking very comfortable in the game state.
Action feeling fine here, sitting on this high ground, just picking off Marines whenever he can, dodging away from the stims and wasting some of this medic energy. Lurkers are being morphed here in a kind of an aggressive posture. I think that Action might want to actually come forward here and try to take a position outside of Action's natural, or outside of Sharp's natural, excuse me. And Sharp, realizing this very clearly, he understands the position. He's going to start building bunkers out in the front, and that's a really interesting adaptation that I hadn't seen before.
Yeah, I mean, you usually see this like when you're dealing with the Lurker pressure builds, or like 2-hatch Lurker, 3-hatch Lurker, but yeah, it's interesting to see that he's using this as like a zone control bunker to get to maintain the unit flow between his main and his third base here, so he can use the potency of this high ground while also still securing the flank here. Coming into natural expansion is Action, taking out 2 of these turrets, wants to soften up this expansion. Still has 10 mutas. If you have low HP, they're probably not going to see too much continued effort from those. Doesn't want to lose too many of those mutas. He needs the map control while waiting for these defiers to pop. Has nothing at his third base to defend right now, so these mutas need to be all hands on deck. Current two hold position Lurkers here. Needs to bait these. He's going to get his big splash hit on those Marines. Devastating for Sharp here as that bio ball just gets torn apart by that beautiful hold position Lurker. Those subterranean spines just decimating the bioforces of Sharp. His bioforce was already low in number, and now it's even more dwindling in size. So I don't know how he's going to muster the kind of forces he needs to challenge Action out on the map right now. He's going to be kind of in a bit of a panic mode here and a little bit of crisis management, because there's no way he's going to be able to field an army strong enough to deal with Action in the coming minutes.
This is a really strong play from Action, man. Just getting out there, setting up the Lurker landmine in a very unexpected location. That is not the position that you would ever imagine a Lurker landmine would be here for Sharp. It's like, you know, you expect maybe on a ramp, maybe, you know, out in the middle of the map, somewhere like that, but just right up against this wall, totally catches Sharp off guard. Really beautiful play from Action to bait him into that with the mutas. And this all happened right before the vessels were coming out here. So really, it's on Sharp for moving out just seconds before we could have had vessels in the front to actually, you know, prevent this type of thing from ever happening. And now he's moving out with a pretty decent force here of tank and Marine. But a Marine tank push like this when Defilers are already out on the field, I don't think that's going to work. Do you, Shin?
Not really saying. It's at least very tough to execute. Action might make a mistake, which could be punished, but it's a little bit unlikely. Action's very confident in his Defiler control. He's a very aggressive, macro-orientated Zerg. He's very used to these types of game states, especially. So this current situation is actually really strongly favoring him, both in terms of how good the game state suits him and also how much it suits his playstyle. So right now it's kind of Action's games to lose, really. He has total control. He's trying to come around to see if he can intercept a vessel or something as it's coming out to the middle-only expansion. Not going to quite catch that. He needs to be ready to pre-split these mutas. pretty sure he had them rated previously. He doesn't react that well to this irradiate. I'm surprised by that. I thought he was ready to split his mutas automatically, but wasn't even set up to do that. And now taking a lot of damage on these mutas. He's not aware of this follow-up radiate. He's going to lose pretty much the entire muta stack to that radiate. That's a big value for Sharp now. It's just the kind of tempo swing that he's looking for in this game to finally start to find some kind of foothold and control. But is it too late? There's only 3 gas available to Action, but he does have this mineral only, providing the influx of minerals needed to field a very strong Hydro Defiler Lurker Ling composition here. And he's getting some beautiful plagues, beautiful dousing of chili sauce on this Terran force as well. Almost all of the army now moving up with this Lurker Ling Defiler. Going to really put the pressure on our Terran player here, Sam.
Ooh, both of those 2 tanks really not getting the value that they needed. Those units really not paying off, and there we go. Picking off the 2 vessels here. Amazing play from Action, really getting some sick value out of those defilers and lurkers and everything. He's pushing in for the win right now, but Sharp is going to just roll the dice here, try to get some Mulatto ships into the main base, try to make something happen, but there's the 2 Scourge ready to stop this. Sharp is just about to get shut down here, I think.
That's a really beautiful play there from Action. Just using those 2 Scourge to scare away the dropships long enough for the Lurker and Defiler to come into the main base and set up a preemptive defense, denying some of the potential damage in here. But he is going to shuffle to the left-hand side of the mineral line, pressure the drones, and also some units at the top-hand side going to be getting the gas side of things as well, forcing an uncomfortable position for Action. He tries to defend 2 fronts at once. There's a little bit of a window here for Action to find some good surface area to pick off some tech buildings like the Spire, maybe one of these Evos, maybe the pool, maybe there's some damage that Action Sharp can find here and prevent Action from getting too strong too quickly here in this game. Shutting down the gas mining in the main base alone is a pretty big deal, and he's also killing a lot of drones. He's maybe kill this pool here, and that's a big win here for Sharp, Shane.
Yeah, that's way better than I expected, man. Really getting some good damage done here. When I thought that he was just going to get completely shut out of that main base, but Action still pushing forward. He's got a bunch of lurkers here. We do have Firebats to try and contest that, but for now, he's just going to back away, let that bunker fall, and buy himself some time. He does need to get irradiates on some of these defilers here to start to push this away from his natural. If this does get up here in the natural, if we get some Dark Swarm here in the natural with a few lurkers, things are going to go from bad to worse. Sharp going around the army here. He is going to get into position to potentially shut this down, but a plague should come out here. We do have 1 Dark Swarm, 1 Firebat actually in the mix. Underneath the Dark Swarm is going to push back all of these lurkers. That's a really healthy Firebat to have here. Really good for this push. Slowing that down and cutting it off. Getting around behind these lurkers is massive, actually. Being able to cut off the supply train here of this Defiler push towards this natural is huge. Now, he will be forced back eventually. We will have more Defilers coming forward here, but this is buying him that little bit of time he needs to kind of stabilize here and start to get irradiates down on some of these Defilers that are crossing the map.
Yeah, attack was the best form of defense there for Sharp. He's just desperate in keeping these Defilers away from his rally point, away from this mineral-only expansion that he wants to get a foothold in. He needs to get some more minerals online right now. He has a little bit of gas banked up, but he has almost no minerals to spare. He needs to ramp up his production just a tiny bit here to have any hopes at trading cost efficiently. Look at Action, though, just waiting in the wings, currently ahead on supply by about 18. He's looking really healthy in this game. He's going to start to devastate the Terran players. Not much of a foothold here for Sharp to work with. Just 2 siege tanks getting obliterated with that plague, helping the Lings chew through them. And now with the Dark Swarms leading a pathway to this mineral only, there's not really much hope for Sharp to stabilize his position anymore. He's going to have to retreat to the safety of this bunker on the low ground, allowing Action to come in here and harass the mining with a follow-up attack waiting to come in here and do a lot of damage.
Lurker's going to be burrowing under Dark Swarm here. We don't have enough irradiates. Those earlier lost vessels hurting Sharp so badly here, and more vessels have been plagued as well. More Marines have been plagued. He's just getting all clumped up here in his natural. Can't really have any room to maneuver here, and with that being the case, Action shooting at fish in a barrel here with his plagues, constantly hitting them onto all these Marines and medics. Sharp going to load up 4 dropships and try to leave right now, but Action is coming forward with a huge attack. Big plague on all of the dropships. These drops are ripe for the picking now. Sharp going to try and unload everything in the main, but if there's even one Hydra here, everything's going to die. Okay, one Hydra is there. All of the dropships go down, but not before unloading quite a payload here into the main base. That's a lot of Firebats. There's quite a few Marines. We do have, you know, some Defilers here, but for the most part, they're being shut down. There we go. One Lurker does get burrowed underneath that Dark Swarm. That should be able to shut this down. And Action's just going to continue to close off the windpipe here of Sharp. He's got no more dropships here. The vessels are very, very low. Here comes those Lurkers up into the natural, and GG is called. Action going to take us to our final game. Awesome, awesome day of KCM here, guys. Fantastic result going all the way to this final match with Action versus Light. That's coming right up.
Nice outro. Let me know when I can look.
All right, you can look.
All right. Oh, Dark Origin. Pretty intense game.
Pretty wild. Oh.
I think there was almost enough damage for Sharp to come back. It's just not quite enough. He let Action get too far away ahead in the army count and stuff, and the drops got dealt with a little bit too efficiently later on as well.
I think he really had a misread there as well. Like, he saw the timing of the hive, and he still went for that tank push.
Yeah,
and it's like, man, you're just not going to deal any damage with that. There's no chance. There's no shot. Like, if you want to make tanks, put them all on the high ground right outside, like right on the third base. You know what I mean? Like that high ground spot, and just keep building up that tank count so that he can never attack into you with the Hydra Lurker, you know? But then once you have like 7 or 8 tanks on that high ground, then you start dropping everywhere and, you know, running out on the map with Marine Medic and making things hard. But you can't do that unless you've got that like critical mass of tanks where it's just like, oh, you just can't attack me. You know, you have to like grow bigger as Zerg, take more bases, and like try to, you know, get a really overwhelming force. But there's no way that on 3 base or 4 base you can just, you know, with only 3 gases mining, just break through that. There's just way too much stuff. Anyway, he just lost that tank force out on the map, and that was downhill from there.
Well, it felt like he was trying to shove like a cube through a triangle hole because he was behind, and he was like, I want to make this tank push work just to try and like get some kind of like foothold in the game again. Like trying to like make some. You're trying to force an issue rather than just like accept the fact that it's probably not going to go well. You know what I mean?
Right.
He's already behind. He's worried about playing a normal, slow, transitional game because he feels like he'll lose that way. So he's trying to like force some puzzles to fit that don't necessarily go together.
All right, final game of the night, man. You ready?
I was born ready.
All right.
Wait, I'm joking.
I was born ready, he says, and then says, wait.
I'm joking.
Okay, you're joking. I see. Okay, hopping into our final game of the night. It's going to be Light versus Action, and look at this. Light setting out his first SCV, one of his very early SCVs to try and block this natural. This has become kind of popular on Dark Origin. It's something I first saw in a game of soccer. I'm not sure if he invented it, but he's been doing it a lot on Dark Origin. It slows down the natural expansion by a lot, and you can just see how much mining time is being lost here. I think definitely this is worth it, right?
Yeah, I think it's very worth it because at the very least it frustrates the timings of the Zerg that probably their original game plan will be slightly out the window. You'll not be quite as crisp as you'd like to be. Your mineral optimization's off. You got a lot of lost mining. Everything just feels a little weird. And Action's a pro gamer. He's navigated these situations before. He'll still do a pretty good job of it, but it's still not a nice feeling, Sam.
No, it's not. And we're going to see a Very unorthodox play here from Light with the eBay block into a 1-1-1, it looks like, here with the wall on the high ground. This is a very popular play on this map as well, going into the 1-1-1 with that wall. But adding on the eBay block, that just adds a new twist here to the 1-1-1.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he can still go for 2-pot Wraith with the eBay block, but I guess it's possible he still will do a slightly mistimed 2-pot Wraith. I don't think he will, though. I think it will be 1-1-1, just because it is a bit off with the timings of going that early. eBay does kind of set you back a little bit. I'm not sure he'll still go for it, but I guess it's possible that Light decides to do something crazy and just still go 2-pot Wraith here against Action. I don't know.
You know what I think he's going to do is he's going to make a vulture here, and he's going to try and stop the sunken colony from starting. Because he delayed the hatchery by so much, he's going to come here with 2 SCVs, run up to the front, try to block this with the 1 Marine coming out here. It's going to be really hard for Action to make this sunken colony, and then the vulture can be that much more effective.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't placed it down at the right time yet either. He needs to place that down around 3 minutes 30. It's a 2-pot Wraith! It is going to be a 2-pot Wraith! I'm so excited. I was wondering if he wouldn't do it just because of the eBay block, but then I was still hoping for it. Meanwhile, the Action did go for the fast 2-hatch Hydra opening to make sure he's safe against any kind of vulture run by and 2-pot Wraith. So he will have counterplay available to him. It's going to come down to micro. It's generally harder for the Terran player, assuming perfect play from both. But honestly, like with good micro, there's so many ways that Terran can exploit the Zerg that I really like Light's chances in this game. He's one of the best in the business at 2-pot Wraith as well. So we're going to see an exciting game here no matter what's saying, I think.
Yeah, Light is nasty with the 2-port Wraith, man. His control is second to none, and his decision-making with the Wraith is crazy, crazy good. He's one of those few players I've seen tear Soma apart with 2-port Wraith, where Soma is such a good, solid Zerg Mutalisk microer. He's able to bring him to his knees with counterattacks and split options with those 2-port Wraith, with the Wraiths flying around with their speed, able to find damage no matter what Soma decides to do with those. It's really common for the Zerg player to keep all the Mutalisks together and just kind of chase the Wraiths around and not allow them to get damage. But Light is very good at making small groups of Wraiths, splitting them up and going all over the map to deal damage, and that can be really, really frustrating to deal with. We'll see how Action manages to handle that here. He's managed to keep his first Overlord alive, at least here at the Natural. I was wondering where he was going with those Hydras, whether it was for attack, but he's actually just come here to save the Overlord, and he's managed to do that. I hope he's got range on the way, though, here, because as the Wraith number starts to build, you can actually out-micro rangeless Hydraless. He has speed so far, but look at this. He's just running around and around, and he will pick off an Overlord here already. He's going to start to gun down some drones as well.
Luckily, the Overlord died at the right time, though. It's not going to be hindering the production curve of Action, which is why it's so important not to lose that first one, because it would have supply blocked him and prevented the additional Hydras being made at home. A little bit of Gambit there from Action, trying to double dip here with his both aggression and defense here, trying to walk the tightrope by making the bare minimal units required to shield himself against these Wraiths, while also threatening a counterattack. The reason why we see 2 SCVs on the ramp here for Light is he knows there's a potential of 7 or 8 Hydras just running up the ramp and gunning down this bunker, and that's what Action's been threatening him the entire time with. So it's keeping Light a little bit less optimal in this game state, but that's okay, because Light's very well versed in this in dealing with this exact game state we see now. He knows that the one way he can die is to these Hydras coming in here, so he's going to dot his I's, cross his T's, and make sure nothing like that can happen, and Action can't get away with some cheesy play, and instead is going to get his Wraith count higher and higher, and then going to start coming in here and one-shotting these drones.
Yeah, it's coming in probably towards this main base. That's a lot of Hydra, though. This is pretty well defended by Action. This is a great setup here. One-shotting drones, making things tough for Action, but I think behind this, he's not going to keep producing Wraiths. He's going to make a quick switch into Marines, and with a tank push, try to knock Action out here. This is going to be really hard to handle. Okay, it's actually not going to be that. He's going to make a tank with siege mode here for the high ground, but he's going to try and take his natural. Interesting.
Yeah, he wants to maybe turn this into a mech play. Maybe it would be interesting here if he could just I don't know. Maybe this could be really good for him if he can somehow not die in the next couple of minutes. Light might look pretty strong, and he's still got enough wraiths just to come in here and one-shot drones and volley down the overlords over and over again. So kind of does put a lot of pressure on Action still, despite cutting the wraith production at just 5. So looking really scary as Light now, being very versatile in how he's approached. It's going to be taking the natural gas in advance of the floating as well. So he wants to make sure he's cranking out his gas quickly. It does look indicative that he wants to stay very tech heavy and maybe not go for bio at all here, saying, I don't know.
This is interesting, man. I like it from Light. Action, though, is playing a beautiful game of defense. Plenty of Hydras here. He hasn't had to add on too many spore colonies, just the one spore at the natural, which is, I think, a great addition here. Just making it really hard for those wraiths to come in at all and deal that damage. And now he's going to be transitioning here. He's got, what was that, Queen's Nest on the way already?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So he's going to be going into a very fast hive here. I love the switch up here. Despite, just now getting that third base online or just starting to throw that down, he's already going to be going into a hive. He's going to have a very fast defiler tech to deal with these tanks.
And meanwhile, we're going straight to Science Facility from Light as well. That's why he's so desperate to crank out this second gas. He's going to need it. It's kind of hard to make Science vessels and tanks and all the other upgrades and what have you need going forward. He's still going to be cranking out potentially 1 or 2 more wraiths in this game at some point as well. Who knows if he wants to stay a little bit more active out on the map with these wraiths. He doesn't really need to, though. He's got enough here to cause a lot of problems. Not even getting in with the main base with this Overlord being denied due to the active usage of those wraiths. He is now going to be finally putting down the bio infrastructure that he needs to go into a more standard game. He's got all the tech that he needs. He's got all the way up into vessel tech right now. So he's got his late game tech online pretty much already. He just needs to now build some barracks and establish himself in the game. Get enough force going that he can actually try and transition to a fairly standard game.
This is a bit of a problem, though. Action has double upgrades rolling right now, and with the extra upgrades, he's going to be able to produce a crazy amount of Hydra Defiler here soon. Looks like might lose another Overlord here on the escape. This is just pure Light micro. He's so good at this stuff. He's going to get 3 Overlords here and a drone. No, drone does manage to survive getting out there with its life, but he's just going to continue to get damage with this and hide his build. There's not been an Overlord in there to actually scout to see if he is going mech or what he's actually doing here. And Action just going to be in the dark for now. He's got 1 lurker on the other side of the map. That's the closest he can get to the Terran base right now.
Yeah, I mean, Light's done a pretty good job of getting crazy value out of these first 5 wraiths. He hasn't had to reproduce anything else to fight with for quite some time. Everything else just getting banked back at home, going straight into vessel production. He has 2 vessels already finished at about 10 minutes. He's going to have a pretty healthy amount of irradiates to work with, considering he's only had 1 control tower worth of vessels being produced. So he's kind of optimizing the gas situation, but only having to produce 1 vessel at the time right now, which allows him to also squeeze out a few tanks, giving him a nice little tank push timing here. A bit of a potential win condition, but there's a lot of Hydras for Action. As long as he can get good positioning, he might be able to overwhelm Light's small force here that will struggle to come out onto the map.
This is a funny thing where if there's a lot of Hydras, there's maybe a few tanks pushing out, right? It's going to be scary. That the fight can swing insanely quick. If you've got just enough Marines and tanks, all the Hydras just disappear. They just blow up into a cloud of red. But if Action has too much, if he's got those Lings to tank, and he has that overwhelming number of Hydra, then the Marines just explode. They're not quick. The medics won't be quick enough to heal them all. And this fight can go really one-sided in Zerg's favor instead, but it really only goes one way or another. It's very rare that we'll see one player still fight very well. Oh god, he almost loses that vessel, but it's very rare to see it go almost even in a fight like this.
Yeah, well, the Defiler's already irradiated as well for Light. He's doing a great job of coming in here and skirmishing with Action right from the get-go, taking control of this important triple bridge location, which is so hard to attack into. Finally making his way across the center bridge, maybe baiting forward Action a little bit to get more siege tank shots. Going to be pulling back though. Understands that Action can just come across in a big way and challenge him. So he's going to be skirmishing backwards and forth, keeping his army fluid by remaining on siege. He's going to tactically withdraw now to the north while these Wraiths are harassing these Lings on the left-hand side, trying to get some units of free. And look at this Action. Just wants to dive onto this right-hand flank here and see if he can get positional advantage. But Light's already ready for it.
Yeah, Light's ready for it, but look at this. Action going to dive forward. Should be backing away here with these lurkers. Don't want to be bleeding off lurkers to these tanks right now. This push is very, very scary. Action has the bare minimum he needs to hold on against this, but with +1 upgrade, well, he went into +1 attack for the Lings. Yeah. That is surprising. I really thought he was going to go for a +1 for the Hydras here because they do so much better against the Marines, especially once the Marines have +1 armor. +2 is now done. Okay, he's got the advantage right now. He's actually going to shove forward here right as the tanks are unsieging. A huge plague. Oh my god, that plague. Absolutely insane. If Action had brought the lurkers with that, I think he might have just completely destroyed that position. But as it stands, he's taken over control here. And he's going to start to shove forward once again. Here comes an Irradiate, but he should be able to get a plague on the tanks. Big plague on the tanks. No, a Dark Swarm going to be the option here that he chooses, but he can surround and kill at least 2-3 of these tanks. Very nicely done. Yeah, just 100 energy available to him at that present time. Just goes for the Dark Swarm option to clean up those tanks cost efficiently. Beautiful play, complete tempo swing in this game. Now able to try and send a drone out, take this 4th gas, go into Ultralisk play, and really start to snuff out the Light here. Light gonna try to take that 3rd base. He's sending vessels over to the right-hand side to try and lower the defenses over there. Wow, he kills the CC there. Very, very painful stuff for Light, who really needs some more income. This game, it looks kind of normal right now, but we've mined way more money from the main base than a normal game here for Light. Absolutely. We're already coming up to 15 minutes and the CC has only just now started. So we'll have a situation where the Terran will eventually be pretty much on only one base worth of economy potentially. And due to the low drone saturation of Action, he won't quite be leveraged the same issues to deal with as well. One thing going for Action right now is a fairly late armor timing for Light. He's trying to optimize his weapon upgrades due to the early science facility, which means these lurkers are still 2-shotting Marines, which is one thing that's really going Action's way. Yeah, now the tanks on the low ground are going to start to try to deny this 3rd base. We've got one Defiler here. A Plague does go down. This is so much from Action. Wow. He's got a bunch of Ultras coming out on the field right here, right now. He may be able to break this tank line. That's a lot of Marines kind of helping out, but the Ultras are pushing through. One more tank needs to be taken out to keep this base safe here over on the center right, and he will be able to save that. He will be able to finish off that last tank, kind of being a little bit sloppy, not killing that right away, but he will clear it out, and now he can get the 4th gas online and really start to explode while Light is mining out in the main. He is just about there, just about mined out, and he has no 3rd base. Wow, Action, the macro monster Zerg in full control of the game right now. Light going to be shuffling over to the 3rd base location, going to get rid of those Lings that are hanging out there, eventually try and float the CC and take that. Some preemptive irradiates going down on these incoming Ultras as well. There is a couple of Defilers here making their way downtown, and they're currently in position to get some big plagues onto this Bioforce and a follow-up Dark Swarm as well to isolate the rally point from coming out onto the map. There's another little game-winning situation here for Action, potentially. Good hard position under this Swarm if you wanted to. And you're going to instead just create a pathway leading to this natural expansion area, and you're going to start diving into this position with his reinforcements now, trying to end the game right here, right now, getting at the very least big cost-efficient trades with Light, who the only thing really is going for him is the fact that he's got his fleet of vessels, which is somewhat unchallenged right now. But right now, Action doesn't mind too much about that. He can just plague those later. Right now, he wants to do critical damage to the Terran player. Yeah, the Defiler control here, so good, man. He's got such great game sense for how to control these Defilers in these tight situations, throwing down the spells at the last possible second to get the absolute best value here, and he finally crushes through Light, taking home a Zerg victory here. Wow, what a great final game. An awesome one to end it on, guys. That was fantastic. Let's take a look at the final results, the final scoreboard here as we close out Week 8. Oh, okay. Are you ready? You have some things to talk about, some things in mind?
Well, I may just want to talk about the ZVT semis, but I guess we should also mention. I don't know. Do you want to talk a lot about the fact that this is the first time Protoss lost and all this stuff? I mean, it's not too crazy with Paralyzed being in the lineup.
We can mention it, but it's wild that we've got like increments of 3 here. 3, 9, and 12. Kind of funny.
Yeah.
And I want to say that it looked like Protoss was going to cross out the Zerg title, but they've kind of like underlined it.
Yeah.
Instead.
They're building a roof over Zerg and Terran right now.
Just put an exclamation point there at the end.
They're pretty
Zerg.
They're pretty good Fortnite builders. They're pretty good Fortnite builders. They've already got the high ground advantage. Now they're just trying to close the distance.
All right. What else can we say?
Could say how good the Terran players are looking in TVZ, so it's looking like the semifinals is going to be really fucking exciting.
True.
Again, like most of my obsession is now on the semis. I don't know what else we should say too much about today. We can't talk about ASL or anything, so yeah. So we should just not. I think a short, sweet wrap up, and mainly focus on keeping people thinking about the semi-final segue. But it's up to you if you got some others. You want to talk a little bit more about what happened in these games.
All right, let's wrap it up.
All right.
Taking a look at the point rankings here, it looked like Protoss was going to cross out that Zerg logo, but instead giving it a little underline here to exclamate how great they played in Week 8. Fantastic showing from Zerg, but those Zerg versus Terran matchups, man, heating up here in Week 8. I'm looking forward to this semifinal. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, the Protoss apes that don't require as much practice as the other two races seem to be using their free time instead of driving their Bugattis, playing a game of Fortnite and building up to the skybox and then trying to get closer and building a roof over the Zerg and Terran here and really just starting to mock them as they laugh from their stratosphere orbit. Meanwhile, we see Zerg quite close behind on 9 points, just 1 or 2 weeks away from being able to maybe contest that final spot. Instead, going to be having to deal with a Zerg versus Terran semi-finals, which I'm super stoked for, saying Terran have also been performing pretty good on TVZ recently, especially in some of those recent games we've been privy to. So I'm kind of excited for that. I don't see how we're going to have a bad semi-finals here. The only thing I'm worried about is somehow Terran getting the better of Zerg, then we're left with a PVT finals, and I think that'll go pretty one-sided for Protoss.
Yeah, that's not the optimal situation. I think we'd much rather see these ZVP finals. I wonder if that's going to be reflected in the future of the ASL. Guys, we really appreciate you guys stopping by and hanging out here at the KCM, despite having that ASL ongoing here. I want to make sure that everybody knows not to give any spoilers for either the KCM or the ASL in the comments or anywhere in the Discord aside from the discussion page for the ASL and KCM spoilers. I recently got spoiled for the first round of the ASL by someone sending me a direct message. So they have been blocked. Total piece of shit move, though, guys. Do not do that for your fellow StarCraft enjoyers. This is the best season of the year, man. This is ASL season. We've got tons of great games coming out from both ASL and KCM. And so make sure not to spoil any of the results for your fellow gamers, man. Please.
Or karma will come for you.
Absolutely, guys. And we're going to end on that note. Thank you so much for joining us. It's been a great week. We'll see you in the semifinals.
Thanks, guys. What's that?
All right.
John Boy? Good cast, man.
Yeah. That was fun.
John? I thought my cousin awake and he like knocked on my door or something, but apparently not. Hope you guys enjoyed the cast. How you feeling, man?
I'm all right.
Bolly earlier said, keep up the good job. Boy, keep up the good job, guys. And Chairman was saying, like, yeah, thank you very much for the stream and stuff as well.
Nice. Yeah, we're keeping up. Consistency is key.
Yeah, man. I'll try and follow a little bit of that angel feedback of like trying not to talk too fast when I absolutely need to. Try and dial back the Twister rap god mode a little bit.
Yeah, if possible.
I mean, I'll try, but sometimes my brain just goes and kicks into like high gear and firing on all cylinders, and I don't even know that I'm doing it.
Right. I think they have pills for that. Just shitty.
Called Ritalin or something, right? Adderall. Probably. I think I do have ADHD, unironically. Oh, Sam, do you know, I got emailed about maybe getting a medical marijuana license.
Hmm?
I got
medical marijuana?
I got emailed about being accepted. I was on a list of in UK it's like hard to get medical Mary Jane, you know what I'm saying? A little bit easier now, but still not that easy. But I've got an email saying that I qualified and I could now put in a get an appointment with a doctor, maybe get put on a prescription or something. So I'd be like 100% above board with my shenanigan.
That'd be nice. You can get the good shit instead of the crap that you probably get.
I mean, I'll still get good stuff. It's just that it's more expensive. So yeah, I'd be getting more cost efficient flour, and I'd also be getting reliable flour. So when run the risk of like say sometimes having to deal with a strain I don't want or something. So I can always get strains that are like going to help me focus and stay energized and do what I want them to do rather than just like zombie me out. You know what I mean? Hang on, I have a phone call 1 sec. Yeah, I'm back.
Yo.
Yo, how you doing, man?
Alright.
By the way, how come we started at like 1 minute 40 on the last game?
I couldn't find the right spot.
Yeah, I was a little confused.
Alright. You can tell exactly what happened. He was gonna go for a 12 hatch. He sent out an SCV early. We built a.
I'm glad you guys. Glad you guys enjoyed the stream. Thank you for the love hearts. We're gonna be just chilling here for a bit. I'm sure what Sane's got planned. Oh, okay. That girl I mentioned to you just sent me a DM while we were streaming saying she's really looking forward to pleasing me, so to speak. So maybe she's super keen on coming next week. I don't know. Don't usually get triple messages in a row from someone if they're not interested, so maybe she's serious.
Hard to tell, but yeah, probably.
That'd be fun.
I'm just watching Artosis and there's no TTS, so good times. Oh my god, so many ultra. Holy shit.
Oh yeah?
Wow.
I have to tune in for a second.
You missed the good part there.
Oh yeah.
You've been fighting the Harkonnens for decades. Together, we can bury them.
I need to clip that and send it to you.
Yeah, do it.
Let me fight beside you.
Send assassins.
He's psychotic.
May thy knife chip and shatter.
Dune Part 2 in cinemas now.
Dune Part 2.
Anonymous donated $3.33. Get more than one expansion before 20 minutes, you idiots.
Nope, that's not it. But you actually have to stay on 2 base against Crazy Zerg.
Nope, that's not it. I love that reaction.
Know that your IQ is
That's fucking hilarious, dude. All right, let's
Here you go. Watch this.
check that one. Sorry.
Oh, something went wrong. There we go. Took the second one.
Let's have a look. It's a medic ward. Have any chance of that? Is that almost 19 minutes and he hasn't got a third gas?
Dude, how do you ever beat a Crazy Zerg that won't fucking engage?
I like how he's like, how do you ever beat a Crazy Zerg that doesn't engage? Meanwhile, he's on 2 base.
Yeah, right.
Interesting guy. What's hilarious is that the guy in the chat pointed it out and he was not able to deal with it. He just instantly was like, nope,
Yeah.
nope.
You're stupid.
So stupid, man. Bit of projection there.
Shit your pants. Shit your pants. Shit your pants.
shit your pants, 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 shit
Who
your
knows?
pants,
Maybe
shit
eventually
your pants, shit your
Arctosis will
pants,
shit his
shit your
pants.
pants, shit your 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 pants.
Imagine this being your job, man. To listen to this after your losses.
To listen to what? Arctosis?
No, to listen to like shit your pants TTSs and shit.
Oh god.
Has it come to this?
It's still living.
It's definitely something.
Anonymous donated $3.33.
Don't get me wrong, like I think I would like be able to vibe with Tosis and like be able to chill with Dan and shit. It's just that I also think he's a total sausage monkey at the same time. I'd have to tell him that, you know what I mean?
That this is the same guy. It's just such low-hanging fruit.
Yeah.
Like, I really think that guy's that's been donating under Anonymous is stupid, but, like, he can't be this stupid to give me something so easy.
Okay.
Yes. You think that if you're smart,
Subscribed for 56 months. I'm breaking my
Sausage
watching
monkey.
Arctosis's Twitch stream logged out to say that the new chili
I
sauce
think I'm
at
gonna buy one of
McDonald's
these
called Dulce
armrests.
Doubles is really
Let
terrible.
me see which one I
thank
could
you,
get.
Darlan. I'll definitely give it a try. Anyways, this guy, if you think the best use of everyone's time is to go to fucking university and go become $100,000 in debt, holy shit, you're
I love
so
how he's
dumb, dude. It's
shitting on
crazy.
people going to university,
Fucking crazy.
spending their time in university. Meanwhile, he's spending his time on
Anyways,
listening to TTSs of Mario Hardcore and shit. Like,
and then
I don't know,
Q2
man.
is the one where I talked to this
Right,
fucking
he's
moron
doing well for
and
himself,
we
but
see that mine
I don't
is
know.
higher than his. I might
He's
have
shitting on people for that?
the
Is he really?
second
He's shitting on people for
lowest
going to uni,
in
yeah.
this channel, and that's fine.
What?
But at least it's higher than this fucking guy. Much higher than this fucking guy.
He's saying it's a waste of time completely.
Okay,
And then he's also
here's
saying,
what's going on.
Oh.
A lot of people have been asking about ASL Group C. It's going to be
clip it.
out Saturday night.
Send it to me.
Late Saturday night, it'll be out. Sorry about that. Schedule conflicts. It's just the way it
there's a
is.
box of clip
So
on.
that'll be out
I'm not
Saturday
logged
night.
in, shit, I can't.
We're going to be missing some streams next week. Okay?
I can't, so.
It's going to be quite a few streams next week that I'm missing. I'm not sure. Like, I'm bringing my laptop and stuff. We'll see.
They're basically saying like
I will
the
have Arctosis's
you know the
uploads already set, for those of you who like that
mainstream
channel.
meme shit of like, you know, it's a waste of time, you're getting loads of debt, blah blah blah.
I have
Yeah, shitting on that, and then you know.
Jesus and I will be in California together, and we will be casting ASL from there. So you'll see us on camera together next to each other. Isn't that
Just
nice?
gifted 20 subs. You are the
Damn.
man.
Thank you.
Imagine being that much of a sausage monkey and still being able to
Thank
get
you, man.
20
That is
gifted
fucking huge.
subs. You're living the dream.
Really appreciate it. That is a lot of fucking subs.
There's a lot of subs.
Good man. Good man. Okay, so yeah. So I am going to be missing some streams. When the NDA is lifted or whatever, I'll have some content and tell you guys about whatever I can tell you about after this trip. And I think that's it. So yeah, we'll be casting the ASL days. I don't know exactly when we're gonna have time to cast them, so they might be like a day or two late, but we're probably just gonna sit down on one of the days and just
They are
cast
too
them all in a
late.
row, and then I'll get them uploaded as quickly
You
as possible.
kidding me, Artie Farty? They are too late?
Dylan just gifted 1 sub. You are the man.
Thank you, Darlan. Appreciate it, man.
That's bullshit.
That's bullshit. They're pre-watching, so they can cast better. They're cheating, Sam.
Appreciate it, Darlan. All right, guys, it was fun.
Cheaters.
Actually cheating.
Played pretty well this
Actually
weekend.
cheating, saying, can you believe it? He's rating G5. Nice.
Give him some love on a completely normal schedule as soon as I land back home.
G5.
And yeah, that's about it. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you guys.
Wow.
Oh, he went from 4 viewers to 1,000 now. Oh boy.
Oh boy. We're now gonna go over.
He's about to get hit with it. Here we go.
1,033 viewers just woke up. Brace yourself for the meme train of ayaya, ayaya, ayaya. And here we go. The attack of the anime weebs has begun. 1,000 army strong, a legion of weebs right now descending upon this poor, helpless Protoss player representing Nightmares of Menk's clan, Nom, currently in the top left position on Citadel here. In a little PvP situation here. Going one gate tech into expansion. Trying to get that Reaver to slug it out into the natural expansion to put on a nice little ability to hold off any kind of assault that might be coming from his opponent here, while also having the splash damage required to more cost efficiently deal with these Dragoon heavy forces.
Oh no!
Oh no! He's playing as ranged. He does not look happy right now. He's looking at the screen. He's like, oh no, no. Will
I'm
he?
still streaming, right? So.
Yeah, you're still streaming, boy, ain't you?
I'm here. Oh, we're still alive. We're still alive.
We still in it, boys. The disconnect mind games have not been too successful here. You might get the Dragoon kill. Does manage to bully away the Dragoon. Going to be following up with one more 2 shots. One more shot on this Dragoon will finish it off. Going to be getting the connections on that and transitioning onto the Zealot. But they take a lot of damage during all that little skirmishing. And now with this 2-1 advantage of range, can actually put the pressure on G5. He's trying to get a scout off with this Dragoon for compensation to make up for the fact that he's now at a deficit. Does see the second gateway and Robotech, but it's going to be a little bit unhappy about this Dragoon count situation he's in right now. Also going to be delaying his range for the Nexus as well. Okay, no, he's not. He's going to be building a second gate. I was a little bit confused there why I'd go straight into Nexus without any production increase or range being taken.
You might think, what was the mistake there? What did I do that made the goon just stop working? Well, I told it to kill him.
Tactical pulse was successful. G5 in a little bit of a frustrating situation now. Still slow in taking this Nexus. His opponent could have already cut units and made his own Nexus long ago. He doesn't know that. He cannot confirm that right now.
I'm taking Expo. I'm just doing
We got to say. You alright?
I'm alright.
So, is it like a set time that you get KCM uploaded, or is it like you just like edit it up and just put it out when you can, or what?
I release every night at 10 p.m.
Okay. Which is what my time?
8.5 hours from now.
Okay. Yeah, because usually I'm like waking up like after it's already uploaded. Oh, look at these scarab hits, man. Probes being ravaged. Crikey. And now the goons able to be targeted down a little bit as well. Going to be doing a bit of micro to maximize potential. Does get another scarab up as a result and can now win the trade, but doesn't get the kind of avoidance that you would like to with some of that micro. But overall, pretty cost efficient for him. Going to be clearing out most of these units. Oh, didn't quite get the unload on the Reaver though. Pretty bold on them Scarabs. Will compensate for the fact that his Nexus was so much slower. Now going to be ahead in workers just a little bit. With the goon trades as well, not too worried about the counterattack. Going to take the high ground advantage anyway to try and maximize his defensive position. There's an observer right now seeing all in the natural expansion area, so could be a little bit of a tactic here that range could go for. Ooh, and it is going to be a drop in the natural expansion, completely clearing him out of any hope of securing an economic lead. Four goons now going to jump on top of the shell to try and two-shot that down. Not able to find the connections because one died so quickly, so now losing a lot of Dragoons just for the kill on the shuttle here. These Reavers now dead in the water, going to be trying to retreat to some safety here. But we'll be having to deal with the fact that this... Oh, he gets a double shot on that Reaver. It's actually really bad for G5 now. We'll be trying to target down one of these Reavers. Just one shot from this Dragoon. We'll finish it off, but the shield battery might provide some ability to hold this choke point, but not really. Eventually going to be taken down here, it looks like.
I love my position. I hated it. Didn't think we had first fight.
New Claro Professional Color Studio with Metal Purifier technology neutralizes metals to protect hair and color for visibly healthier colored hair in 3 steps. Color Studio by Claro Professional. Next level color in your
Who's the
hands.
target audience for that ad? The Starcraft stream. How many guys in the chat caring about their lustrous hair, you know? Okay, that's more like it. Strawberry flavored lube definitely going to be more of an interest to the boys in the chat than lustrous hair. Hey Sam, you want to do anything or you just like good vibe?
I'm just messing around with this new program I just downloaded.
Oh yeah, what, the one for the logo you were gonna do, or what? Which one is it? What is the app called?
GIMP.
Oh, GIMP. Yeah. I know GIMP. Been around for a long time. You want to hang out and talk, or you want me to leave you to it?
That's alright, I'll hang out.
What am I saying? For the podcast, I don't want to be like too restrictive with what we talk about. There might be some things you want to be a little more careful about, like things that are like actually just pure divisive, obviously. Like say like the January 6th, what do you call it, Capitol riots or whatever in America. But some certain subjects might be left better to left not talked about. But overall, I think we should limit ourselves too much. What do you think?
Yeah, it's better not to talk about a bunch of political bullshit.
Yeah, I can imagine this.
Become like that.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't want to become too political or divisive. What we talk about per se, but I still want to like keep ourselves very open as much as we can.
I think we could talk a lot about like the sort of like incel like weird movements that's going on. You know what I mean? Like the difficulties of meeting someone when you're a gamer. You know what I mean? Learning how to like communicate with people. Then especially women, you know. I think there's so many like bad takes on that.
Well, yeah. So I'm gonna start writing some notes actually. So yeah. So you want to talk? We're gonna talk about inside community, the ability to communicate with people, especially women. You want to talk about the bad takes? And what kind of bad takes are you referring to, roughly?
Like the freaking what's it called?
EXO, thank you for the
There's like bad takes on both ends of the spectrum, you know?
Yeah, like the radical right and left you're talking about.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Do you want to talk about that in a wider scope as well? Do you want to talk about it on a more like societal, worldwide level with like say lack of connection in humans in general, or do you want to keep it very specific to the incel community?
Either one. You know what I mean?
Doesn't bother me too much. We can see where it takes us. Anything else you think to talk about? Or want to talk about? It's probably a better question. We can talk about all kinds of shit, but what should we talk about?
I'm not sure, man. I'll figure it out. Specific subjects. Nothing specifically coming to mind right now.
That's okay. Well, we can use the incel talking point to segue into other subjects, like the more broader scope subjects, like we're talking about the human connection thing, and then we can talk about maybe some other societal issues and see where that conversation takes us. For totally different topics. I'll have to have a little bit of a think quick. I mean, I don't want to just like start talking about gaming right away either, so. Oh, I know what I want to talk about. I want to talk about how in society right now we seem to kind of I want to do a little bit devil's advocate, because we're going to be trashing a little bit on the incel community side of things. We should probably do a little bit of our own pushback and talk about things from the lens of shit, I was going to say man, I had a pushback idea on that. Hang on a sec. My ADHD brain has just screwed me over. Oh yeah, so we could talk a little bit about the other side of things with how, due to like the left's movement the wokeism, so to speak. Everything's all very catered towards, like, boosting up the female side of things. And one of the ways that you could argue that the reason why mental health on the male spectrum is so at an all-time low is because even on the level of like psychology, like therapy isn't really designed to like benefit or suit like males primarily. Like the style of talking therapy of like looking at each other face to face isn't really that friendly to like male dichotomy. Like most men are like more likely to like sit side by side looking at a problem together and talk without even the direct eye contact being relevant. You know what I mean? Like it's more
talk about our own times where we went to therapy, you know what I mean, like our experiences and shit.
Yeah, I think that'd be a good way of like also doing a bit of pushback, because if we're trashing that angle, it'd be nice to also cover the other side of the fence a little bit and also talk about some of the issues that men are having as well to kind of like balance out the discussion a bit. What do you think?
That sounds good. This is quite a program. Definitely a lot more shit to look through than Paint 3D. Holy crap.
Yeah, I'm drafting out some ideas. Yeah, so there's also the angle of talking about think about how I want to formulate this. I want to walk like the tightrope of not making too many notes, but making enough notes that we can actually have some really fucking good shit. Well, we can even talk about it from an evolutionary point of view, because you could argue that like men in tribal communities would like be more likely to be like side by side facing problems together rather than like one-on-one communication. Like eye contact is just not natural for men. Like we're used to like being side by side dealing with threats or problems rather than talking face to face. That makes sense.
Makes sense.
Alright, boys. I'm going to turn off the stream at least and just hang out. So I can talk whatever I want without thinking too much. I'll see you guys on the flippity flip. Thank you for tuning in. Have a good night.